we've been sponsoring Maj for about 3 years, I believe, and my first time to the summit, but I have nothing prepared. So if you guys want to ask me questions, that's great. I can tell you about the company. I can tell you how I got into the industry and why I'm here and why I believe in what he does. How many of you in the room have ever been duck hunting? That's about what I suspected. Neither have I. So how many of you had toy guns when you were a kid? I didn't. My parents didn't own guns either. They weren't anti-gun. They just, were kind of Midwestern conservative parents, wanted to raise me right. I wasn't allowed to watch scary movies or anything like that. So how did I get here? I worked in the city of Detroit for about 10 years for an insurance company and saw some pretty wild stuff. I saw people getting robbed at gunpoint. I almost hit a homeless person that ran across the road because he was being chased by a pack of feral dogs. And that was when I decided I needed to be responsible for my own defense. Nobody was going to come to save me. The response time in Detroit is basically non-existent. And so that's when I bought my first gun. So I got into the industry not because my parents were hunters or members of the NRA or members of the local gun club, Fish Fry Fridays, anything like that. So my experience in the industry is probably much more like many of yours, right? You're here because you've got a family, you own a home, you're interested in self-defense more so than about going duck hunting or trying to kill Bambi. Not that there's anything wrong with those things. It's just a different demographic. And so when we started the company, I felt like that was a demographic that I wanted to personally speak to more than the demographics that I didn't understand. So, I grew up as I got into high school and college playing Call of Duty and paintball and all those kinds of things, getting into the world of, AR-15s and John Wick and that type of stuff. So that's the markets that we speak to. Almost all of our sales, 99.9%, is direct to you, direct to civilians and consumers. In fact, last year, after we got fined by our health department as the result of our local police department ratting us out for not following COVID protocols, we stopped selling to law enforcement entirely because I decided that, if they weren't going to be on my side as an American citizen, even for something you might think relatively small, it told me that, I don't have a lot of the experiences that many of you in the room have had, right? I'm a white kid from the suburbs. I don't feel really nervous when I get pulled over. Sometimes I do when I have, concealed weapon. I think everybody does to a degree. But that was kind of a light bulb moment in my head where, okay, there's something that's affecting me directly. And we've been trying to support, Maj and the things that he does because he speaks to people that I don't really know and people's experiences that I've never had. And so we've really tried to build the company around finding those niches and finding those markets where the big guys, the big companies ignore. I mean, let's be honest, companies like Remington and Winchester, they've been around for a long time, but they make most of their money selling guns to law enforcement and militaries around the world, not just here. And the civilian market for them is a bonus, that they can make more money selling guns and ammo to the general public because we're lucky enough to have the Second Amendment. That's great for their bottom line, but it's not really what pays their bills. It's not what builds their shareholder price. We don't have shareholders, and so we don't have an HR department. We don't have a marketing department. So that allows us to be a bit more aggressive, tap into some of the fun parts of the market. Obviously, I'm up here in a Hawaiian shirt. That was a good 6 to 8 month run of memes. got us banned on Instagram, of course. But so that's kind of what we're about. Most of our market is competitive shooting. The folks that were just up here talking about training. I'm a huge supporter of training, and we're a huge supporter as a company of competitive shooting. I think it's one of the best ways to get good training, good repetitions, building those fundamental skills. And it's a good way to get out and meet people who are like-minded. Again, not having a background in guns, really having a background in guns before I started the company, on the consumer side, I did, obviously. That was one of the big benefits of going to competitive shooting matches, going to outdoor gun clubs, was meeting people who had some of the same political beliefs, a little bit different here and there, but we all held the same core values. And that's what I think is something we really have to think about as what is the gun community? Is the gun community everybody that owns a gun? Is it everybody that donates to the NRA or the FPC? Is it, you people here? Is it the people that, go hunting once a year? Like, what is the community, and how do we build it, and how do we make sure that we don't dilute the values that bring us all together, which hopefully, and what I believe it is that we believe in the fundamental right of human beings to defend themselves against any aggressor, whether that's, a bad person breaking into your house or a bad government or anything else. And so that's why we try to focus on that market primarily. And that's why we're here. That's why I'm supporting Black Guns Matter and the Solutionary Summit. So that's the company, and that's me. So what do you guys have on your minds? What do you want to ask? What do you want to know?
I'm just curious if you had any individual reach out to you after you guys stopped selling to law enforcement and stuff like that, to say, hey, look, I'm fucking with this dumb shit. What can we do? Was there anybody?
You mean like individual police officers or something? So yeah, I mean, we still sell to individual police officers who buy from us directly for their own purposes. It's just more departments in general. You know, I'll be honest, it wasn't a huge risk for us. They weren't a gigantic part of our business anyway, so it's not like we sacrificed a ton. But it just came down to the point of, look, things need to change. Training in police departments needs to change. I mean, like I said yesterday, I train a lot. I take about 100 hours of firearms training every year in addition to the competition shooting that I do. And the only time I've ever had a loaded gun pointed at me in a training class was from a police officer, not just a police officer, but the firearms training instructor for that department. Oh, also, it was a department that we used to do business with. So likely I had a gun with my ammunition in it pointed directly at my head in a training class. And it's not that he wasn't a bad guy. He was just very overconfident in skills that he never learned. And unfortunately, as the training instructor for that department, he was actually smart enough to go take a training class and try to get better. I don't know how much of that actually sunk into his brain. But most of the time, when police officers go to training classes where they're actually learning real things like how to shoot from the ground, how to shoot police officers have a gun in one hand most of the time because they're checking license and registration in the other or something like that. But if they go to a training class where they ask them to do things like that, they say, I want my union rep. I'm not doing that. That's too dangerous. This isn't what I'm here for, right? I work 9 to 5. I want to go home. So the only way that those things are going to change, unfortunately, from the experience I've gathered, is if we help, right? So we have to normalize gun ownership to the point where police officers break these bad habits of thinking every person that has a gun even could be a bad person. It has to be they're a good person first and maybe a bad person depending on their actions. So individual officers, I train with a ton of them. The jiu-jitsu gym that I teach and train at has a ton of law enforcement. Very happy to work with them. And those are the guys who see that they have a skill gap and they want to get better. And that's something that we want to help encourage as a community. But unfortunately, that's not the vast majority. So does that answer your question at all? Yeah. What else? What is frangible ammo? So frangible ammo, it has a projectile that's made out of a specific type of material. It's basically compressed copper and iron particles that are smashed together in a high pressure press. And those are useful for training with steel targets at very close range. So, you know, that's one of the reasons I'm a big advocate for people being members of outdoor gun clubs, where you can do things like draw from the holster and shoot up close against targets, things that you generally can't do at an indoor range. So the frangible bullet, when it hits a steel plate, breaks up into tiny fragments, and it doesn't have anything that's going to come back at you. Wrap it up? Okay. I guess I've got to wrap it up. So hopefully that answers your question. It's for training against steel targets, more or less. So I guess that's all I've got. So one more.
No.
I'm done.
No. Yeah.
All right. Well, fair enough.
I tried to trick him. Clap it for Justin real quick.
Thank you, guys.
I want everybody to understand that again, Justin reached out to us years ago, and this is before cover magazines, any of that. He saw the work that we were doing, and that's why that synergy is there and those ideologies are aligned. So one more time, give it up for Justin from Phoenix Ammo. So this is this new thing we're gonna do, y'all. If there is a we don't have timer things right there. So when the music starts to play, it's about that time. Right, it's the Oscars. But no, not and from a place of love and empathy. All right. So we're gonna hold on one second. All right, so let's start with fresh energy. People at home, welcome to the Solutionary Summit. This is being live streamed. Again, you just saw Justin from Phoenix Ammo. Everybody that's live streaming, share it, all that other good stuff. The live stream started at 12, and I forgot to say it in the beginning. And then if you at home, you just streamed and you just saw some white dude on the stage. So no worries. Justin's cool, folks. So we're gonna move forward. Media and misinformation is rampant right now. So our next panel of folks, you're gonna take your questions about media, information, and how that impacts our everyday life. So we got coming to the stage now with the Solutionary Summit. Come on up here, panel. Come on. What's up, Jeff? That's Jeff Charles. Next up, we got Rhonda Mary. The amazing Lucas. All right, everybody's got microphones. I'm going to step out of the way. So, guys, first, I want everybody to introduce themselves, say who you are, say what you do, all of those other good things. Ladies first.
Hey, y'all, I'm Rhonda Mary. So I am a YouTuber, content creator, and I'm also a Second Amendment advocate. My YouTube career actually started by me, researching information and researching news stories to see how true it was around the time that the whole fake news hashtag started. And so I started looking deeper into these stories and sharing the truth with people, and it's just been up since then. So,
Jeff.
My name is Jeff Charles. I'm a contributor for redstate.com and libertynation.com. I'm also the host of A Fresh Perspective with Jeff Charles, my YouTube channel and podcast. And it's a perfect subject for me because I love talking media. So we're going to have some fun today.
Sure. Come on, y'all know how this go. Clap after the person. Like, why y'all acting like y'all never seen television? We on live stream. Don't embarrass me in front of the internet. Like, come on. Damn.
Exactly.
Lucas.
Come on. These guys. Amazing Lucas, YouTube content creator, animator, all around just trash talker. So should be fun.
For sure. Okay, first question. How has journalism and sharing information changed over the last decade? And has that been for the better or for the worse?
I mean, I'll try to make it a short answer because I could go on for like hours. You know, back like say a decade ago, the media was biased. It's always been biased, and to a certain extent, it's impossible to not have a level of bias because we're all human. But there was at least a pretense towards being objective. However, I'd say over the past 5 years, they've pretty much removed the mask. They don't really even pretend to be as objective as they did before. They've gone into full activist mode, and that's why I call them the activist media. And by the way, I'm not just talking about on the left, I'm talking about on the right too. I would say that it's gotten worse in a lot of ways, but there are a lot of positive signs, especially when it comes to alternative media. It's not all about the cable news anymore. It's not all about the New York Times and the Washington Post. Anybody can be a journalist, and anybody can start a blog. So you've got a lot of conservative blogs, left-leaning blogs, podcasts, YouTube channels. And so in that aspect, that has been a positive change because the establishment and the powers that be in the media world no longer have a monopoly. So it's been a little bit of both.
Next.
I would say that with the introduction of social media, and especially as popular as it is, and politics being so polarizing at this moment, I don't think that humans were created to intake this amount of information and at the levels that we're intaking. And I don't think it's healthy, particularly with COVID. You know, it's a study that just recently came out that said that depression and anxiety increased during that time, and that was one of the reasons for people dying, and that hasn't been shared far and wide. And think about the people that were just glued to their TV. So I think we're living in a very unhealthy cycle of constant information and almost feeling like we're forced to take it in. And then I haven't even gotten into the bias of it all. And it's just such a polarizing time. And I think that, hopefully we get back to a little bit of balance.
For sure. Lucas?
So what I would say is, I think what Charles said was it's a double-edged sword because there is so many people who can be journalists, because there is so much information out there. I believe that sets a pretext to the social media companies or the powers that be in order to determine what is misinformation, what is disinformation, and that's how they get away with murder with many of these terms of service, because there is someone saying, oh, that can kill you, or like, oh, no, that's good, or that. So now they get to be the arbiters of truth. Now the people are saying, well, why are you the arbiters of truth? And now they get to say, well, because so-and-so just said this, and that's factually inaccurate. Let a week pass, and then we'll see if it's factually inaccurate, but you have to wait for that to happen. I'm experiencing this right now because even with my Instagram, I'm on an appeal. So I'm going through appeal process.
Oh, like you caught a case too?
I'm on the appeal.
Okay, we up on appeal.
I'm like, please let me get it back, please leave me, bruh. Horrible. So we're gonna see what the Instagram gods say, and go on from there. But that's also, I think that's a good thing to realize because it teaches you, hey, have a backup, have contingency plans. If you're putting all your eggs in one basket, that's not gonna work. And I think that's in every aspect of your life. So it's definitely taught me a lot, and then also taught me how to phrase certain things. I know, we on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube, whatever your platform is, you realize, oh, I can't say this, but I can say it this way. Oh, I can't say this, or I can say it this way. So it actually, I think, like I said, it's a double-edged sword, but it's also teaching you how to adapt and evolve to said tactics, and either adapt or you die out. So I think it's important if you have a message that you learn how to use this to your benefit.
100%. Let's slide into the next question. Again, we see an issue with people and censorship on social media platforms when it comes to opposing information, to you guys' point, and opinions, but how do we address it? So, it's a good segue, Lucas, from your point. How do we collectively address that? If everyone agrees that, okay, the social media giants have a lot of power, how do we address that collectively to right that ship? Or is it just unstoppable?
We all just get to go at
Just
it.
go,
or
just
we
go.
okay,
Buffet,
okay.
buffet, just go.
So I have concerns at this point about it being unstoppable because, we have these people in high places. I mean, Google has about 85%, I think, or more market share of the internet. And then people say, well, just create your own platform. And then somebody goes and does it, and they create all these hoops to make them jump through. They don't want to carry the apps on, with Samsung and Apple. And so I think it's getting to a very interesting point. And then when we look at the government, that sometimes looks like they're working in tangent, working with big tech, I think that makes it even more questionable when you have these tech agencies that have these protections, from the government. And so I really don't know. What do y'all think is the solution?
It's a tough question because, I mean, especially for somebody like myself who's more of a conservative libertarian type, I don't want the government to get involved because the government, it's a gun. So you might be able to point that gun at people you don't like, but once they have control of that gun, they're going to point it right back at you. That being said, if that's not an option, what's going to happen is we are going to have more siloed media. This is not something that I want to happen, but I see it going that way. Not just in social media, I'm talking about even in the news media that we consume. I mean, polls are showing that trust in the media has plummeted, especially among people who lean to the right. So the left doesn't own enough of the internet to where they can where they can definitively shut us down. We will build our own, but it's going to be siloed, and it's going to create more separation in American society, which I think is very dangerous. So I know I'm being doom and gloom. I don't like to be, but I'm not seeing, I think before it gets better, it's going to get worse. I hate saying it, but I mean, I'm seeing that trajectory. It's really, for this to change, it's going to take enough of us getting sick of it, getting sick of the people who are invested financially in keeping us divided and keeping us separate and not listening to one another. At some point, when we get tired of it and we become fed up, then we will start to see change. But I don't think we're there yet.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. The only thing I see with that is I'm a little stubborn. So I know when people say, well, why don't we start our own party or whatnot? I was like, well, we already have parties here. How about we just fix what we got instead of rebuilding, the wheel again? So I'm all for doing your own thing and something, whatever it is, Rumble, whatever that is. But also it's like, yeah, we already have a Facebook. We already have these platforms that we use, and we're the ones that give them value. So we can see real quickly. I mean, I get when it comes to, doing your own thing, but we saw, who was it? General, Flynn, who they shut down his Chase account. So what happens when, Spectrum's like, you know what, Lucas, we saw your video and how, our service is such trash, which it is. Since it's so trash, how about you go somewhere else? I don't know if it'll go that way to a certain extent. So I'm always iffy, here and there. But I think if enough people, like you said, enough people get upset, and we're seeing this a little more on the left too, because they're like, yo, we're actually getting censored, but we're with you guys. So there needs to be some type of a backlash because money does talk. And
So I don't know if you recently saw this. I think this was news coming out of Australia, if I'm not mistaken, but they're policing their social media now. Like the folks coming to get you if you doing the misinformation thing. Like, it's getting serious in some other areas. And I don't want us to discount that, like, oh, that could never happen here. It's so much stuff already happening here. When a mother could have their child taken away for not receiving a vaccine that's not even mandated by the government, I can't put stuff past us at this point.
But you have to take into account
that we have guns.
The issue with that is I see it from the perspective, if someone's putting out information that can potentially harm someone or is proven to harm someone, at what point is there some type of intervention? if it's not from the social media company or if it's not from the government. There's going to have to be some type of entity. Now, you can argue, or what can be contested as far as what constitutes as damaging someone's life or,
And who
putting someone at harm.
decides? Because it's
Those
a lot of science.
those with the power decide that. That's how that works. And the laws that we have established. I think a lot of people are very ignorant of the laws that govern us. What is allowed during a state of emergency, what the government can do when it comes to as far as taking away your property or your rights. I think people are very ignorant of this whole just America, and they don't actually understand what that actually means. Where your rights can, certain things that happen in this country, just like that, just gone. You're like, what happened? Like certain events, certain things that take precedence or has set precedence for your rights to be dismissed or temporarily unavailable, we'll say.
So,
Okay.
so with that being the case, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? And to to the point of who decides that? If I choose to say no, thank you, and you say, well, no, you have to say thank you after we force something on you. When and where is that line where that best interest for the general public is? And when we find that line, what do we do with the people that say no thank you to the line?
Now, Maj, I think we may diverge on certain issues, and probably this may be one of them, because I can't stand hypocrisy. So when I see people talking about in many cases the police officer involved shootings or whatnot, and how they address that, I usually use that in how to address this, because in many cases what they'll say is comply or die. I obviously don't agree with that. So in certain issues like this, where it's the mandation of the vaccine or whatnot, or forcing you to take the vaccine. Well, in many cases, it's not necessarily force. I guess you could say it's
Coercion.
You could say coercion, right? Because you could either take it, it's up to you, or you're going to have to find another place of work. You can either take it, or you're not going to have access to this business. And
But what about when the president goes on national TV and says, hey, I want to encourage the businesses to do this thing? Like, what kind of precedent
Well,
are
it's
we
for
setting?
the betterment of the country, and the president feels that way, given the debts or whatnot, regardless of how you feel about that, then that's going to be his job. Just like Trump coming out saying, hey, I think you guys should take the vaccine, and then getting booed. He believes it's for the betterment of the country, for the protection of the country. And one of the jobs of the government is to, protect it from domestic and foreign attacks.
So how's the media's role in that? Okay, because we're talking about very concrete, hey, this is a thing. We're going to present it as government, right? But I think in the overall thing, how is that, whether it's good or bad, how is media influencing that? And are they actually presenting, and not just with vaccines or whatever, because again, y'all already on the no-fly list, so whatever, right? But we won't try to get the YouTube folks on, but how does media's role, and are we giving media too much play in that to make people decide to say, yeah, I believe that this is good or bad for the good of the nation?
The media at this point is an arm of the government, especially under this administration. There's a reason why I also refer to them as the Democrats' Ministry of Propaganda. And they own all the major, avenues through which, reports are given. If the government wants people to get vaccinated, the media is going to do whatever they can to shame, pressure, or scold us into getting vaccinated. The media isn't going to take the position of this should be a personal choice. They're going to say, no, you should be doing these vaccine mandates. The president has encouraged them at the local level. We see all the fights that are going on across the country when it comes to vaccine and mask mandates in schools, and the media is on board with that. The only time the media is actually even kind of doing its job is when it comes to this whole situation with Afghanistan. They're actually being critical, but again, they have an agenda. They're not, and their agenda is not to inform us. Their agenda is to influence us. So that's what's going on here.
And their agenda is to please the people who run the commercials during their commercial breaks. So we have to consider that as well.
I disagree.
No, you don't.
No, I'm gonna take more of Lucas's position here a little bit, and you guys tell me. And if you guys have questions, toss your hand up. I'm gonna take more of Lucas's position because a part of that is, well, regardless of if media tells you this or not, you have a choice. Regardless, you have a choice. You can say, stand up and go, no, thank you, and take what comes with that, or you can say, all right, man, cool. Media said it's safe, so I'm just gonna rock out with it. So at what point is it actually media just doing its job as influencing you, or are we abdicating some of our responsibility and blaming it on media in that regard? Lucas, you jump.
One of the greatest things that was told to me was, I think it was in a relationship, or I think I actually said it. You know, I'm going to take credit for it. This girl was in a relationship. This dude was doing, you know, whoop-de-whoop. I was like, well, you get treated how you allow yourself to be treated. At the end of the day, that's how it is. I may be able to say certain things to one person and not be able to say those things to another person. Be like, yo, don't talk to me like that. Okay, all right, fine. So in regards to this, you're gonna have to take a stand. And in many cases, the issue I have is that a lot of people want to be on that hoorah, you know, America, yeah, freedom, freedom. But when the time comes, y'all really ain't about that life. Y'all really ain't. Y'all not about that life. You're just not. Okay, so either you'll be about it or just be quiet. For example, the mask. Mask is tyranny. For me, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. All right, for a lot of people, that's the dumbest thing they ever heard. But yet, we'll come out with a MAGA mask. We'll come out with a Republic, you know, Make America Great mask, or a Republican mask, or the 2024 mask. Like, which one is it? So you now advocating for tyranny for what? For $1? And if that's the case, well, then you have a price then. So if you have a price, then what are you complaining about? Sit down, be quiet, and do what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. So if you want to take a stand, then take a stand. The only person who I really respect is Ian Fitness. I believe that. Yeah. That dude, and then the salon lady. That she went straight to court and was like, I don't give a damn. Just lock me up. And to where the judge was like, okay, we've taken this a bit far. She's really about that life. She's about to get locked up over some damn salon. Like, yo, let her go. This because now it makes them look bad. Because now it makes you look like, okay, now we're dealing with tyranny. And once it starts to become real to people, that's when action starts to happen. Because right now, it's not real to a lot of people. It's not real. But once it starts to become real, it's like, oh, so-and-so actually got locked up. So-and-so, this happened to them. That's when people are like, okay, now it's time to put up or to shut up. I think that's what needs to happen. And until that happens, as long as you have like a semi-lockdown or a semi-this, the problem with humans is that we adapt. You can adapt. You can adapt to $1 million lifestyle. You can also adapt to top ramen and hot dogs, which is delicious, by the way. So that's what you have to figure out. What is your threshold? For a lot of people, their threshold is going to be probably a little bit more than you, because you also have to take into account. Many of you guys have friends and family. If you want to coerce someone, you have to understand you have pressure points. You have a job, right? You have bills to pay. Those are pressure points. If I want you to do something, I know what your pressure points are. And if you think the government doesn't know, and I'm sure many of you guys have social media, and many of these people are getting locked up due to snitching on themselves through social media. Craziest thing I've ever seen. People in the club, I'm like, that's a felony. Put the phone down. You have to take that into account. So if you're going to be about that life, you're going to have to move a little bit different.
About that motherfucking life. I'm gonna keep it buck with you.
No, I want to.
I can't wait. I was hoping zombies happen with this whole this whole pandemic shit. I was like, we getting zombies.
And when we have those martyrs, there are going to be people who stand with you. Yeah, that's 100%. Also another thing you have to take into account. Though in some cases, you may be an inspiration where people are like, you know what, F this.
Right, 100%.
But even if it doesn't happen, you have to be willing to stand up on your own 2 feet if you want to go that direction. And understand what that entails. Because I mean, it's cool to be America. It's not cool. We wouldn't have that's one thing I say. We wouldn't have 1776. That wouldn't have happened in today. I don't think it would, because I don't think we have a lot of people who are really about that, who will really be willing to put their lives on the line.
Jeff, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, and when I'm talking about the media, because the thing is, 2 things can be true at once. The media sucks, but Lucas is right. I mean, if we're not standing up against it, that's our responsibility too. So here's the thing. I mean, at some point there has to be a tipping point. And I don't know if that tipping point is coming because I think we're still too comfortable. And when there can be a story about a black man who was basically threatened with jail time if he didn't get the vax, because a judge made it a condition of his parole that if you don't get vaccinated within 2 months,
Yes.
your ass is going to jail. Now, his lawyer's going to fight. Yeah, that happened. Yep.
True story.
I wrote about it. Yeah. So yes. Yep. It's just like they were able to make sure that this mother couldn't see her child because she wasn't vaccinated. People are going to fight back against this legally. But the thing is, if we don't know about this stuff, if we don't get outraged, nothing that I said should be a surprise to you. You should already know about it. But guess what? Guess who doesn't tell you? So that's the thing. We're going to see more of this happen, especially if these two judges get away with this stuff. Why wouldn't more judges?
100%. You
There
have to understand as far as the reason why. Because you can be outraged, but if you don't know as far as the legal precedence that allows him to do that, then you don't have a way to combat it.
Well, give violence a try.
There's always
Question.
Always another way.
Yeah,
Always
speaking
another
of
way.
7076.
Yeah.
Always.
So to Lucas's point about if you come out with the masks that have like Trump 2020 or all this kind of stuff and but then you're saying that it's tyranny. Jeff, you said, what did you call the media? You said the media is the Democrats what?
Ministry of Propaganda.
Ministry of Propaganda. All right, so allow me to remind us all of it was about 20 years ago, a week from today, when the media became the other side's propaganda arm. And I think that also, if you look at the people who were opposed to what was going on and all the different things, the Patriot Act and all that stuff, it was almost like it galvanized the right to fight for tyranny.
Yep.
And we have to be careful, like you said, we have to be careful about pointing that gun when it's our guys that are in control of it, because that gun does get turned around on you. And it's one of those very clear examples to me of it's interesting that it's happening like almost 20 years apart, where that stuff was very easily very easily became a very standard. Exactly, a standard that we all went through TSA and all that shit coming over here. Yep. We all just kind of took it. We adapted to it, like Lucas said. Yeah. So what do y'all think? Like, what's the answer to breaking everyone out of their own sort of mental hold conditioning to think that it's okay because you agree with it?
Me personally, I don't see that happening. I just don't. And the reason being, you can be upset, but you have to understand as far as the context, how this is being characterized, how this is being framed. It's a deadly disease, right? It's killing off people, regardless of survival rate. A lot of the information is contested. And as far as the media, I feel like the media is going to be media. Media is entertainment, right? Whether it's CNN for Democrats or Fox News for Republican. I think the problem with that is that when you have an issue like this, it now becomes left or right instead of truth. So what that happens is that now we're between a rock and a hard place, because now you're probably going to have some hypocrisy and hyperbole on the right and then also on the left, which makes your job as a citizen to find the truth, which leads to private journalists and whatnot. And also with that, well, then there's no standard of quality, because you may have someone who just regurgitates something they heard from someone else. So it makes our job very, very difficult, which gives them the advantage of saying, okay, well, let me help you with that job. But as far as stopping it, I don't know what to say. I've like you said with the TSA and everything. And the thing is, I don't like hypocrisy. So why are we stopping with tyranny now? I've seen tyranny a long time ago, right? I saw it with everywhere. My thing is George Floyd or something like that. Well, when I was talking about that, or Breonna Taylor or anything like that, well, comply or die. Well, you lay down with pigs, you get dirty. Well, fentanyl Floyd. So I'm like, when it comes to this, cool, comply or lose your job. Yeah. And that's how a lot of people feel. It's like, yo, in many cases, you didn't have our back. So now you want to come come crying to me? Nah, Playboy.
Yep.
Looks like you're gonna have to work at McDonald's. You know, the same place you didn't want the minimum wage to be raised and everything. You say, well, just lift yourself up by the bootstraps. Well, we're gonna see how many of y'all are willing to lift yourself up by the bootstraps.
Well, and that's the thing too. I mean, you know, as far as things being the left and right, I mean, he's right. A lot of hypocrisy stems from the fact that we just always want to defend our team. So if it's a conservative that's in a position, we're gonna have empathy. Or if it's someone on the left, then we don't. You know, there's Ashley Babbitt. A lot of people are up in arms about that. I was like, you guys weren't complaining about that when it first happened. You're complaining about it now. But what if she were on the other side? Would you be defending her so much? Would you be railing against the police officer that killed her? And here's where I think that alternative media actually provides an opportunity. I don't know if this will happen, but if we are going to turn this around, we need more people who, regardless of what side they're on or if they're in the middle, who are willing to approach the news in a way that is honest and nuanced. And I know that, you know, nuance isn't always sexy. It doesn't get you all the clicks. But here's the thing, they give us what we incentivize them to give us. So if we want nuance, then we need to support people out there who are willing to tell the truth as they see it. We need conservative commentators who are willing to call out conservatives. We need leftist commentators who are willing to call out the left when they misbehave. If that doesn't happen, then we're always going to be in our silos, in our echo chambers, and in our team sports mentality. There might even be people in the audience here who might want to start their own platforms. Do it, but don't fall into the grifting trap. Don't become one of those grifters who just tells their audience what they want to hear so that they can.
Very hard.
I know it is. I know it is. And Lucas has experienced the backlash from not always telling his audience what they want to hear.
It's partially due to my fault because, I mean, it is what it is. But you have to understand there are pathways set. You support a narrative. Well, you support this narrative. Great. We have certain companies who adopt that narrative, certain places we can put you. We know where to put you in this pipeline. And I think many people need to understand that. But yeah, like what you were saying, 100% agree.
I also think you made a really great point, but I also think we need to examine something that's really interesting about the human condition. And I don't know if it's the actual human condition or if we've actually been conditioned to this way, but a lot of people are drawn to negative and polarizing things. They've done studies that show that people are more likely to click on negative titles or titles that, you know, are hard to believe. And so we have to be willing to want to find that objectivity. We have to be willing to want to find the truth. We have to be willing to listen to the voices that's not going to always try to make everything so polarizing.
Okay, so here's the thing. When we keep saying that the media shapes our narrative or influences us, if we look at CNN numbers, we look at New York Times subscription rates, we look at what the left-wing media is doing, nobody gives a shit about the left-wing media. They can't even get their own people to pay attention. So what ends up happening is you have the right-wing media that then becomes the opposition arm. So it doesn't matter how weak the left is, how weak their arguments are, how weak their sourcing is. It does not matter because we have a force that only cares about being the opposition to that instead of actually being, and it's not even a matter
Being
of truth.
solutionary.
Yeah, it's not even solutionary, but it becomes a point where it's not even a matter of truth. It is a matter of who shapes the subject. So if they can say, you're going to be talking about cats and dogs today, and then our media says, well, which one is better, cats or dogs? Like, it does not matter what truth is. They have set the damn subject, and now we have to stay on their subject. So we keep talking about racism. We keep talking about sexism. We keep talking about these subjects that they put in front of us when we could be talking about empowerment. We could be talking about group economics. We could be talking about building wealth. Those are within our power to do, and we have that power against a damn media that can't even get its own people to tune in. So at some point, it's going to have to be us in this room that decides that we're going to pick our subject matter instead of being told what we can talk about.
100%. All right. So everybody's liking day 2 of the Solutionary Summit, huh? Yeah, there's a lot of information up here. All right, so we got 5 minutes left. We do. So here's the question, and I'm going to toss it to you, Rhonda, first. Do we win, or is it too late?
We have to win.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can fucking lose. You can lose.
We have to win. Like something in me, for the future of all of y'all's children sitting in the audience, my future children, grandchildren, the legacy. A lot of us that, from my community that are just now able to really get a footing in higher levels of education and economics and things like that. We have to win. Like I just now how we get there, may not be easy, but we have to do it.
Lucas?
I believe as long as you have breath in your body, you have a fighting chance. One of the greatest movies I love is 300.
Yeah.
We can hold our gates. We can win.
Yeah.
And you don't need that many to win. So keep that in mind. But I think one of the greatest challenges to that is, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Woo!
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Some of y'all in that it's not that bad relationship, but we won't go there. It's not that bad. That's gonna be the biggest challenge. It's not that bad. Because even right now, to be honest, it's not that bad. Do I have to wear a mask to go in or my Uber? Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. Take it off, come in.
Still fighting your appeal too. It's not that bad.
Yeah, so I think that's gonna be the biggest challenge. It's not that bad.
Jeff?
Do we win or lose? I would say we will win. But the issue isn't whether or not we're going to win. It's what are we winning against and who's winning. When I say we, I'm not talking about conservatives. I'm not talking about leftists. I'm talking about all of us. I'm talking about the exhausted majority, the people who are not on the fringes, the people who can't stand this division, the people who can sit down and have a conversation about politics with somebody who disagrees with them and then still have drinks afterward. I'm talking about those people. Those are the people that need to win. So those people are us. And at a certain point, like I said earlier, we're going to get tired of the people who want us divided and at each other's throats. At some point, we're going to realize who we should be winning against. We're going to realize who our enemies are. And it's not, here's some news. It's not just the left and the right. It's not between the left and the right. It's between them and us, the regular folks like us and the elites who want to distract us from what they're doing. So, and the other good news I have is we do outnumber them. 300, we have more than 300. So yes, we will win.
All right, everybody, give it up for your panel on media and information. Jeff Charles, Rhonda Mary, the amazing Lucas. Yeah, give them love. All right, get out of here. Y'all got to get off to the stage. Get out of here. Yeah, that's it. Clearly, this is our second year. No, everybody give a hand again for the panel. All right. Play some music. Mingle for a quick second. I'm going to be right back with your next panel. Play some music. Hey, everybody. It's lunchtime. Go mingle, eat food. Food is right out in the hall. Grub, come back in about 30 minutes. See y'all in a bit. Play music.
David shit. David shit.
What's up, everybody? Everybody in the hallway, doing hallway things, hood rat hallway things with your friends. Come on in. We're gonna move along. These next few panels. Everybody good? All right, cool. Everybody eat? Good. These next few panels, we're gonna smooth in because we're getting to the bulk of a lot of information. These next few panels, especially this next one, it's a very important panel for me personally because as someone that understands trauma, that understands the importance of mental health and mental health awareness. One of our sponsors is Walk the Talk America. You know, we deal with this issue and we find it very important because gun owners generally don't talk about suicide. Okay, we've left this narrative open, and obviously suicide deals with a mental deficiency, right? A lot of times we've left ourselves open in this conversation for more anti-gun, anti-freedom people to take that narrative and do what they want with it. You know, over 60% of firearms related deaths are suicides. Okay, and that's an area that, you know, the brother that I'm gonna bring up next has created an organization called Walk the Talk America to deal with suicide and suicide prevention, and not only just gun owners, but America in general. So I want to bring to the stage our brother, sponsor, founder of Walk the Talk America, Michael Sodini. What's up, bro?
Hey everybody, how you doing? All right, my name is Michael Sodini. Obviously, thank you, Maj, for the great introduction, and it's been an honor to be part of this whole thing. I was there at the first one last year in Atlanta. Anybody come back from that? My dad owned the hotel. That's how I got on that panel. It's what it looked like. But, but seriously, I'm here to talk about two things that are very stigmatized: mental health and firearms. Right? We're moving in the right direction in this country. We're starting to talk about mental health. But one thing that I noticed is that we never had it in the firearms industry. But before I get into that, I want to kind of like take you back of my beginning and how this started. I'm known as the ungunned gun guy in the gun community. And I did not give myself that douchey name. Okay, that was brought upon by other people because they kept saying, "Man, you're in the firearms industry, but you don't act like a gun guy." Right? And simple matter of fact is I wasn't. I got my job through nepotism, tying it right back to that, right? But I wasn't into firearms. My family owned a firearms importer that supplied firearms for self-defense from all over the world. We'd import them and act as, you know, do the sales, the marketing, customer service. We'd build brands, right? And being a kid that grew up inner city, like never, ever was around firearms, didn't have any friends that went hunting. When I moved back to New Jersey to get into family business, to be honest with you, I was gun neutral, right? I didn't care. But one of the things that was really cool was being accepted into that community, the 2A community, and just seeing what people struggle with, right? So I noticed from an outsider's perspective that firearms owners are all good people, but there's a lot of stuff that they're afraid to do, like seek mental health help, because they don't want it to be weaponized against them. So I started to see like people that we honored, that we held high, mighty dear, like soldiers and stuff that would come to SHOT Show. And then you find out that they took their own life with a firearm, and it's like, something's not right. So 2009, the president of my company took his own life with one of our firearms. And it was a weird thing because we couldn't talk about it. I always felt wrong. Like something felt wrong about it. So it felt like I needed to do something, but I never really knew what that was. So fast forward to 2018, I'm in New Orleans with my national sales manager. I'm not going to lie. We were about like 11 vodka sodas deep into the conversation, but we invited a complete stranger to have dinner with us. We had met her at the bar. She didn't know anything about firearms. She didn't care one way or another, but she asked one question. She said, "What happens during these mass shootings? Like, how does that affect you?" I said, "Well, everybody blames us. We blame mental health, and then nobody does anything about it." And she goes, "Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like it seems like you would be working hand in hand with mental health, or do you guys work with the mental health community to figure out solutions? And of course, my national sales manager and I were like, no, I don't think any of us do that. And he said, yeah, Mike, you should give like $1 a gun to mental health. Like that would make sense. He's like, with all the people we know, we probably can get other people to contribute as well. And I thought, okay, became obsessed with that idea, right? Go back to Vegas, that's where I'm from. And I started thinking about it, and I said, oh God, I need to find a mental health organization that will be gun friendly. And I reached out to Mental Health America because I found a position paper that they wrote where they said, this is going to be a very unpopular opinion, but we're staying gun neutral. I said, I need to talk to these people. So I wrote what I call like this Jerry Maguire memo email that I probably shouldn't have sent because I didn't even have an organization, but I told them what I wanted to do. And I ran it by all these people, all my friends, my peers. And I said, do you think I should send this? They said, wait. And just like everything in my life, I was like, F it, sent, right? 2 weeks later, the day that Walk the Talk America got the letter from the government saying that we've been accepted as 501c3, I get a call from Mental Health America. They're like, we've been reading your email, passing it around. They're like, we'd love to meet you, right? So I said, okay, where do you want to meet me? They said, come to LA. If you can come to LA this weekend, we have a convention. We'd love to meet you. So I said, all right. I get on a plane, get out there, walk up, and I meet the vice president of Mental Health America. And she's like, who are you? I said, I'm the gun guy, right? And she goes, she goes, oh my God, we're so excited to meet you. She goes, we were all betting you wouldn't show up. Right. And, that was one of those things where I at that moment, I realized, oh my God, like these people don't even believe in us. Right. Like even if we try, and I knew it was going to be work, but for time constraints, I got to kind of cut too. Right. But in the beginning, like everything in my life, I just wanted to throw money at it. I thought, look, the firearms community can raise money and we can hand it over to the mental health community. We could fund all the stuff that they had said that they couldn't do because of lack of funding. Right. And that was my original plan. But what I found out was they don't have the answers either. Right. They don't have the answers to these things. And I wanted to focus on mass shootings. And I didn't realize the importance of focusing on suicide by firearm, even though it's something that affected me. Now, I'm from Vegas, right? Everybody knows October 1, right? You remember what happened there, Mandalay Bay, right? Just to put it in perspective, 59 people died that night, okay? 65 people take their life with a firearm every day. We have an October 1 shooting every day that the media doesn't talk about. No one cares, right? So basically it became my mission after I discovered that I couldn't just throw money at this problem. I actually needed to find solutions and look within the firearms community. And what we did was we started looking at innovative ways to get people the help they need through the firearm without fear of consequence, because that's the biggest issue in the firearms community. Now, I want to play a little video for you because this is one of those situations where it speaks to everybody. It actually speaks to the anti-gun side, believe it or not. We don't compromise. I can't give them legislation. I can't back bills that restrict or anything like that. But like I said, what I can do is give you space to get people the help they need. So the question becomes, do you want to save lives? So if we can cue that video, this is a perfect example of some of the work we do.
Chicago faces an epidemic of gun violence. This year alone, more than 2,100 people have been shot.
The nation is convulsed again by a new spasm of shooting.
Since the Columbine massacre in 1999, there have been at least 114 mass shootings, 1,300 victims.
Guns and mental health. Just saying these words together spark immediate controversy. I'm a mother who lost a child to suicide by firearm. It was easy for me to blame the gun. Knowing little about the gun culture, when I heard about Walk the Talk America, a nonprofit bridging the gap between mental health and gun ownership, my head wanted it to be the solution, but my heart was skeptical.
Walk Talk America is an organization that I founded in 2018 that basically is apolitical. And coming from the firearms industry, I wanted to reach out to the mental health community and say, look, how can we work together to save lives? What we really do is we look for innovative solutions to get people the help they need when they're in crisis without fear of consequence.
Mike hosts the podcast Guns and Mental Health. His co-host is Jake Wiskerson, a mental health clinician and owner of Zephyr Wellness.
Jake, in your background as a family therapist and a counselor, and then your personal life as being a gun owner, how did these two worlds collide?
In this culture of mental wellness, mental health care, counseling broadly, psychotherapy, psychology, we don't address firearms ever. And if we do, it's in a sort of a condescending, pejorative way. I've heard far too many whispers from far too many people in the circles in which I run that don't make it inviting for firearms owners to go seek counseling. And through the course of what I've done in the last couple of years with WTTA, I've realized that my personal experience is not unique. The anecdotes that come to us through social media, through email, and whatnot, are openly stated. I don't want to go there because I'm afraid that that counselor is going to turn me in, snitch on me, call Child Protective Services, et cetera, et cetera. And I realized that the commitment I had to make was I had to come out of the closet to my own clinical community as a firearms owning clinician. I received some blowback and some cocked eyebrows, and I said, I don't care, because there's a Pew Research poll that came out in fall of 2017 that suggested that about 42% of Americans either owned a firearm or lived with somebody who does. And since 2017, we know that that number has climbed, especially during 2020 when the massive gun buying happened. So we can reasonably approximate that probably half of America owns a gun or lives with somebody who does. That means that half of our clientele base is comprised of that demographic. And I refuse to be silent about that, knowing that the stigma that was communicated from my own professional community was keeping people from care, and then that care barrier results in suicides.
Armed with a better understanding of the mission of Walk the Talk America, now heading out to face my deep-rooted fear of guns. Can this experience help me heal while providing me with a better understanding of our Second Amendment? In our next episode, we explore Walk the Talk America's partnership with gun manufacturers and their unique approach to helping reduce suicides.
Everybody has mental health. It's okay to talk about. Refers to the website, free mental health screenings.
Walk the Talk America, bridging the gap between mental health and gun ownership.
Okay, so I'm running a little short on time here, but I want, thank you. There's a second part of that video, so just hold on to that for a second. But I wanted to say something. Just because you own a firearm does not mean that you can't be socially conscious. Like, do not let other people tell you you're a bad person. Like, and that's the whole belief of, this organization. And I want to make it clear, like, what we do, right? When on both sides, everybody does this, right? They go, something needs to be done, right? But nobody knows what that is after there's tragedy. We need to do something. Well, we are that something, right? Well, this is something completely different. What we do is work with manufacturers. We work with gun shops. We work and we teach and educate mental health clinicians on gun culture. So I want to cue up that second part. We want to see how this ends.
Left off on our guns and mental health conversation with Walk the Talk America, I was heading out to face my fear of guns with Walk the Talk America founder Michael Salini and family therapist Jake Wiskerson. We started out with Jake educating me about the various types of guns. We did some shooting, followed by what some might call a breakthrough.
Just thinking about my daughter, it's like I'm not so afraid, like it was not the guns. And I feel bad that I ever thought that.
No, it's good.
I was just so even more paranoid after she died, because I didn't know anything about guns, and I didn't know I was going to get this emotional about it, but I feel like it's not so scary. I was so scared. I knew it was her mental health, but I didn't put it all together, Because I used to say to him all the time, like, wish they didn't have guns in the house. And he's like, she's a Marine. They're Marines. That's what they do. But it wasn't about that. It wasn't ever about the guns.
This is a great part about doing something like this is that the best way to fight lack of knowledge is education and experience. So we get both there. You get a little bit of teaching and a little bit of experience, and all of a sudden information is presented that contradicts the information you previously had. And now, people get a choice. Like, do I want to keep believing what I used to believe, or do I want to integrate this new stuff?
Right.
And unfortunately, too often people either don't want to accept the new information because it's scary to let go of what you think you know, because you have to, at least for a moment, you have to be empty-handed, not grab anything. And then to grab onto something new is very scary because it opens up a whole realm of possibilities, and uncertainty is very frightening.
I still needed to better understand how Walk the Talk America was working with gun manufacturers to address the issue of mental health.
The perception was the firearms industry just sat back and sold guns. You could defend your Second Amendment rights, but you could also help save lives. You could also make Earth better. You can tap into mental health resources, once again, where people are not going to wear a scarlet A on their chest the rest of their lives and get help. We live in a society right now where everybody just wants to blame. We pick A team, B team, right? And we just double down on that. Let's leave that at the door. Let's come together and find solutions.
Arms Corps is one such company. They're working with Walk the Talk America to eliminate the Scarlet A while starting the conversation about mental health with gun owners.
And we have the flyer right here. This is our number one most popular shotgun, our most popular firearm. It's the VR80. It's the number one semi-automatic shotgun selling for the last over 2 years. So probably over the last 2 years, we've sold, close to 200,000 of them to 300,000 of them. So every time somebody opens up one of their boxes, they can get the mental health flyer, WTTA flyer. This year, we'll ship over 300,000 guns with this in it. And third quarter of this year, we'll start selling shotgun shell ammunition and the boxes, every single box, but regular warnings they have to have on ammunition boxes will actually have there too. Basically free and mental health screenings at WTTA.org/love. But it's free and anonymous, and anybody that sees it, they can go to it, see it, and see what they think, and this opens up discussion on everything.
The first step in fixing a problem is admitting you have a problem. Then you can have a conversation about the problem. Walk the Talk America is starting that conversation. For more information or for free anonymous mental health screenings, visit walkthetalkamerica.org.
Now you guys could just go crazy. Yeah. It's like, boom, boom. There it is. No, it's seriously, due to the time constraints, I know you guys want me to stay up here longer, but I will be at next store. I'm giving out bands for free and anonymous mental health screenings. Please stop by and grab some. If you have a store or you're a trainer or firearms trainer, please stop by and grab some flyers that you can give and incorporate all of our information in here. Thank you, beautiful people. I appreciate it. My dad owns a hotel.
Mike Sodini, everybody, give it up. Walk the Talk America. See, having those conversations hey, what's up, Chris? Having those conversations that everybody acts like don't exist is a part of how we start advancing our cause in that regard, all right? And in that same spirit, we're going to keep it moving. This next panel is we're getting into the what do you call it? The controversial section of this panel. We got a few panelists coming up right now that are doing actual work. And the irony is it's called controversial because they're doing the work in areas that people don't want them to do work in. It's controversial because this next group of panelists are bucking this narrative that you're supposed to only work where it's accepted. Only stay in your lane is the phrase that a lot of them are told. So I want to bring up our youth and community outreach panel. And the whole thing right here. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. First and foremost, Devin Perkins. No, wait. Devin ain't coming. King Randall. Olivia Rondu. No. Major Williams. He's about to be your next governor of California. Kimberly Klasik. He's not next. All right. So let's get straight to it. This is a controversial panel, like I said, because of the fact that you guys are doing stuff in places that people may not want you to. You know, you're too young, you're too radical, you're too red, right? These are the things that we as a community have to make sure that we're breaking those stigmas. So again, y'all know the rules. The questions can be hard, respectful, but hard, right? And at the same time, if you challenge someone on this panel, right, that conversation may get challenging to you as well, okay? So we're gonna start off with, let's see, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who are we gonna ask first? Why do you guys think that this stigma is here? Why are you guys not allowed to operate in spaces that aren't pre-approved for you? We'll start at the end with Kimberly and we'll move down.
First of all, how are you guys doing? Hi. It's good to see so many of you. You know, for me, just in case you don't know, I ran for Congress in Baltimore this last time around. And of course, the Maryland GOP party said, you know what? Jesus as a Republican could not win that seat. So don't you dare try and go and waste resources and exhaust donors on a race that you cannot win. It's a D+30 district. The problem with that is basically, first of all, there's no such thing as an unwinnable district, okay?
Right.
There's no such thing as that.
Right.
Think about it right now. Look at Georgia. Did you would ever think that Georgia would start to turn blue, right? Would you have thought that 10 years ago? Texas, look at Texas. So they're working on the left to turn states blue. Why can't we work on the right to turn states red? We can do that, but people have to want to put in the work. And so when I read that race, and of course, like he was saying, people tell us don't do it, they doubt it. But at the end of the day, you have to do it. And for me, it was about winning for the community. It was about winning for Baltimore, for those that have been neglected time and time again. So I will never give up. And I know a lot of people feel the same way.
100%. Major, what do you think?
And I actually would like to echo that as well, too. You know, being where I'm from, growing up in the projects, you know, you have this stigma that, you know, you're not going to live past 18 or you can't do something specifically because you are from a certain area or you have come from a certain path. And one of the things that I represent to a lot of young people or people that's on the outside looking in is that hopefully, you know, what I'm doing is kind of like planting a seed and saying that you do not have to have permission to be great in this world. You do not need permission to do good in your community, with your household. And you just have to put one foot in front of the next and actually go after it. I think that we have been traditionally trained to believe that we can't do certain things. And in my particular field in politics, people believe that politics is specifically for a certain amount of certain individual or certain type, so to speak, meaning that you have to have 13 master degrees or you have to have X amount of monies. And you know, the narrative with me is that how are you going to run the fifth largest economy in the world? Well, systems work in place to give you success. And I think we have been trained over and over again to think that you can't compete because you haven't walked this particular walk. Well, I want to say on the stage right now, politics is in every one of our DNAs, with our relationships with our parents, with our relationships peer to peer, within business as well. Everything is politics. And so you can't do it just because you can do anything you want to do if you say, this is what I want to do, put forth the work and the effort, and you don't need anybody's permission to be great.
100%, 100%. Olivia, in your lane, how does it?
Well, first, hi, I'm Olivia Rondo. I'm like the least cool person on this panel.
She's the coolest.
That's the coolest.
Not as famous as the rest of these people. But like the rest of these people, I fit in like that no demographic of I'm young, I'm Black, I'm a woman, I'm not supposed to think like this. And when I do think like this, which is I'm an independent, but I consider myself more of like a right-leaning libertarian, conservatarian, somewhere in the middle of that. So I do fit into that political thought. But even then, I do a lot of criticism on the right. I do a lot of criticism of other libertarians and conservatives because I believe in that message more than the Democrats. I'm not going to spend a lot of time coming after like Nancy Pelosi or low-hanging fruit like Joe Biden because we all know what's up. We all know what's wrong with them, right? I don't think anyone in this room is like a huge like Nancy Pelosi stan, right? I mean, get out if you are, but no, but we need more people to take a stand and demand more from the people who claim to represent us. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people don't like that I'm an independent. I've worked for Republicans, I've worked for independents, I've worked for libertarians, and I'll criticize them all, but I do it because I believe in them. But again, that ruffles a lot of feathers, so.
100%.
Yeah.
King Randall. Running an organization with a ton. Well, I'll let you tell the people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, hey everybody, how you doing? All right. Well, I'm King Randall. I run the X for Boys organization, and I work with young men in my city of Albany, Georgia, teaching skilled trades, how to work on cars and houses and things like that. And I definitely get a lot of pushback for what I do simply because I'm young, and I have people will say, why would parents bring their children? You're 22 years old, and I started it when I was 19. But why would they bring their children to learn how to, do manly stuff, and you're still a kid type stuff like that? But nobody's doing anything else in the community. So the main reason I started the organization was because of the fact of where I live. Albany, Georgia was at one point the fourth poorest city in the nation. And we're still on like the top 10 list of worst cities to live in. Every week, like this past month, we've had children being killed and other children being charged with these murders. And I have classmates that have died, and also classmates that have gone to jail simply because of violence. And so every time somebody dies, we want to have these meetings. Everybody wants to go meet. Let's stop the violence meeting. Everybody wants to go intellectually masturbate, and nobody wants to actually do anything. So I started the organization, and as soon as I started it, I started actually taking children into my own home. I literally started it out of my house with 20 kids. I had a small dry erase board. I put it on my wall, and I taught them every day. We read. And speaking of reading, while I was there, the kids, looking at their reading comprehension skills, out of 20 of those kids, 12 of them couldn't read. And I'm trying to figure out how they passing through school. So usually people don't want you digging into these areas because crime and all that stuff at the bottom usually reflects what's going on at the top. And so that they don't want these things exposed. So if I go and say, well, I'm getting all these children and they can't read, then they're going to start looking at the school system and all these other laws that are being passed, et cetera. So I think just mainly me being young, I don't have any skeletons in the closet. You can find out I stole a lollipop in 7th grade, so they can't cancel me or anything like that. But I think most people just don't want their jobs affected. Most people work and thrive based off of negativity going on in their community. So when things actually change, then they lose their money. So
100%. You heard that? When things change, they lose their money. You know what I'm saying? I got a question for you, Kim. You've been very active in your community in Baltimore, seen a lot of success in changing minds to be more open to conservatism, yet haven't had the support from the GOP that you deserve. Why is it so important to continue to fight in areas that, are unwinnable, air quotes?
I appreciate that. Just so everyone knows, in Maryland's District 7, we have Howard County, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City. In Baltimore City, a Republican traditionally only gets about 3,500 votes. This last election cycle, we got 14,000 votes in Baltimore City alone. When you begin to chip away at this, when you go and you knock on doors and you talk to people and let them know what our party stands for, because think about it, right now, a lot of people, especially in Baltimore and these heavy Democrat areas, they're listening to like Don Lemon, Joyanne Reed, right? So they think the Republican Party is made up of a bunch of racist white men because that's what they say. So they have no idea. On the flip side of that, for me, and I talked about this at the RNC convention, we would go knock on doors and we would ask people, what can we do to get you to vote for a Republican? And they'll say, you're the first Republican I've ever met. And so we don't even show up in these neighborhoods. And so when you have people on even the right saying, oh, Black people are brainwashed, Black people are on this plantation, all this other kind of stuff, it's like, well, if we're not on the ticket, how could they vote for something else? They can't.
Right.
So people aren't brainwashed. We're just not giving them the options. And so we have to show up every single time. No matter somebody saying something is unwinnable, that person's a loser. Okay? That's a defeatist attitude. Only a loser thinks something is unwinnable. You don't hear any Olympian going to the Olympics talking about, I don't know.
Right. Right.
Looks hard to me.
Right.
Right? Denzel Washington once said, to get something you never had, you're going to have to do something you never did. And that's what you have to do. So don't ever give up. And I won't either.
100%. Yeah, clap. Come on, guys. Major, you guys, you're facing a so-called, I'm from Philly. Rocky is like everybody's favorite movie. And that story is it's a timeless story of the so-called underdog that people may have ignored, but the drive to continue. You're running under, like you said, the 5th largest economy in the world, to be the governor of California. You're doing it in a space where there's been, and I get to say this, he's a politician that has to stay clean. I get to say this. You're running against, and there are some people even on our so-called side, the right, that are complete clowns. Complete clowns. Gavin Newsom is a complete clown. Okay?
I agree.
Right, right. I agree. How have you maintained your this is winnable attitude, being surrounded by not only enemies foreign and, party-wise, sometimes domestic?
I believe it starts with my perspective, my upbringing as well. I always, give credit to my high school coach. His name was Robert Allen. And he used to always say, you have to, if you start something, you most definitely have to finish it. But more importantly, he was a new coach to my high school, and we was kind of resentful of him, right? Because we didn't know him. It was a new coach, right? But he instilled a certain DNA in us that even as a grown up, as a 44-year-old man, yes, I'm 44, I'm not 25, guys. That I've never relinquished. And he used to make us do this chant. And at the time, as young boys, man, this is so corny. Why is he making us say this, right? But he used to tell us, be tough, be mean, be dedicated, hustle for your teammate, be somebody, right? Over and over and over again. And so now, as an adult, I take that with my kids. You ask them 5 things they know about themselves. They say, I'm smart, I'm loved, I'm special, I'm smart, I'm powerful, right? And those are just key things. And I just think it starts with mindset. If you don't have the right mindset, or people say if you're not cut out for this, or you have to have thick skin, then you won't exist in this space. I am a representative of, my grandfather used to say, if you don't see the change that you want, go and become that change, right? I often talk about the stands of frustration. A stands of frustration is basically similar to this. Everyone's in the stands of frustration saying what everyone else should be doing. Or if I was in a game, I would do it like this, right? We've always seen those people. I used to be one of those people until I took myself out of the stands of frustration, jumped on the battlefield in our political arena, and decided to become a player versus a spectator, then everything changed for me. But more importantly, because I've done that, I was at church on Sunday and I was pulling out the parking lot, and this young kid and his mom was trying to flag me down. And the mom yelled over to me, because of what you're doing, my son says he wants to be the next president of the United States.
Right.
And that's what it's about, right? And people don't understand, Kim was talking about winnable elections and winnable races in certain districts or whatnot. People don't understand that with us, it's either we win or we won. Either we win or we won, because the learning lessons in the people that we don't even know that we've affected or impacted is way greater than what people minimize what this really is all about.
100%. 100%. If you have questions, the brother's walking around with the mic, grab him. Livia. So now these things are written, but I want to say them with the impact that they need. That's why I'm going to read them. You are a shining light on college campuses. You legit are. All of the things that you named at your age, beating people up, wrestling, all of these different things, right? Like all of these non-traditional boxes that you don't fit into, and you're a shining example of doing that. What needs to happen from the conservative or conservatarian or libertarian powers to help create more young people like you?
So what Kim said about saying, oh, this is an unwinnable district, nobody goes into the Olympics with that mindset, right? So I have that mindset. I'm a 6-time national wrestling champion. I was the first female to win the Junior Olympics. I wrestled collegiately. And so I naturally am not afraid of anything. So I feel like that's the reason I even became political at all. That's the reason I became a freedom and liberty activist. That's the reason I became, conservative or right-leaning or whatever you want to call it. So I would emphasize the need. I mean, you don't have to go beat people up like I do. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I would emphasize the impact that doing something individual, whether it's a sport, whether it's a project, whether you're just putting your name out there any type of way, that greatly benefited me. So I would say to people who are also on campus, or just any type of young person who wants to become an activist, a writer, a journalist, run for office, put your name out there in something before politics, because in politics, your name's gonna get slandered. In wrestling, I already went through that. My name would get slandered. People would say, oh, she's not gonna beat her up. And I wrestled boys in high school. So, oh, I don't wanna lose to a girl. I don't wanna lose to a girl. Then, you're gonna lose. So I got used to that way, like when I was like 15, 16. So that's the advice I would give. I know it's very unconventional. Not everybody wants to be like rolling around on a sweaty mat with dudes and stuff, but I would say it helped me a lot. And so when I'm on campuses and when I'm speaking to people and when I'm writing things and sharing things on my social media that my friends from school see, I'm like what, Olivia, what are you doing, girl? I don't care because I have that confidence already.
100%. Clap. King Randall, what's been the biggest obstacle you faced running your program, organization, household, family, and now school?
I think the biggest thing, a lot of people don't know, and I don't talk about it often, but I actually board a lot of the children at my home. So a lot of them live with me. This past summer, I had 36 kids living at my grandmother's house with me. 36 boys, fed them every day, field trips. I bought a school bus. So we was rolling around the country, just doing a whole lot of stuff, and did welding workshops, etc. But a lot of people are always talking about why the kids are so angry, and that's one of the main issues I have with them. I think the second biggest issue dealing with our boys, ages 11 to 17, is anger management. But why? A lot of these children are going through so many things at home that people don't like to talk about. And the biggest thing is child molestation. And not just child molestation, but child molestation going on incestuous, like actually like in the home. And so those are conversations we hate to have. I have children that have been ostracized from their families because they decided to say something. I have temporary custody of 2 kids. They're living with me right now, but the things that are going on at home with them, this is why these kids are so angry. A lot of them being forced to be a parent because their mom is, wanting to go out and go do other things. So, just dealing with the parenting of some of these children. And I'm young, but I have experience working with them now to be able to say like this, the parenting is subpar. And it needs to be different. But definitely the molestation piece, just people not wanting to talk about that, having all these awkward Thanksgiving dinners and you sitting across the table from your uncle that touched you and your grandmama, and people don't even talk about what's going on with boys and women, touching them. I went through that, but a lot of these children are going through that as well. And so we were wondering why they're growing up so hypersexual and always wanting to have sex, etc. It's simply because a lot of them being touched, when they were younger, so and by women. So I think that's one of the biggest issues. And then also, I think dealing with people in my hometown, where the scripture teaches us that a prophet is without honor in everywhere except his hometown. So that's kind of what I deal with, simply because a lot of the things that I do kind of expose a lot of the things that other people aren't doing. So they've seen the national press. They're like, oh my God, he must have some type of political machine behind him, or somebody must be pushing his organization. I'm just like, no, I just been doing the work, and I've been doing it before any of the press or anything. When I had 500 followers.
You were doing the work before the Rihanna follow?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to check on that. Okay.
I was so jealous of the Rihanna
Right.
follow.
So
Every day, Rihanna, please.
Right. I'm gonna tell y'all a joke really quick about that. I told her last night. So I was actually trying to send Kimberly Klasick a DM about one of her videos, and I sent it to Rihanna by mistake. And so Rihanna was like, "That ain't me, bro." And I was like, "Huh?" I went and looked, and I made a mistake and sent her Kim's video. It was hilarious, but the video that I sent was the one when she was talking about Cardi B. It was hilarious. But yeah, that's a joke about that. But yeah, I'll say definitely dealing with people in my hometown, kind of beating me down. And even though I shouldn't care, it's still people in my hometown, that'll make up things and make little podcasts and all that stuff, for no reason. And I don't bother anybody. So
what? So let me ask you, and anybody can jump in on this. Why does it seem that whatever lane you're in, if you're in this community attacks. If you're in this political party attacks. And knowing that this happens, libertarians, that's why we don't win anything. I'm purer than you. You're not a real libertarian. You're not a real conservative. You guys, one, why does this persist? And two, do you have to be respectful in your response to it? Because clearly it's wrong. Do you guys think that you have to be respectful in response to it? Because you guys are super professional at being respectful. My brand, I get to be extremely unprofessional. But you guys have a different position. Why does it persist? And do you have to fight back respectfully?
So I can start. So, I used to look at things where people will attack you because they want what you have, but that's not always the case, right? Some people will attack you because they don't want what you're receiving from what you're doing, right? All the hard work that you're putting in, they don't want you to win, right? They might not want to be in your space, in your lane. They don't want you to win. And so, right, a lot of it is just hating. So I'm going through a situation now where my name is being dragged through the mud and I can't say anything, right? Not just because of the lawsuit, but because I have dreams and aspirations other than getting in a social media beef, right? Some people are making money just from beefing with people on social media. That's what they're there to do. That's how they stay relevant. For me, I'm about working in the community. I'm about, right now, I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a PAC called Red Renaissance, and we're supporting candidates across the country because we want to flip the house in 2022. That's what I'm about. You know, I'm not going to get into some hood rat fight on social media and go back and forth because I'm a grown woman, right? I'm a grown woman. And so, you know, if you go too far, I'm going to sue you. Understand that.
I've heard.
But, yes, but, you know, but we have dreams to do other and bigger things. And at the end of the day, people are going to attack you. They're going to say something to you no matter what. No matter what you do, no matter what you wear, no matter what you say, there's always going to be somebody there to put you down for it. And that's why you just got to continue to be you and do your thing. And I'll support you being you. And I hate that Olivia does not have the confidence that she should have because she is a dynamite person, a rising star. And I hope you know that, Olivia.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna say though, the reason we're criticized is you're a disruptor, I'm a disruptor, you're a disruptor. That's all. And to Maja's point, I mean, you're not even a libertarian if no one's called you a fake libertarian. Like that's just
right.
That's just that's all that it is.
It's the circle of life.
That's all that it is. So if you've never been accused of being a fake libertarian, I'm sorry, you are a fake libertarian.
Right.
But I will say this. I just joined the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus. I would recommend checking out their table. And you don't have to be a party member. I'm a registered independent. I've never registered as any party, and I refuse to because I honestly, in my point of view, I don't want to be aligned with half of America. Y'all are stupid. So I'm not going to like bring myself to the lowest common denominator of whatever the government is trying to feed me. But anyways, so I mean that's probably why people hate me the most.
How are you guys able to do this? You're on your way to being an ANCAP, whether you know it or not.
Facts.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys, Randall, what political party do you even align with? Like you got the Red Renaissance, Libertarian, just the nebulous here as King Randall. How are you guys able to have this respectable conversation, agreeing and disagreeing without devolving into social media or television beef? How are y'all able to do that?
I follow and track the work. That's what it comes down to. Like who's actually doing the work. And if you look at who's actually doing the talking, and then you look at the premise of why they're doing the talking and look at their track record and their history, then you'll see how empty it is at the end of the day, right? So how can you receive wholeheartedly and respect someone saying that you are doing something or aren't doing something, but you also can look at them and say you have never done anything, right? So I can appreciate criticism and mistakes in me trying to make efforts to do great things because that's the intent, right? But if it's coming from a place of malice, if it's coming from a place of jealousy and for envy, then I don't take you serious. No different than what Kim said. I don't spend my time online trying to be a social media influencer. That's not my path. That's not my thing. I don't knock anyone who does it. But at the same time, I'm more so racking my brain and working with individuals who are actually trying to do some real work and have solutions and have completion. I always tell people when I'm speaking, you know, as far as this election, as far as the candidates, if there was an electrician that was running for this race, I would vote for the electrician simply because at least I know the culture of the electrician. The electrician goes to your house or your business and they complete the job to get the check, right? Politicians, they are like dogs that chase their tails and they're pass the buck over and over again, right? So I don't respect it. And I do take my shots. No different than Kimberly. We're very similar. I sue them,
right?
You know,
right?
And I kind of leave it at that. You know, I know my voice is a little different now with the tracking of me being a political candidate, making history the way that I'm making history and inspiring so many people across the entire state or probably even in the nation. Right. But I don't let those people, individuals, stop me because if I say something, it's dang if I do, dang if I don't. And it's crazy. I'm saying, dang if I do. I used to say the other stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Dang if I do, dang if I don't.
Right.
If I say something, because whatever I say is content for them. It's a screenshot for them. It's a twisting of the words for them. So it takes a lot of grace. It takes a lot of prayer. It takes a lot of mercy. Because if you do know my background, you know I am from the projects. You do know that I come from a culture of violence and aggressiveness, and I am a man. Right. And so you're playing with a man who has a family who's very determined and very serious about what he's attempting and trying to do. And so be mindful of that.
Absolutely. Be mindful. That's the look, that's the political shooter's way of going, watch your back, bro. Watch your back. Let's get some questions in. Brother right here.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming today. So I think a common theme that's running through this panel that I want to kind of get your viewpoints on is I'm reminded of the story of Diogenes, who was a Greek philosopher, and he was famous for just going around and just doing crazy things intentionally to try to get people to mock him, ridicule him, because what his philosophy was that you only achieve true freedom if you can be laughed at by the world and not care. So he would do things like intentionally walk into the amphitheater backwards just to have people say, "What are you doing?" Point him, laugh at him, all that kind of stuff. And Alexander the Great had a quote that said, "If I wasn't Alexander, I would prefer to be Diogenes," because even Alexander the Great recognized the level of freedom it takes to have the confidence to be laughed at by the world and still stand firm on who you are as a person. And I think Olivia kind of got to this already when she talked about growing up and not checking the right boxes, but still being who she was. And so I wanted to ask maybe a follow-up from Olivia, but also the rest of the panel. What did you do in your life or currently are doing in your life now that built that confidence to be like Diogenes and just not care what anybody has to say about you and keep pressing forward? Because I think if more people had that attitude, which you all seem to demonstrate, I think that a freer world is only one more step away.
So thank you for your question. Before wrestling, I've been doing martial arts my whole life. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. I'm a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So I've always been putting myself out there. I guess not on purpose, like I'm not walking backwards in the amphitheater or whatever. But I will say I'm prepared to lose in front of people, and I have lost in front of people. I've got my ass handed to me in front of people. And, for the first year or so that I was in boys wrestling in high school, I won my first match, and then I lost the other 9 or 10 through the whole season, and like pretty badly too. And I got used to people pointing. I got used to people laughing. I used to people being like, "Oh, of course, like the girl lost." I had a referee pull me aside before my match one time and said, "This is a man's sport. If you cried, this is because you were a girl. You can't cry if you get hurt, and you shouldn't even be here." He got fired, but it was a it was a whole thing. I just had to learn to deal with the backlash and people laughing at me. And then it was that following summer I got third at nationals after 8 months of wrestling experience. So I kind of use that to my advantage because I already I know Kim, everybody's like, "Oh, Olivia, you gotta be more confident. You gotta be more confident." I feel like being the underdog actually helped me become to where I am now, because I don't consider myself a super confident person now, but it was bad before I started wrestling. It was really bad. So getting my ass beat a lot and then coming out on top when nobody expected it, that was really, really what helped me. And so I got into politics in 2018, after winning some national titles and stuff. And even then it was still difficult. I mean, I think politics is harder than wrestling actually, because it's your name, it's your character being slandered more so than your athletic ability. So I really, it was definitely an adjustment period, but like I said earlier, I would put a lot of emphasis on doing something before politics, not necessarily a combat sport, but putting your name on something that you are proud of and you have to become comfortable with people slandering it and taking it down.
100%. Randall?
Yeah, I'll say for my whole life, I've kind of just done different things. So growing up, I used to wear suits to school. When I was in high school, I wore a suit to school every day, briefcase and everything. I used to get picked on a lot, of course, or whatever. But then the guys started getting mad when their girlfriends was messaging me. And all that stuff. But you got to be different. So I kind of grew up doing different things. Then I went to culinary school while I was in high school. So I graduated high school with a culinary degree. Then I went to the Marine Corps. And once I got in the Marines, that kind of it teaches you to really relax because they give us so much chaos. So anything that happens in regular life, I just be like, "Oh man, that's unfortunate."
It's like So that's like after you allegedly, that's like after you get shot at. Everything after a shootout is like this is deep.
Right, but that's why they create chaos for us. So as far as like people that say things about me, like the only reason I wore purple today is because somebody was like, "Oh, he tries to play both sides." I was like, "Okay, cool. Well, red and blue makes purple. I'll wear a purple
Boom.
tie." All right,
Boom.
so but people say that because I have a dual following. I proudly flex dual domination, just like Miss Felicia Killings always say. I proudly flex that. I'm like, it's good to have people on both sides that appreciate what you're doing.
Right.
So I'm just like, why do I need to be on either side? I'm like, I don't do politics. I work with children. It's really simple. I don't know why people try to politicize, what I'm doing, but I mean, people like make all types of posts and podcasts, and even when I went on Roland show, I mean, it just is what it is. I say my piece. I do what I do, and
all right, you brought him up. Okay, you brought him up. You brought him up. Rihanna, and Roland, the marshmallow dude. All opinions expressed are not the members of the panel. This is Maj Touré's opinion. Okay. How did you deal with that? I mean, you dealt with it amazingly, but I mean, here's someone that literally is saying, "Hey, I'm going to educate young people. I'm going to give them skills." He goes on Marshmallow Show, right? And in essence, you get attacked. Why?
Well, first of all, I didn't. When he sent me the invite, we got into a disagreement on Twitter, and he told me I was an idiot because I said we should start doing for self in our own communities. Didn't understand why I was an idiot for that, but okay. But then he brought me on to talk about the voter suppression or whatever, and I was just like, that's not my lane. I told him that on Twitter, but he brought me on anyway. I was like, okay, cool. So then we got into something else, and so he was like, what do you mean by do for self? Usually most other folks that come on his show get beat down because they ain't got no work. They all this theory. I'm like, okay, well, let me tell you what I have done. Me and my kids got up, me and some boys, some teenagers in our neighborhood got our money together, and we started trying to purchase us a school. So when we did that, and I need to thank Dr. Boyce Watkins actually, because he's the reason that actually popped. So when I went on Roland, like nobody knew about me like a whole lot. I probably had like 6,000 followers on Instagram, like 7,000 followers on Facebook, but I was just posting and doing work all the time for the past 2 years. And then Dr. Boyce Watkins actually did a video at like 3:00 in the morning, like 2 months later. And it kind of made a lot of rounds on YouTube. It had like 60,000 views in the middle of the night. I wake up, my phone exploded. So many like people reached out, celebrities, etc., like reached out and was trying to, help what we were doing. But dealing with Roland, like, I mean, I appreciate him for bringing me on the show. I definitely appreciate it. It did wonders for what I'm doing. So I appreciate him for that. He asked me to come back, but I'm not. But because I don't do drama. Like that was my first and last time doing anything like that. I'm not doing any drama. I try to keep everything complete positivity, on my feed. So people, like I said, make posts and all that good stuff. But I just keep positivity. I'm just gonna combat you at work because people are gonna come to my page and try to see who I am, who is this guy they're talking about, and well, all they're doing is running their mouth. And he's got tons of work, that he's doing with the kids all the time. I do this 24/7.
100%.
So that just is what it is.
Major, you're running this time right now as a recall candidate for Newsom. How is that going? How are the people receiving you? It's a very unorthodox approach. Everybody on here is very unorthodox. And right now you're approaching this from a very unorthodox perspective. How is that going for you?
Well, so my experience started 15 months ago with the intention to run in 2022, first of all. So I was willing to just sacrifice and put in the work to build name recognition within the political community, also within our communities across the entire state of California, which, as you know, is a huge state. It's a lot of ground to cover, right? So I wanted to start really early. During that time, the recall got legs, got the verification done. A lot of my supporters pushed and urged me to run for the actual recall. We'd rather have you now versus later. And so I took that pledge to say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and do this and make this happen. And so for me, it really is one of those things where it's kind of mixed in regards to I have that audience that has the look of me, like the audacity of you to believe that you can run the 5th largest economy, the audacity of you to feel like that you can do this because you don't have X, Y, and Z in your credentials, the audacity of you to be able to think that you can do this if you haven't managed multiple millions of dollars. But that's only one side. There's also another side that sees something that's refreshing, that sees someone who's able to message about our solutions in our communities that mirrors their reflection as well. And my policies that I'm presenting to the state of California isn't because I'm some genius. The reason why my policies connect with a lot of people there is because I am the only candidate that has traveled up and down the coast for the last 15 months, connecting, having real meaningful conversations. But beyond that, actively listening to people in the farming industry, actively listening to people in the trucking industry, actively listening to the people in the lesser known communities, the unheard communities. From those conversations, I've been able to articulate platforms, not policy, that's going to be beneficial versus detrimental. And so when I'm having conversations with them, it makes sense because I'm sharing with them about what I'm trying to do based upon my story and also my journey versus other individuals come in with the statistics and the graphs and the historically this. I'm saying, hey, this is who I am. I believe in a collaborative brand of leadership, and this is why we've grown, and I'm the fastest rising Republican candidate in California's most recent history.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Clap. So the title of this panel is Youth and Community Outreach. Now, I specifically didn't even have to, I saw an interview a few days ago where Jay-Z was on the, what do you call it? The red carpet for the 40-40 club of 20 years or whatever. And he got a question about, hey, a lot of companies have said, you know, with the Black Lives Matter thing trending, they've made these promises, but a lot of those CEOs haven't kept those promises. And Jay-Z said, no, he said, you know, if you're at those tables, you know, Jay, what do you think about, how do we hold to that? You know, you said you were going to do this thing. And he said, well, our company is, you know, 53%, you know, minority, 51% or 51% minority, 53% women. And he said, we don't have a diversity department because we just are. It's us. You have to have people from the culture. I say that to say, I specifically didn't ask any of you a question about youth or community outreach. I just asked you questions about what you're actually already doing. Youth, community outreach in these places and doing the work. In a brief summation, and we'll start with you, Kim, and work our way down before we move on. In a brief summation, if you had to crystallize that approach of just being you and doing the work, how would you say that in a sentence?
That sentence.
Once, right.
I'm that girl, and I'm scared.
Period.
In a sentence, I would say, I'm the woman that's going to show up no matter what.
I love that. I love that. Major?
Man, that's a good one. I would just use a reference that I always use in regards to what I represent. God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called.
Y'all should write that down.
That's a good one.
Yo, I promise you I'm tweeting that. Livia?
I would just say I'm about solutions. I will never sell out to the establishment. That's it.
That's a libertarian answer. King Randall.
Find your work ethic before you find your purpose.
Bars. Bars. Jeez. Yes, it's the question.
If you're moving, you're not talking. And if you're talking, you're not moving.
Oh, yes.
Amen. Got
Preach.
some right in the back. Couple more minutes. We'll take a few questions. Sister right there. I got one. Sorry, I have absolutely nothing with these words. I got you, sister, right after the sister in the back. I couldn't do it in a sentence.
Thank you guys for being here. I'm really enjoying the panel. Something that I spend a lot of time thinking about right now, we're in a time where increasingly our freedoms are being infringed upon because of this pandemic. And we're seeing a lot of movement of people. So in particular, maybe this is directed to you, Major, but it's definitely open to everyone. You're seeing a lot of conservative-minded people or more libertarian people fleeing from a lot of the more oppressive states. So like New York, California. Here in Florida, I live in Florida, we're getting a lot of New York refugees. So we're seeing this movement. We're seeing this movement, and I was talking to some people during lunch about there are a lot more remote workers, and so there are certain programs where they're incentivizing remote workers to go to kind of these like flyover states, and I think that's kind of an attempt to bring kind of the blue leftist voice to that traditionally red area. So in a nutshell, I guess, do you guys, so in particular with California, if we're seeing a movement of kind of more freedom-minded people out of the state, what do you think is the outlook, you know, in terms of like helping California become a little less repressive if these types of people are leaving? And what kind of things can we as little people do to kind of affect change in this area?
That's a great question. I believe that the foundation of it has to start with, of course, leadership and changing the culture on how we do things and how we look at our state. We also have to make sure that California remains business friendly and create an incentive for individuals to want to stay in our state. In California specifically, we have a mass exodus of families leaving. We have a mass exodus of small businesses. Over 32,000 plus have closed and will never come back. So as the next governor of California, you have to make sure that you create an incentive to bring people back. Under the Restore California plan, which is something that's on my website, we're talking about just from an ideal perspective of recruiting 5 manufacturing companies to come to California, specifically because that's called new revenue and opportunity and tax dollars, which inherently it changes the dynamics of community. So if there's a factory, for each factory, we're hoping that each factory is going to employ at least 5,000 individuals. That's over 20,000, 30,000 jobs in that particular industry. And you have to continue to copy and paste. You know, there is no magic wand. And so for me, as the next governor, you got to understand I will only be there 1 year. So I'm a straight shooter and very realistic about it. But as far as how we can, you know, get people to stay, we have to give them incentives. And as far as the people who are still here, we have to be willing to work with them and use your ideas and your voices to help us find some of these solutions.
100%. Anybody else want to jump in on that? No, not because it's not Cali. Kim, what? How do we get Baltimore to go in a different direction? What incentivizes the people of Baltimore to vote differently? So maybe not even have the mass exodus, but maybe have that we're leaving and we're at least going to entertain the red side of this conversation.
Well, first, I will mail everybody here a ballot. And if you can all return it with my name on it and just vote from here in Baltimore and just get me, and I'm kidding. I honestly, I think just showing people what we're going to do differently. And I think that's why we flipped so many votes. As Major Williams was talking about, it's all about, you know, career opportunities, especially in Baltimore. We used to be a manufacturing powerhouse. We are no longer that. We have the second largest port in the country. We just don't utilize it. So you don't know. But, you know, we watched what happened with the pandemic. We had to rely on other countries for PPE. I said, why not just bring that $1 billion medical equipment industry right back here through the Baltimore City port? Let's get some career opportunities. Let's do on-the-job skill training. Let's go back to trade school, right? Let's do some things that make a difference, right? We have 13,000, thank you. We have 13,000 vacant homes in Baltimore right now. We used to do this thing where we offered a $1 home. Yeah. Yep, you could purchase a home for $1. 13,000 vacant homes. We have veterans that have vouchers that don't even use them to also have these vacant homes because the city puts up all these roadblocks. But we can build our community that way. We just have to really get down and do it. Unfortunately, the Democrats, they've been in charge for over 50 years. So they don't have to really do anything for their vote. They're just, you know, people are just going to vote for them regardless. So they don't work, right? We have 10 times the national average as far as the homicide rate. But I think a lot of people are starting to really look at that and say, wow, we are getting killed every single day. Our kids aren't being educated. 41% of Baltimore City High School students has a 1.0 GPA or less. It's really, really detrimental there. And so for me, it's like talking about what the changes are, talking about school choice. Just so you guys know, King Randall's coming up on September 25th. He's going to be doing some stuff in Baltimore with our boys that we have up there. And that's it too, right? We're going to have people coming up to Baltimore and showing them the difference. You know, I think, like I said, a lot of people think the Republican Party is something else. So we just got to show them that we're not that. And just right now, I just wanted to mention, I don't know if Marcus is still in the room. He runs Red Renaissance, the PAC. Marcus, if you could wave. Right now, we are actually getting a lot of the Baltimore City High School students uniforms. Some of the kids are being sent home this past week from school for not having a uniform. Imagine that. They were actually showing up to learn. Wow. And they were sent home because their parents couldn't afford the uniforms. So now we're getting kids uniforms, and we've been doing a really good job at that. But if you go on my Instagram or Facebook pages, you'll see how we're making that connection. But that's what it's about. Like the Solutionary Summit, it's about solutions.
Right, 100%. Hey, Marcus, I want to link up with you. I want to link up with you to donate some money to those efforts. All right, 100%. Question right here.
to segue from what Kim was just saying to a question for Randall about what you've done, like how that blueprint kind of unfolds to where maybe you could create a framework for like pilot programs all over, all over the country. Like, is that something that you're possibly working on to make it to where it's intimidating to, like, for me to try to think of like how I could start something like that, but having sort of a game plan of like what to do first and what to not do, maybe some of the mistakes that you maybe learned from, to be able to build something like that for other people to be able to spread this all over.
So I'll answer that by saying, well, first off, when I first started the program, I had no idea what a nonprofit was, none of the none of that stuff. I didn't know none of it. I was just like, I'm about to teach some boys how to change some brakes on the car, because we're gonna do something. So that was literally the first thing I did. I had a brake change workshop. Then I was like, well, I know how to change oil too. And we used my uncle's garage, and we taught the 20 boys how to change oil. We gave them certificates and things like that. But to see the children, like their parents calling me and saying, man, he feels so good about himself, he wants to put the certificate on the wall. Like these kids who've never like gotten an award for anything or something like that, they don't feel like they're worth anything. So I didn't have like a blueprint, but I can like kind of get one together now that I've just been like had a little experience doing it. And like the idea just simply came from what I was seeing lacking in the community. But I have to make sure I make mention all the time. People are constantly asking, what about, can we branch this other places? Absolutely. Yeah, one of these days. But right now I want to make sure I'm actually affecting change, where I am. I don't want to be an organization and we have like 10 different chapters and we have no actual change happening, because what the children in Albany, Georgia may need, the kids in Baltimore may not need. So the kids are different, the cultures are different, where we are. So I would probably have to like just kind of go visit, see what's up there, what the statistics are like there. I want to make sure we're actually affecting change. But my biggest concern is just making sure you understand that the scripture says that as a man thinketh, so is he. So I mean, the conditions of our community bears witness to the thinking of the people. And that's, something I believe is extremely important. So my biggest thing is, what can I do to change the minds of those children? Why are they killing themselves every week? What's the root cause? That's just the fruit. Where's the tree? How do I attack it? So that's basically giving the kids things to do, meeting them where they are as well. Like the kids love playing video games and stuff like that. So, okay, cool. I'm gonna teach you guys how to make your little video game podcast. A lot of them got a few video game podcasts where they can learn how to make money. I'm taking them around town to go paint people's houses and, push a lawnmower. And I always tell them, when I spoke about work ethic before purpose, you got to put in work, doing a lot of things, that you may not want to do before you can do the things you want, because even when I first started, I told you the program's been free for the children. So before I had any donors or anything, I was literally cutting hair and fixing people's cars and painting people's houses and eating $5 hot and ready with my boys, trying to make it work. But I put the work in. So now I'm able to have a salary and make sure the program remains free and feed all the kids and take more children and have a school bus and have a building, so it took some time. It took 2.5 years of just working and
only 2.5 years.
Yeah. Well, for me, that's long. I'm 22.
Oh,
so
man.
It was a while.
My way my arthritis set up, man. Oh, man.
My lights got cut off a few times and everything. Like it was tough, man. It was tough. Yeah, it was a struggle for me, So, but it didn't take long for me at all, And just looking at what I needed to see, be done in our communities. We got 400 churches in Albany, but God is not present. That speaks to me, a whole lot. And especially in a city with only 77,000 people. So that speaks a lot to me. We're 74% African American community. So I'm always like, why can't we do for self? We have closed down. We have food deserts. We have grocery stores that are closed in our hometown and etc. But here are the pastors protesting for them not to close. I'm like, well, how about you big mega churches that's in Albany get together and open the grocery store, go buy some land like I did. I went and bought 40 acres to grow food for my boys. Why don't y'all go buy some land and go grow some food? Like it's not nothing hard.
Bars. Hey, but hold on, let's take this. I tricked y'all again. I'm gonna get y'all excited and cut y'all right off in like 7 minutes. Brother right here and the sister right here.
Sweet. So communities are made up of families, right?
Yes.
I'm a huge believer in family. Family is the original institution, right? So do you all have any solutions in terms of how to emphasize the importance of the nuclear family and building that from the ground up, and also how were you? What were what was your upbringing? What were the things that your families implemented into you that allowed you to become the people that you are today?
Two-part question, and then we go into the
I
system.
think I'll start with that one.
Yeah.
So for me, I consider myself a late bloomer in understanding, family. To be honest with you, I grew up in a single parent household. 3 sisters, grew up in the projects. My mom was incentivized not to have my father in the home. She was on welfare for 20 years, and she used to tell me that Democrats loved us. And one of the main reasons why she said that is because she was getting that government assistance, right? And so as a young, impressionable kid, I had that exact same mindset. It was everybody's fault that I wasn't successful but my own. I had no accountability, etc. But I will tell you that, and who I am today and understanding the importance of the dynamics of family, I've been able to show that through my work. Once more, my work. I've been with the same woman for 21 years, Black woman. And indirectly, subconsciously, my goal, no different than my gubernatorial race, is hopefully that's an example that people can pick and choose and be inspired from that. The beautiful part about what we represent is that we're not perfect, and we love that, right? We're not trying to be that. We have imperfections. We're a work in progress every single day, but we stick together no matter what. I didn't grow up without a dad. You have 2 options. You grow up and be just like the dad that you didn't know, or you get inspired by that and try to be the best dad and person that you possibly can be, that you can, which I am for my 3 sons. And so it's very important for me to to showcase that on a larger scale as much as I possibly can, but also get excited to even talk about it right now, the fact that you're bringing it up, because this conversation is going to transcend over social media, and other people are going to be able to hear these meaningful conversations, and I think that's important. Family is the foundation of all of our communities. Family is the most important thing for all of us. I think we can all agree to that. And I want to show people what it looks like to stand 10 toes down for your family through the ups and downs, through a gubernatorial race, through any particular thing. And I think that's important. So family is everything.
100%.
People are always asking me, how are you a conservative? You're 20, you're Black, you're a woman. Why do you think the way that you do? Are your parents like crazy hardcore Republicans? Are you whitewashed? Were you adopted by white? Like, I get crazy questions. Crazy questions. I'm like, no, my Black ass dad taught me to shoot, fish, hunt, karate, all this at a very, very young age. My first gun was like a Red Ryder BB gun when I was like 4 or 5 years old. So it just came naturally for me. So like Major said, de-incentivize single motherhood. Half of it is messaging, though. It's not all policy, because, and this goes to the right. So when we're talking about things like Planned Parenthood, like people on the right, they're like, that is racist. The Planned Parenthood is systemically racist. Planned Parenthood is white supremacy, because everyone in here should know the history of Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood by now, right?
Yeah, right.
It started as a eugenicist, racist organization. But what they don't do is keep the buck going, because Maj hurts a lot of feelings when he says gun control is racist, which it is. Now, certain people on the right are now open to that idea, because obviously gun control is a liberal ideology. But when we talk about other progressive and big government policies like the war on drugs and other things, nobody wants to admit that that's racist and it destroys families. So if conservatives want to win, we should be consistent about calling things what they are, even if it's not popular. Because I've criticized, everyone, not everyone, but a lot of establishment Republicans' favorite conservative icon is Ronald Reagan, who pushed the war on drugs, who published the Mulford Act when he was the governor of California, that effectively banned open carry because he was scared of the Black Panthers who were cop watching in their neighborhoods. So, like I said, most of it is probably policy, like the welfare thing, that's definitely policy related. But what Republicans and conservatives can do to incentivize family is to keep slandering these institutions such as Planned Parenthood, such as abortion, but also the war on drugs and also gun control, because the aim of gun control and the aim of Planned Parenthood and the aim of the war on drugs is to break up not only just families overall, but to break up Black families.
Hey,
Maj, I can get on that.
Yeah.
So speaking of family, I told you guys the reason I started my organization was because of community meetings in my hometown, and that was it. So I decided to go to one before I came here in my hometown. I was in town, and I hate going to community meetings, but I'll go to this one. So I was in there, and people were talking about the crime amongst the children. And this is going to go back to family. People were talking about crime amongst the children, and the boys in particular. And so nobody was actually talking about the kids. I was like, well, let me give you guys a little insight because I'm actually working with these actual children. And I began to give them stories of, some of the boys that I deal with, gun violence, etc. A lot of them being in gangs or whatever. And I told them, I was like, I think part of their anger management issues come from not having a father in the home. And so there's this 60-year-old guy, perplex me, black man, gets up and says, well, I think that's a myth. Single mothers can raise boys just as good as a man can. And I was like, and everybody's like, oh, yes. Oh, my God. I'm just like, I would never get up and tell a woman that I can raise a girl just as good as she can. That makes absolutely no sense. But where my community is plagued by single mothers, and the conditions of our community are, is trash, is absolutely absurd. So I feel like, I said before, some guys, like, oh, that's interesting. But I always say that, every man should be responsible for at least one child that's not his. And I say that because I'm just like, there's nothing that's stopping you from going to get a kid every day and picking them up from school and taking them home or going to get them something to eat, develop a relationship, with the parents or whatever. I'm not saying you got to make them your child, but do something, because some of us just sit around all day and play video games or, be keyboard warriors online when you can actually do something. People are like, oh, I can't do what you're doing. I didn't ask you to do what I was doing. I said, go do something, right. It's called the do something plan, so I'm just like, even with the boys, teaching them and trying to incentivize the nuclear family to them, they have to see, why that's good. So he asked how we grew up. I grew up, my mom was single up until I was in the 4th grade. Once my stepdad, came around, he taught me how to garden. We built all of our sheds in the background. Everything we wanted to eat, we went, and picked outside. So we built everything. We built our dog houses. We had all types of animals. I know how to skin everything, kill everything. But that's important. So I teach the boys all of these same things. And so people are like, well, why are you so young and know these things? I'm like, dude, I'm just a normal kid who had a dad. Simple. So it's real simple. I'm not no special guy. I just had a dad. But back in the day, that wasn't like,
you got a dad?
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, back in the day, that was like, it wasn't like taboo or surprising, like, because 22-year-olds back then was like, they had a little knowledge, but now it's like, oh my God, he knows something. Let us beat him down, because he knows something, and he must hate his mom if he's talking about dads.
Right.
I'm just like, that makes no sense. I'm in no way devaluing single mothers by saying sons need fathers.
100%. All right. So this is the part where I trick you all. You get to ask one more question. Oh, too bad. You can't. Music's up. Give it up for our panelists, everybody. Tricked y'all. All right, let's see what we got going on. I want y'all to understand that I'm not texting when y'all see me doing this. I have to remember this. This is the thing. This is the backstage thing. This is called the run of show. Okay, so this thing that I'm looking at is the run of show. So I can keep the show. Here you go. All right, so what we got next coming up? It's 3:00, right? Okay. We have another economics panel. King Randall brought up, someone, if you were here yesterday, you heard he and his wife, Alicia, doctors, by the way, go over some things on economics. King Randall was discussing how important, Dr. Boyce was to highlighting the work that he's doing. So on this next panel, we're going to deal with economics. There's a libertarian on it. There's actually 2 libertarians on it. And somebody else. So without further ado, bring up the next panel. Everybody play some music. Larry Sharp. Lauren Miller. Dr. Boyce Watkins. All right. So I have absolutely no questions lined up, but y'all going to ask questions. Now, this is where you're going. This is the Get Money panel. This is the Get Money panel, and this is your understanding of this thing we call economics panel. So this is where I want you to bring out, again, those ancient artifacts, pens and pieces of paper. And I want you to write down some of the answers that these folks are going to give you. The reason why that's very important is because we just had a panel about family, youth, and community outreach. These things are very important. But if you broke, it's very hard to maintain a family. Okay, so we're going to go the sister first, Lauren Miller, then Larry, then Dr. Boyce, explain who they are, and then everybody's going to open up for questions. Lauren?
Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren Miller. I'm an entrepreneur, second generation business owner. I am a major advocate for family business and creating wealth and value through your family. My family has been farming and owning land for over a century. And so I was raised in the foundation of understanding group economics, family economics, and just what is required to create generational wealth over the last 150 years in my family.
Okay, cool. Clap. Larry?
I'm Larry Sharp, born and raised in the South Bronx in New York City. And my family was able to get us out of the bad neighborhood by entrepreneurship. I remember in those years, I grew up in the 70s, shows you how old I am. I grew up in the 70s in the Bronx, and I remember that we had gypsy cabs. There was no Uber in my day, and cabs didn't come to my neighborhood. So we had gypsy cab, people who made money. We used to have girls who would braid hair on the stoop, and they'd make money, right? We used to have usually the Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, who would be out there banging out car dents and buffing your car out. That's back when they made cars out of metal. And everybody was actually making money, and that's how we got out. My father was a part-time DJ. My mom and I used to clean people's offices and houses. And we did things to make money to get us out. And I look back at my neighborhood now, and I see that a lot of that's lost. Whenever you add government, you remove community. So we've added government, so the community doesn't do it anymore. Entrepreneurship is not a big deal. Ownership mindset is not a big deal for us anymore. And so now it's hard for people to do that. So the government steps in and says, you know what? In my state, New York, you literally need a license to braid hair. I'm not joking. It will cost you about $20,000 to get that license.
Wow.
So yes, you need a license to walk a dog. You need a license to do all those small things. I will ask you, where's the big business in that? Where's big hair? Doesn't exist. Where's big dog walking? That's not a thing, right? So all of these licensings and all these things, all they do is they are war on the poor. They keep the working poor down. They keep the middle class down. The person who is trying to start that dog walking business or starting that hair braiding business is someone who's trying to make their life better and maybe has some problems and they can't get a regular job as easily. So I'm all about that. When I ran for office, I talk about it all the time. I'm about making it easier for the little guy to move up. And that's through entrepreneurship, ownership mentality, and thinking about what's the next step.
100%. Clap. Doc.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Boyce Watkins, and I'm the son of Larry and Robin Watkins, and I was born in Louisville, Kentucky. And
Larry's are cool.
And my grandmother went to high school with Muhammad Ali, and so I eventually became a finance professor at Syracuse University, where I was on the faculty for 13 years. And I remember when I got my PhD and I got my first job, and I made a decent amount of money, about $115,000 a year, and I thought I was a successful Negro at that point. I thought that I'd reached the holy grail of success. And then I started realizing that the racism is kind of everywhere. If you are still overly committed, overly dependent upon somebody else's system in order for you to feel free and happy and successful, looking for other people's validation. So I began a new journey of trying to figure out, what does it really mean to be happy? What does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to make a relevant contribution to my community? And I knew at that time that it was not sitting in my office writing research papers that only 10 people in the world could understand. I knew it wasn't, teaching 30 kids in a classroom who are going to go to Wall Street and make a bunch of money because their parents are already doing pretty well. I wanted to take everything I knew, stuff about finance and math and all that, and share that with the people that I'm here to serve. And so I saw this thing called the internet kind of popping up and social media popping up. And I said, okay, this is perhaps an opportunity, at least in theory, to expand the size of the classroom, right? Instead of having 30 people in a room, you can have 30,000, 30 million, whatever you can get to. So we started doing stuff on social media, and we created something called the Black Business School. And the Black Business School is actually free to join. And it doesn't mean that we exclude anybody. We don't discriminate. We don't have time for hatred, racism, none of that stuff. But we are Black first. We believe that that wealth accumulation is the one thing that will solve a lot of our problems. I think that's the one thing. Economics, that focus is that one thing that will make a difference. Because when you talk about wealth and freedom, we use the word freedom a lot. I don't know if we know what it means. Wealth, freedom, power, options, etc. All these things are connected to your understanding of how economics works and how to get your piece of the pie, right? So long story short, it's gone pretty well. We have about 148,000 students worldwide. A lot of them pay pretty much almost nothing. And we collaborate with hundreds of experts in all different areas across the world. Those people that are forgotten, the ones you won't see on TV. And we are educating our people, and we're getting it done.
100%. Clap. Why? And now let's make it. Let's say America, right? Most of America makes poor financial decisions. Would y'all say that that's the case? Okay. Why? Let's say 50, 60 years ago, you know, even so-called poor people, right? We owned a little bit of land, we owned a business, we owned a house at least. What happened, and why does America, when did we get like retarded? When did this happen? When did this happen?
We've been retarded.
Yeah. I think there's an increase in what I call the renter's mindset, right? The increase in the renter's mindset, which is I just keep renting things. All I care about is my monthly note. If I get what I want and my monthly note is good, I'm all right. And I remember I used to sell cars. I know it sounds crazy, right? I used to sell cars. And I remember when I would sell cars, I could tell someone's socioeconomic background by how they talked about buying a car. If all they cared about was, what's the monthly note? Yeah, they were in trouble. That's all they cared about. They didn't care what was the percentage. They didn't even know what APR was. In fact, when I would try to explain
Wait. Who doesn't know what APR is? Okay, just testing y'all. This is okay.
So they actually didn't know even what interest rates were. They didn't get it, didn't even care. And when I, as what I thought was a responsible salesperson, would try to show them, they literally would push it away. They didn't even want to know. So I would, and you do a lease in the car, often they'll change the price of the car to shift the lease. So I would show them the price of the car. They didn't care. So I think it's a mindset, right? We spend our money for Netflix. We spend our money for Hulu. We even rent our furniture now. We rent our furniture now. And you find the way the economy is going, particularly with the youngsters. And I use youngsters as under 30. So sorry if I've insulted you. But that's how I use youngsters under 30. You look at many of them, and they don't even consider ownership as being important or valuable. They will leave a job. They'll go back home to mom. They don't care. It's not even. It's okay as long as I've got my laptop and my friend's Netflix account that I've stolen, and I'm good. That's all I need, right? And that's all they're concerned about. They rent. Even as I said, the idea of renting furniture when I was a kid was non-existent. Now it's a thing. Rent-A-Center is a thing.
So Lauren, how do we shift that?
So, you know, piggybacking on what you mentioned, I think college produces more worker bees than visionaries,
100%.
right?
100%.
College
100%.
Yep. 50 years ago, you didn't really need college. And so if I think about my family, like college was so you could get a better economic standing, but we own land. So that didn't make any sense for us to go to college. And so I think the mindset of like, okay, going to college is not enough. Like, do you have this ownership mentality? It doesn't mean that you have to be an entrepreneur, right? I think we have to show people what they've never seen before. I think a lot of times people who have created wealth or know how to work the system, you typically retreat and you focus on your specific family, what y'all got going on, but you don't necessarily share it with other people. And so that's why I share more about my family story, our history, our lineage, because it's hard to become something you've never seen before. So
I just want to touch one little piece. You said it perfectly. Ownership mindset does not mean necessarily entrepreneurship.
Right.
It could mean that. But even if it isn't, you still want to own things in your life. You can have a job and work because you enjoy your job, but you still want to think about, what do I own? Do I own my own job? Do I own property? Do I own anything? Do I own my own lifestyle? Do I own ownership? Mindset doesn't have to be entrepreneurship. Thank you for that.
Doc, so what do you think? Do you think it's possible? Because I'm just going to disagree with y'all just because I disagree, right? Do you think it's possible to have an ownership mindset while having a so-called 9 to 5.
Absolutely. You know, you can own, you know, you can own shares of stock in 5 minutes on an app on your phone, right? And I agree with what Larry said earlier, where he mentioned that people think ownership means being an entrepreneur. No, I mean being an entrepreneur can be tough, right? And now I do recommend considering having side streams of income. If you got a little side hustle that supplements your income, that can go a long way. You know, but one thing that's interesting to me is now here's the thing when you talk about college, I thought a lot about college because I've been on college campuses for a long time. I'm not anti-college. You know, we just dropped it. In fact, I'd be a hypocrite if I said don't go to college because we just dropped our son off to college last week. But here's the thing. The conversation that I had with him was to understand that one of the most important rules of investing is diversifying. And I said, you know, so when you go to college, the reason you go to college is you are investing in a type of capital. It's what they call human capital. That's why slaves were valuable. You can get a mortgage on a slave 200 years ago because the ability of a worker to get up and go to work every day, that's like a type of capital. It's like owning land or owning a business. It generates income, right? It has a certain value. You invest in it, you go to school, the more education you get, the more you can make from that human capital. The problem with the human capital in America for two reasons is, at least two, is one, the American worker has been getting screwed for about the last 40 years. Real wages have not gone up when you adjust for inflation and all that. You know, our government's become corporatized. The corporations control the government, which means that they tax workers more than anybody else. They have kept wages depressed in incredible ways. So human capital is not the best way to generate money. The other reason human capital is flawed is because you get older, you get tired. You know, maybe when you're 25, you want to work 30, 40 hours a week. You're on that grind, on that hustle. But man, I'm 50. I don't want to work. I don't want to work like that no more. You know, so what you do is if you think about things like going to college, you know, student loan debt. That's another thing too. Student loan debt has actually caused the wealth gap between whites and blacks to actually grow. Black wealth has dropped because half of all black college graduates can't even repay their student loans, right? So many of them are going to die in debt. So this thing that you thought was a come up is actually a drop down for the reasons Lauren mentioned earlier. College was never built to create business owners and visionaries. Colleges were built, companies put money into colleges so they can train more workers, HBCUs included, right? So long story short, you know, when I talked to my son about what college should be used for, I said, look, go to college, have a good time, learn social skills, network with other people, pick up, invest in your human capital. But at the same time, the most important thing you need to know, especially as a black man, is how to have your own shit. You got to own something. That means owning land. That means eventually at some point starting a business. It means making investments so that you can have options. And if you have options, you have freedom. That gives you power. That gives you the ability to control your destiny.
I'd even go further and say even intellectual property.
Yep.
Right. In today's world,
Especially
even if you
now.
own IP, it's also very powerful ownership in general. And if I could piggyback off what he said, I'm going to wear my libertarianism on my sleeve as I always do. Yes, it's the government's fault. Yes, it is. And in fact, if you want to change college, the only way to change college, only one way, and it is one way that can actually work. You stop having the government back all the loans. And you instead, like if you go buy a car right now, if you go buy a car, you're not going to go to a bank and get a loan for your car. Back when I was a kid, that's what you did. You go to the bank and the bank will give you a loan for the car. Now you don't. Honda, Ford, whoever, they have their own finance company, right? The Honda is financing themselves. So we have all the colleges finance themselves. So now if the college produces a garbage degree, which most colleges do, I'm sorry, I am anti-college. College is garbage. It's useless. The degrees are total trash. And they know it. Why? Because their only goal is to give you a degree. That's it. If it doesn't work, who cares? They get their money. All of a sudden make them have to finance their own degrees. They will change who they give the degrees to. They will change the value of the degree because now if you don't make money, they don't get paid. You will change the entire way college is done by simply having colleges follow an already model that we have, the car industry. They follow that model. They self-finance everyone. They'll be changing everything.
So let me ask y'all this. In essence, I'm hearing two things in regard. Clap. I'm hearing two things. It's like I didn't finish high school, bro. I was out. I was not getting no money in school. I was outside, bro. Like I remember this. I'll tell y'all the story later. I paid for like my teacher's groceries in front of me. She told me, stop selling drugs. You're gonna go to jail. And her ATM card didn't work in front of me, and I went in my pocket and paid for her groceries. She never said nothing to me about school again after that, right? Kids, don't sell drugs, okay? All right, maybe, but whatever. Nonetheless, it sounds like y'all are saying similar but different things about college in the sense of, hey, if you as an individual have good direction and you have a plan to extract from this and you spent 102 or 200 for this, you need to be seeing 4 or 5 off of this, or maybe getting 4 or 5 while you're in here. That's important.
Yes.
However, if you don't have that plan, it's in essence, it sounds like you guys are saying it might be like a recipe for disaster.
It is, and we've already said this, that there's been studies already. Unless you go to an Ivy League school, right, which is what you're talking about, the networking, there's networking value to going to an Ivy League school that is irrelevant what you learn. If you head down to, I live in New York City, many of my clients are in finance, many of them have gone to Ivy League schools, and they don't get hired because they're smart. They get hired because they went to Ivy League schools. So that network is a very powerful network. It also exists, by the way, in the military, in the officer corps. You go to Annapolis, you go to West Point. That same kind of environment also works in those types of schools. Then it's very valuable. Or if you're going to a specialized school, like, I know I want to be, a filmmaker and I go to NYU, or I know I want to be an engineer and I go to MIT, right? You go to some places very specialized. Then it's very valuable. Other than that, generally speaking, the number of years you lose in school, the amount of money that you go in, you'd be better off working. Because here's the thing to remember when you're hiring and firing people. People tend to only care about the last 10 years of what you've been doing. So after 10 years of you getting your MBA, it is now useless. After 10 years of getting whatever, it's now useless. They care about the last 10 years. It's critical.
Now, I hear all your points, and everything you say is 100% true. The way I kind of view college, I had to think about this, right? Because I had a lot of people say, well, why would you say don't go to college when, the first book I ever wrote was Everything You Ever Want to Know About College. Because at that time, 20 years ago, I was really big on college as a necessity. That's how I grew up. And so I really thought about it. And I said, if I were 18 again, would I go to college? And the answer is yes, just because it was a lot of fun. It was a great growth experience, etc. Now, to your point, college, I think where we can agree for sure is that an education is critically necessary.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed.
But college is not necessary to get an education.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's important to understand, right? And it is to some extent a very expensive way to get an education in terms of money and time, right? 4 years doing any one thing is pretty costly, right? But I do think that, I have seen examples though where even if you I went to University of Kentucky, and I know lawyers in the state of Kentucky who can get things done because they went to school with another lawyer. They went to the University of Kentucky, right? So there's networking at different levels, right? And so I would say, really though, also the other thing too is, because I happen to be a Black man, I had to sort of think about how does college work differently for us than it does for everybody else. Because I remember going through school, making straight A's, and I was the #1 student in finance. I got an award for that. It's called the Wall Street Journal Award. I couldn't get a job on Wall Street. I applied to all those Wall Street firms. I couldn't get it because I didn't have that network that you're talking about. I didn't know about that. I thought, again, like a lot of kids, and this is a big mistake, I thought that if I just went to school, made good grades, and graduated, that everything was going to be okay, right? And a lot of people don't even make the good grades. They just think if I get this piece of paper, my life is going to be great. And then they get disappointed because that debt comes and hits them on the head, and that they find the job market isn't what they thought it was going to be. So it's about having options and a plan B. So college can be part of that, but it doesn't have to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
And I would say when I think about my kids, I'm like, here's a portfolio of businesses. You can come work for one of these portfolio businesses. I've traveled to over 50 countries. You can spend 2 years getting education that way, or we can call up friends in our network to see where you want to go. I agree. I went to Howard, and I will go again, but
Fun.
I think, like you mentioned, is like changing your mindset of what college is there for. I think we have been selling people like, if you go to college, you're going to get a good job, you're going to make money. Now it should be, I'm going to get a network, I'm going to get social skills. And I think if we sell the real value of what you're getting out of the current aspect of what college is, I think we can change what people think about it, so you can make a real educated decision on if that's for you or not. And I highly recommend trades, to be honest. It's so much money out here, plumbing, electricians, like college is not the end all be all. So I just,
I'll answer that question. If I went to University of Maryland, if I went 30 years ago, so would I have gone 30 years ago? Yes. If I was 18 today, no way I'd go to college today. No, no way. There's no way I'd go to college if I was 18. I have a daughter who's 17 is going to go to college because her mother wants to go to college. She wants to go to college. So I'm not going to fight them. Do what you feel is appropriate. If it were me, no way to go to college now. I'd be in a business. I'd be building something. I have IP. I'd be doing something else. There's no way I'd waste my time.
So one, you guys are making me feel really great that I didn't go to college. Number one, let's deal with that. Lauren, you said your family owns land. How did that happen? How was your family able to maintain that over time? Because you know how, like, I'll go to somebody that house looks a little nice. I'll people with a brown paper bag of money, like, listen, bro, just give me this crib. You don't want it no more. You know what I'm saying? Your grandmom had it. She ain't here. You don't even want to live here. Right? How was your family able to rumble against that?
Well, in our family, like, we have strategically, like, everything is not split up evenly. So I think a lot of times you lose land over time because everybody's supposed to get the equal amount of the pie. So we have passed things down to the right steward of the legacy, if that makes sense. And if you want to sell, you sell inward. You don't sell outward, right? So can you position yourself to be like, okay, well, my uncle wants to retire. If he wants to sell because he wants to cash out, am I in a position to buy from him? Right. And I think so. We have my great grandfather, who I never met. He was born in 1857 in slavery. He bought hundreds of acres of land. We probably, at the height of production, we had over 2,000 acres in production. And so, and this is in Southwest Georgia. And so there's stories that my family won't even tell me in terms of how to deal with, like, the town that we're from had the second highest lynchings in the state of Georgia. And so there's a lot of things that they've had to do. And so my dad will always say, we've had to deal with white people in a way that most Black people have never had to deal with them because we've owned shit. And so I think being very strategic around how do we maintain this? How do we secure our legacy? It's not about just because you in the family, you get a piece of something. My aunt always says, just because you got the last name don't mean you got the brand. You know what I mean?
Bars.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, and that's not to say anything about your cousins or everybody in your family, but it's like, if you want to cultivate something and keep things going, who is going to be a good steward of that?
Yes.
Right. So yeah.
So
yeah, I want to bring up what you mentioned. It's great. The idea that we don't usually, being people of color, we don't always want to go into the mainstream because we get judged, to your point, differently. But when we go outside of the mainstream, then it's like acceptable because, well, are you really competing with us? You're not. So, okay. So there's a different way to looking at it. Like, if that makes any sense, right? If I compete directly in someone else's world, they go, well, wait a minute, you're not one of us. So I'm not sure if I like that. But if I'm outside, they go, oh, okay, I'll listen to you. You often you have a better chance someone hearing you because they don't feel like you're competing in their world.
Yeah.
They feel like you're somehow outside of their world.
So let me ask y'all this. So back the 1800s, your great grandfather buys hundreds of acres in the middle of a time where, most people here haven't seen or even experienced or even thought of that level of rage that they would have had to deal with. That's hard. Nowadays, it seems we don't have those same struggles, but we seem to not be advancing financially. Is it harder? Was it harder then with those conditions? Or is it actually harder now with different sets of conditions?
I think it was harder then. I think we've subscribed to a comfortable life versus creating wealth. A lot of us want to be comfortable, right? And so when I think about my great-great-grandfather, he had to buy the land, but he had to clear it. It wasn't even clear. So imagine having to clear hundreds of acres of land without no tractors. So when I think about me today, I'm like, I have no business being tired. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And so I think we have been sold the white man's dream. We've been sold a dream of, like, I want to have a comfortable life. I want to live in a cul-de-sac. I want this house. I want to live in the suburbs. And that's enough for some people. You know what I mean? But I think I strive to show something different, right? So there's something that I get every time I go back to that farm. You know what I mean? There's pride. I know who I am. I walk different. I talk different because I know who I am. A lot of us don't know who we are. We don't even know where our great-grandparents are buried.
100%.
You know what I mean? There's power in that.
Yeah.
So
I love what you are saying. I mean, thank you. I love what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I also want to make that you brought up the idea of comfort, right? If I had grown up a slave and I had worked hard and I'd known what it was like to not own anything, I might have the energy to clear some land, right? I might, because that's where I grew up. That's what I was thinking. but try to find somebody now who has that. It's a comfort level, right? So even though it is easier, does our mindset actually make it harder, right? It is easier, but does our mindset, not having ownership mindset, wanting to be comfortable, rather play Call of Duty, right? Rather be out there doing other things. Does our mindset actually make it harder, even though it's easier? And that's an open question.
I agree. And I'm being a hypocrite because I play Call of Duty with my son. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. But I made my money first, right? So but you know, there was a brother named Nuri Muhammad from the Nation of Islam who I've admired tremendously, who came and he was on the podcast, and one of the things he mentioned was that he said in the 1940s and 50s, for most of the children in our community, we were talking about Black children, but really I think this can be extrapolated to a lot of groups. He said the primary influences on these kids was school, church, and home, right? And he said now those influences have been replaced by their peers, by social media, and by the music, the lyrics and the music they listen to. And we know that a lot of these lyrics are trash, right? And so ultimately, when you talk about what led us astray, I mean, I'm just sitting here listening to Lauren talk, and I could hear this all day, because this is a type of culture that's very solid. Like she comes from real solid people. They're not trying to be validated by other people. They're not, you know, I doubt that her grandparents were trying to go and get their head bashed in just for the right to go spend money at a white man's store. You know, like, I want you to let me give you my money so you could kill me to let me give you my money, which is crazy, right? A lot of folks didn't buy into that. They didn't buy into this idea that somehow letting go of who we are so we can be closer to somebody else was freedom and success, right? It's nothing against anybody else, but it's to say, no, what we had was precious and valuable. We owned probably 15 times more land 100 years ago than we own today. We traded that land for jobs, right, and degrees, right? And so ultimately, I think that really to move forward, we got to look at the past. I would rather have a child go to school every day and study Lauren's family than to have them go to school learning all this bullshit they're learning in these public schools every day. Seriously.
100%.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and just to share a story, before my father started the business that I now run, he worked for the city of Atlanta under the first Black mayor, Maynard Jackson. And so my father was the first Black direct procurement. So he was saying when he first got his city job, everybody around that table were happy because they were making more than their parents. He was like, I still wasn't making more than my daddy. He needed $100,000 to turn a profit on the farm. And so when you have that mindset, you're not happy just to have a job, right? You know what I mean? And so Maynard put him in place to go do the dirty work to make sure they were giving contracts to Black-owned businesses in the city of Atlanta, right? Because he understood. My dad always say, don't ever get comfortable signing the back of checks. You want to sign the front. There are 2 working days after Friday and 2 working days before Monday. Don't be a weekend person. This is how I was raised. You know what I mean? And so that's why I share so much with you guys, because a lot of times people who may have this background, we retreat, we don't share, you know, because you want to focus. Because the other thing is, I could be very well putting a target on my back too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
And so I'm very aware of that. And I have to be very conscious of that, because I have uncles that are still farmers in the backwoods of Georgia. And crazy shit still be going on to this day. You know what I mean? They still won't, some banks still won't cash his workers' checks. We've been farming for over a century.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I just want to give that little anecdote. It's just ownership it's slow and steady. And to your point, is like, my family real simple. And I usually be like, why, you know, they're simple. They only buy American cars. They don't buy flashy cars. Like, it's my uncle who's a farmer. He drives a 20-year pickup truck. He's the richest man I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you would never know it.
Yeah.
You still work 2 jobs. You know, he has a job and he's a farm. He works in the mill. He has ownership in the cotton mill and the peanut mill.
I love that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you would never know that.
What's the name of these companies?
I ain't tell.
He ain't still I ain't putting that out there. So let's shift it a bit. We're talking about sturdy. We're talking about legacy. We're talking about economic independence, interdependence among your own communities, right? How do we advance that? What would be the first step for someone that is starting off on this journey currently? I don't got the money to prospect on this 20 acres yet. I don't have 10,000 or 5,000 to throw to, I don't know, your Acorn, Robin, whatever, right? What would be one of those first steps with the actual currency, even with a small amount?
I think the first step for anyone who wants to be financially stable or understand something, the first step is to figure out where you're spending your money now. Right? Where are you spending your money right now? That the first thing. Am I putting all my money into my rent? Am I putting all of my money into ordering pizza every night? Where am I putting my money now? And if I look at that first, and you can do that online. There's programs online you can put in all your money, whatever, and it'll show you, wow, I'm dropping $300 a month on takeout.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't be doing $300 a month on takeout. Maybe that's not a good thing for me to do. I'm spending $400 a month on Uber.
No,
you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be doing that, right? Right. So when you do that first, now you look and go, all right, is it worth it? And you make a decision. Maybe you go, you know what? No, it makes sense because if I bought a car, it would cost too much for Uber where I live. I don't know your situation. But my point is, once you get it, you could look at it and go, all right. And now you start saying, what can I change and shift? And then how much money do I have? That to me will be the first step. And the second step would be thinking about what you were talking about, your network. How can I get others to help? Because if you don't have enough money by yourself, you might with 3 or 4 or 5 people.
Yeah, I piggyback on that, and cultivating, whatever skill set, figuring out what your path is, right? And I tell people all the time who are first generation, a lot of times you feel the pressure to build the foundation, the house, and the subdivision. That's not your job. If you are first generation, what can I just build this foundation? It would have been too much for my grandfather to buy the land, clear it, and start the farming business, get all the tractors. Like, he just need to get it. And so I think be mindful of your path. Don't look to your right, don't look to your left for education possibly, but like, what is your path? What can you do? And sometimes I tell parents who may not have financial wealth to pass on, but you've been on this earth longer than your kids. What can you give them? How can you cultivate that? When my father got sick in 2015, we went through succession planning. So like we sat down, I learned my family history. I learned his network. And so we justified spending that time together to like pass the baton. And so I would say to anybody out here, cultivate that within your family, cultivate the passing of the skill set. If you don't have that financial money, wealth, there's education. Wealth is still education, right? So I'll give you that.
Well, what I like about what Lauren said is, actually I was hearing Larry and Lauren, what Larry was referring to in terms of figuring out where your money's going. That is something I would almost refer to as like a type of economic consciousness.
Yes.
And part of the way corporations or politicians or anybody trick, or even a guy that wants to sleep with you might fool you, is to get you to do things unconsciously. Like if you go into a store, they are experts at getting you to spend money unconsciously by the images you see, the music you hear, things like that. And I think about that a lot because my wife, who's she's in her field of social work, but she's an expert on the subconscious mind. So we talk about that a lot. And a lot of people don't understand that when you are not conscious of what you're doing, when they use that word consciousness, that's a heavy word because that's just awareness of just everything I do, why I'm doing it, etc. Buying black is a conscious choice. Okay, I'm gonna support this, not that, right? Because my money's my power, etc. So that economic consciousness, I think, is important. And then also when I hear Lauren, I'm hearing that importance of understanding that wealth is not a solo race. It's a relay race. It's supposed to be done across generations. Most wealthy families in America are wealthy now because of a plan somebody made back in the 1940s or the 1930s or the 1950s. So to some extent, no matter where you are in life right now, I mean, you are the ancestors, right? 2021 doesn't mean anything. In the year 2121, somebody's life will be different because of choices you choose to make or choose not to make right now, right? You're not living in the present or the future. You're living in the past, if you look at it that way, right? So if you plant seeds, like she's into farming, which I think is a great analogy for wealth growing. Wealth is like planting a seed. Even if you look at, to get a doctorate in finance, you got to look at all the equations that define how money grows. All these equations are actually taken out of biology. You model compound interest the same way you model the way a tree grows or the way a plant grows, right? So if you think about it, it's very hard for me to tell you how to grow a sycamore tree in a week. It's impossible, right? But it's very easy to grow 1,000 sycamore trees if you give yourself enough time to grow the trees, right? So the question I think everybody should ask themselves is, am I planting seeds, right? And it's not just financial. It's not just, most of the investing you do is not economic. Most of your wealth is not financial, right? So yeah, put your money in your Robinhood account, $10 a week, $50 a week, whatever you can afford, do that, right? Because that's going to make a difference. But the best investments I ever received were investments that people made just in me as a person, right? When I was a baby and my grandma didn't have any money, didn't have any education, and she just took the time to explain what compound interest was. That was one of the things that led me to, do everything that I do right now, right? My father, who was not my real father, and my mother, when I was a baby, just being frank, my mother was a 17-year-old single black mother in the hood. So she was a perfect target for Planned Parenthood. Don't have this baby, you're too poor, whatever, right? And I'm not here to tell anybody what to do in those situations. That's a personal choice. But she decided, you know what? I'm going to do this anyway. We're going to see what's going to happen. Well, my mother went ahead and made that investment in me. My father, who wasn't my real father, made an investment in me as well. And last year I paid off their house, right? So, and I can tell you, my parents, they don't need Social Security. They don't need a retirement plan because they got 3 kids, a professor, a doctor, and a millionaire, my brother, who will step up for them on any financial need that they have. They made an investment. You understand? So ultimately, the last thing I'll say on that is when you think about investing, just know you've known what it is your whole life. You know what it means to plant a seed and to water that seed and let it grow. You also know what it means to have things like delayed gratification. People that have that are addicted to instant gratification, they tend to fail. They wonder why they have no harvest. Well, you ask them, well, what seeds did you plant? Lauren knows if you don't plant a seed, you ain't gonna have a harvest, right? So ask yourself, what seeds am I planting? If you're planting seeds consistently, then you will have a harvest that is greater than anything you can even imagine right now. I promise you.
100%. Let's take a couple of questions. Let the lady go.
Okay.
Cool.
This one is for Boyce Watkins. You made the mention that school loans was like a downfall in such a way, and it just brought me to think about the pandemic monies that they're giving people, and I'm seeing in the news where people are having to pay that back. Would you liken that pandemic money in the same way? It's like another trap to just kind of keep people indebted to the system, or?
I wouldn't put the pandemic money in the same category. The only extent to which I would say it might have been a little bit of a trap is because a lot of people, because they were giving the money away so easily, a lot of people just signed the document and got the money, and then you hear stories about people that took the money and didn't actually put it in their business, right? Which becomes a federal crime, which is going to cause you all kinds of problems. That's the regard that I would say, that some people weren't cautious enough. I was actually happy that the PPP loans were being given. The problem is that they were taking care of the people at the top. You had these multi-million-dollar corporations getting money they didn't even need, and the small businesses that really needed the money couldn't get it. Maybe their books weren't in order, or they didn't know about it, or they just didn't get approved, or whatever. So I don't think I wouldn't put student loans in the same category. I think student loans are, to some extent, if you're talking about borrowing way too much money, over 100,000 or whatever, it's just a bad investment because you're not going to make enough income to go back and take on that debt. Debt itself is not a bad thing. It is when you're not going to generate enough revenue to pay back the debt that it becomes a bad thing. And that's where the student loans became such a toxic thing for so many people, because they just kept borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, assuming, okay, if I just pray enough, eventually the money will come back, and it doesn't come back. Right. So it's two situations that could cause problems. In general, with debt is just generally risky. And so if you approach debt, approach it like you approach fire or a drug. Fire and drugs are not inherently bad things, but they're very powerful things. Right. And if you take on that power and you're not careful with it, then bad things can happen.
100%. Another question? Right here. Oh, right here. And you?
My question is for Dr. Boyce as well. Believing that a major key to making things better in our communities is generating Black wealth, how do we reconcile that with also believing capitalism to be the cause of many things that are wrong within our nation? How can we progress as a people by gaining financial power without continuing to perpetuate the suffering caused by capitalism?
Well, let me just say this. I remember, that one of the first things we were told to teach when we taught finance classes at universities is that the number one job of the corporate managers, or the managers of the corporation, is to maximize shareholder wealth. That's a flawed assumption to begin with, because what it basically says is that you take care of the people at the top. You don't care about the other stakeholders. You don't worry about the workers. You don't think about the customers. You don't think about suppliers. You don't think about the environment. You only think about the rich people at the top. That was some nonsense that came out of the University of Chicago. Milton Friedman was one of the people that kind of pushed these false ideas. And I think it kind of links back to trickle-down economics and all these other things that are just simply not true. This belief that somehow rich people love to just give their money away and drip it down to poor people, which does not work, right? So What I've actually advocated is an appreciation for the power of an economic engine. You know, what economic independence can do, business ownership can do, what investing can do, without embracing full-scale capitalism. So, for example, one of the things about capitalism, this is one of the things that drives the stock market and makes it a tough world to live in, is it's always built on growth, right? So that means if you made $1 billion, if you don't make 1.1 billion next year, then your shareholders will tell you that you failed. And I believe that you should have the ability to say, okay, I have enough money. I made $1 billion. I don't need to make more than $1 billion now. I'm good, right? And so I think that you can have a model that allows for the support of free enterprise, the support of ownership, the support of wealth building, which I think is really important for people in my community. And still sort of just say, look, man, like you don't have to be number one in your industry. You don't have to control and dominate. You don't have to make every penny out there, because capitalism itself, in its purest form, it's inherently greedy, it's inherently oppressive, and it does lead to forms of slavery. So I don't advocate getting too deep into capitalism, but I do believe in understanding the power of ownership.
Let me touch that if I could. I'm a libertarian. Capitalism is not a bad thing. That's a myth. What's bad is crony capitalism. And that's what we have now. What we have is crony capitalism. Crony capitalism is when government and the corporations get together and create cartels, monopolies, oligarchies. And that's happening now. That's the problem. Capitalism is natural. Capitalism is just people trading back and forth. That's what humans have done since we've been humans forever, and we will always do that. The difference is what you said. We have a government system that says shareholders are number one. Shareholders should not be number one. All stakeholders should matter. And stakeholders include employees, customers, management, everybody. So you should be looking in the perfect world, not caring about shareholders. Shareholders matter because the government controls the stock market. The stock market is a casino. If you think it's not, you are fooling yourself. It is a casino. It is a casino backed by the government to make you believe that it's something that's not a casino. If you knew it was a casino, you wouldn't put your mortgage in it. If you knew it was a casino, you wouldn't put your life insurance in it. So that's why. But it is a government-regulated, sponsored casino. As soon as the government gets involved in this like this, it becomes crony capitalism. That is by default bad. To try to stop capitalism is try to stop human trade.
So explain. So I like this juxtaposition. Everybody good? Okay. So here's the question. We in this weird space. So some people would say to Doc's, more on Doc's leaning of, well, someone that wants to capitalize on human labor could, I want to just have a bunch of like white slaves now, right? Yes. If I just said, hey, government, let's make Florida like slavery okay now. Yes. And then the people of Florida said, you know what? Sorry, white guys, you had your turn and now it's their turn, right?
We have that. It's called the prison system.
Right. Boom.
We have that.
Boom.
That exists already.
Right?
Yes.
So saying this to say, that's when it, in essence, goes too far, right?
Yep.
Some would say morally, it goes too far. But if I'm a person that it's like, yo, you have a choice. I sold heroin. Mm-hmm. Yo, you could don't buy the heroin. Yep. Right? So at what point is it, where is the definition maybe for some people on the moral side and or the definition side of that thin line between let's get the money, let's make everything good for folks, let's uplift, let's let the technology be impactful to people, right? And then that line of I'm gonna do that and at all costs, I don't care what happens. Where is that delineation?
What government should be doing, and it doesn't, but what it should be doing is government should be looking at two things. One, where are my rights violated? And when my rights are violated, government steps in. So no one should be enslaved. Government should step in when that happens. Government shouldn't be allowing slavery that we have in prisons right now, but government sponsors it, right? So we should, that's number one. It should always step in when our rights are violated. Second, it should always go out of its way to create an equal playing field for the Davids versus the Goliaths. There are always going to be Goliaths. Every time you try to knock down a Goliath, another Goliath pops right back up again. But if you create an environment that's full of Davids, then naturally Goliaths fall and they raise and Goliaths and Davids come back up. It's a natural shift in what we're supposed to do. But the second you brought up heroin. Heroin and meth are directly because of the government. I'm not making this up. The reason why it is because they've gone involved with a silly war on drugs and they've made expensive drugs like cocaine too expensive. You go on Wall Street, they're all taking cocaine, not anymore. Now they sniff Adderall.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
they used to do cocaine all the time. Now they do Adderall. Why? They're wealthy. It's a safe drug. They will go there. The poor person can't do that. The poor person runs out of money, so they got to make meth and heroin. That's why it's government making it. Not just that, 80% of all of our addicts came from an FDA-approved drug prescribed for pain. The government literally creates addicts. All of the problems we've created are because of the government getting involved.
So you
How do we
saying
know
that-
this? 1 second.
Yeah.
Cannabis
He's
has
hard.
been
He's serious.
cannabis has been in the black market for over 200 years, maybe more. Let me ask you, where are all the deaths from cannabis?
They don't exist.
Nowhere. And yet it's a Schedule I drug and people lose their livelihood and their lives over it. It's a silly answer. Yes, I'm a libertarian, I don't care. Government's the problem.
So, so your line is, soon as government get involved, now we on the crony vibe. Doc, what do you think in that perspective?
I think that there's always room to have multiple perspectives. I'm definitely not here to argue because
Yeah.
I'm here to learn, right? I want to see the world from his point of view. I will say that without being a politician myself, that there is a space for government if it's done correctly.
Yes.
In terms of legislating things that we as a society believe are moral and the right way to do things. So, for example, there are superpowers corporations have when it comes to their ability to manipulate the mind of the consumer to get them to buy almost anything. Literally, one of the pioneers of that whole subconscious buying, mindset or unconscious buying was a nephew of Sigmund Freud. And he called his uncle Sigmund, who was broke, and said, I need some of your research so I can manipulate people into buying things that they don't really need, right? And I think that that's where government, I'd like to see government there, because you saw what happened with all the oxy drugs, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to market it, make it look really cool, and everybody's going to buy it. That's one of my issues with hip hop music. That's the biggest marketing engine out there for a lot of this drug addiction, and drugs devastated my community. So it bothers me, right? So I think that government has a role. The crony capitalism he mentions is 100% true. I believe that around the 1970s, when a lot of the conservatives and the business owners decided to become more politically involved, they pretty much bought our politicians. And now it's to the point where the criminals are running the police station. And it's just not going to be good for the worker. It's not good for people like me. It's something where I believe deeply in do for self, because these people ain't going to save you. So
100%.
that's where I stand on that.
100%. Lauren?
I mean, they done said it all. I piggyback on just doing for self. Like I've been mentioning, I'm an advocate for just creating wealth with your family. That's what I come from. That's what we continue to do. The government, yeah, I don't even want to get too deep into it. Yeah,
the government is the problem. They the ops. They don't want to say it. All right, everybody, a round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you all for your time. Where can everybody find you all so they can support your work and efforts, Larry?
You can check me out at The Sharp Way. It's my podcast. If you want to check that out, it's on all the interweb things, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all those things. Or just Google Larry Sharp. I'm everywhere.
Okay.
Lauren.rosa.miller on Instagram. I have a podcast, Walk Around Knowledge with Lil Millie. So yeah, that's where you can find me.
I do a lot of stuff on drboystv.com. And I do stuff with my beautiful wife who's here. And she's a social worker, so it's really interesting to see a finance guy and a social worker go back and forth, because she's the one, like I'm the guy who says, well, if you want to go out and be successful, just do it. And she's like, no, boy, some people, aren't built that way, and you got to have safety nets and all that. So we do what we call pillow talk, where we will just go back and forth because I like to learn from her. And I think I want to encourage everybody to try to embrace something that I think we're losing in our society, which is the ability to really truly listen and hear other points of view. Like Americans are not listening to each other. And mark my word, that's going to destroy your country. And I don't believe it's accidental. I believe somebody's trying to do that. So take the time to listen to other people. It's not a threat to your ideas. You can be who you want to be, but just respect as many people as you can. Good luck to you guys in that.
For sure. Thank you, panelists. Appreciate y'all. Did y'all learn stuff? Okay, that's good. You learned some things. Let's see the squad in here. We got a treat for y'all. Got a nice treat for y'all. And this one is going to be all questions mostly by y'all. Our brother that we're about to bring up next, man, I've watched this brother for years. And when he was in the black room, well, it was just a room, and him teaching his babies, and him sharing firearms knowledge with the babies. They still his babies, but they're not as little babies now, right? I watched this brother create an empire independently. I watched this brother literally a lot of the things that the speakers, on the panel right before this on economics, literally lived and did it right in front of everybody, his own way. I remember one of the interviews I saw with him years ago, and people would ask him all of the time, like, yo, man, why you got all them tattoos on your face? And one of the stories that, and he'll go into it out because I absolutely want him to explain that to you. He made a decision to say, yo, I don't really want to go do this 9-to-5 job thing anymore. I want to bet on myself, but I got to make it almost like they won't hire me, even if I have a little moment of weakness. And so the tatted mentor, right? This brother has been very inspirational to a lot of folks doing it the way that he chose to. And I really, really am proud to know this brother and let him be here so you guys can give him that perspective. So I want to bring to the stage our good brother. We're going to talk about family business, Derek Grace. Peace. All right, for real this time. Your brother, make some noise for Derek Grace. What's up, brother? How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, big bro. What's up with you?
Nothing much, man. Just telling the people. This is gonna be awkward and this is gonna be unorthodox.
That's my favorite.
Right, right. This is gonna be all you guys and your questions. I think that there's a difference. Again, the panel that we had right before this, they spoke on economics. But this brother's doing it in his own unorthodox way that has not fit very many traditional molds. I could go on and on about how, his stories, but I think it's more important for you all to ask the questions that you would like, as well as let him tell it from his perspective. So, Derek, if you could tell the folks who you are that may not know, what you do, and all that other good stuff.
What's up, everybody? How y'all feeling? Good. All right, my name is Derek Grace. I'm 32 years old. I just turned 32 the week before last, August 20th. I'm a father of 6. I do a lot of business. I buy a lot of guns. I own a gun store myself as well. That's one of the businesses I have. I buy a lot of gold. I buy a lot of land, and I believe in generational wealth and making sure our children have options and not necessarily forcing them into positions because we just think entrepreneurship or a job is the best fit. I don't know, bro. I just do a lot of cool stuff with my kids and make money and buy guns and yeah, just chill in the house and try to teach as many people as possible.
Here's the question. Now, are you really retired
From teaching.
from teaching? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
All right, bro. So we're launching our own independent network from the coding to the bandwidth. Everything is in-house. So we'll essentially have our own version of what Netflix is and what Hulu and what Disney is. So on the technicality, I still would be teaching kind of, but it'll be more visually. So I'm not sitting people down in classes and courses no more like, hey, y'all, today we're going to talk about how to properly file your LLC and merge your LLCs. I'm not doing none of that. So technically, it will be teaching, but it won't be intentional teaching. That's the best way to put it. If they pick up the gems that we drop while we launching the network and rolling out our shows and our documentaries, good for them. But if not, I don't really care no more.
Right. Tell,
Yeah.
What did that transition happen? Where did you? Because I know you still care, but I just ain't doing it.
Okay, bro. So the transition really started taking place last year. Cause I'm working on my video game too for Xbox. Well, it's not really working. It's done at this point. We just got to give a date. But I had the video game we was cooking up for Xbox, PC, and PlayStation 5. But that ended up needed like a whole nother year of development because I didn't like the direction. So I actually had to push off quitting last year because just being honest, bro, like we making at that point in 2020, we making like $1.5 million per month off retail. So I would be crazy to be like, let me drop all this. I ain't got nothing else going on. I mean, I could do it, but I like having fun. I like treating my family and doing certain things. So the revenue is necessary. But anyway, fast forward. Bro, really the biggest thing is just one, I gave them the bulk of my 20s. I'm 32 now. That I've been teaching since I was 22. Number two is I started realizing I was helping people. We could like speak freely.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I was helping people get their shit together with their families, and moms was in shambles. So basically, like I'm putting out parenting curriculums, business curriculums, and then I start realizing like my internal life, I ain't have my shit together. I'm like trying to save the world, and my whole house in shambles. So the biggest thing, bro, is just self-care because I want to be intentional in my 30s about like giving myself the same level of consistency that I've been giving them and their families for all these years. So like when people hear me, I'm like, oh man, I got a better relationship with the wife. You know, I took what you said about over communicating or my son learning how to shoot or they learning how to do business. And I'm like, damn, me and my family, shit, we on the rocks right now, but we got a whole lot of money, but internally we on the rocks. And meanwhile, y'all family's just taking the information and flourishing. So for me, it's time just to double back and think about me and don't give a damn about anybody else and their kids and families and all that. Just worry about mine.
100%. So here's the question. I said this before you came out.
Mm-hmm.
You told a story about when you made a decision to say, all right, I'm gonna get tats on my face and become this tatted mentor.
Absolutely.
What was that story and what was the drive behind it?
In short, I was a 911 dispatcher for 4 years. I got suspended indefinitely back in like 2011 of Thanksgiving for calling out on a holiday. Y'all know calling out on your job on a holiday is a cardinal sin in the work world. But anyway, they showed me because they suspended me for like 3 months and then literally hit me one day and was like, come back. And I'm thinking like, it's all good, right? Like literally had my work uniform on and I had my work uniform on and all. And they called me back just to tell me I was fired. So I definitely thought I was going to get my job. Like, yeah, we going to have a meeting. Yada, yada, yada.
We good.
I get in the room, bro, and it literally look how this view look. I see like 12 people at a round table and don't nobody look happy or excited. And I'm like, oh yeah, this shit ain't what it is. That shit was a quick conversation. It's basically like you fired. So I think it was that following week. I had this young lady I was messing with back then. Her aunt had a plug with Foot Action and Jordan Brand. And bro, I was just paying it. This back, anybody that's into shoes in here, any sneakerheads? Okay, so y'all know about the Big Bang LeBron 9s. Y'all know about the Big Bang foams. It was one of the biggest releases ever since I've been alive that I've seen. That shit was really dangerous. Motherfuckers got killed by them shoes and all. But anyway, she had a plug on those. So I remember like I just needed some quick bread because I hadn't been working for 4 months. I'm like, hey, you think you could get me this? And she got me like 4 pair and I flipped them off for like $400-500 a piece. And I was like, oh shit, people really making money by flipping shoes. And literally, bro, that concept was created then to like really get into that game. I got my first facial tattoo like literally a week after I got fired. And that was really, bro, I'm still a procrastinator. I still procrastinate. Like if you give me a to-do list for 6 months, 5 months, and 29 days, I'm finna knock it out in 2 days. I'm finna cram and boom, get it over with. So, bro, for me, that was me applying the pressure that I felt like I needed to really like make sure these goals materialize. Because I know other than that, I probably would have got weak or gave up and went and got a job. But you know, tattooing your face make you unhireable to an extent, and that's exactly what I wanted. I told myself back then, like, me and corporate ever merged, it would be a partnership, but they would never tell me again, like, oh, this is what you work for hour, this is what time to be here, blah, blah, blah. So I got the first tattoo in 2012, and yeah, we just never looked back.
What's the pros and cons of all of the work that you've done so far? Start with the worst and then go to the pros.
The cons is that our culture struggles with reading, simple context clues, inferring. So it becomes a real repetitive business because you have to keep telling grown ass people what you already typed for them in the description and what you already made a video saying. Bro, I'm so big on my time, so that's a huge con. I think another one is just, it's a thankless business. So people basically like oversaturate you. They just want. And shit, that's really it. They get, not everybody, a lot of people do, you know, they sticking in with you. Like they really like core people who really fuck with you and believe in you and they care about your well-being. But for the most part, we inherit people who just want what they want right now and then they gone. So there's and not that I need the loyalty because I got a family, but a lot of times when you just like wrecking your brain day and night and you really doing shit that your family necessarily needs. I tell you all the time, like my children know this shit. They live with me. You done seen them on camera. I'm like doing the extras for you and your children. So a lot of times it's hard to convey that message. And the unappreciation part, that once that shit infiltrates your mind, it could definitely defer your whole work pace or your belief system, all that. So I think cons, that's two of the biggest ones. The pros, I'm not gonna lie, bro. The pros is the resources, the connections, the things that my children get to experience, the things I get to experience. Being in a position to retire relatives and buy houses and surprise people with cars, or even the ability to actually visually show your results. Because with the thing with the internet is like everybody got a story, everybody got some dope shit they bring it to the table. But when we start resume checking and pulling cards, that's one of my favorite pros because I just like, you know, I speak through experience and results. I don't have any degrees, I don't got none of that, but I definitely can show anybody a blueprint on how we can or assist them in getting 100,000 a month, $1 million a month, how to coach your children into being comfortable with using the gun, whether you there or not, how to create an empire, chain of command, how to, I mean, she even down to my lady, like she started her business last May. She just gave me 70 grand for my birthday. So I could definitely show people when it comes to that family shit, I could definitely show you how to practice inclusion, put the pieces together, find out what everybody good at, and then we go kill shit together.
So
thank you, babe.
So look, so as I've been down here for a couple of weeks, and I told you, right? So this is for your lady. I'm floating around Miami. I'm all over the place. And I'm saying, yeah, yo, you know, Solutionary Summit, you know, come through. Oh yeah, Derek Grace, I rock with him. And instinctively, especially the sisters, right after they say, oh yeah, he's smart. But I love his wife. That relationship,
right,
you know, and you highlighting the love of a woman. You know, we just had Dr. Boyce on, you know, on the stage. And he gets, you know, I've seen guys in the comment section. I don't know what those guys' lives are.
Right.
And they'll go, oh, you marry her, you a simp.
Yeah. Bro, I get that shit weekly.
You know what I'm saying? Tell me, what is your, did you know going into this? Because you haven't always just said, okay, this is my lady, I'm gonna highlight this one lady.
Oh no, bro, I be turned up.
Yeah.
I've been turned up for years. I'm not gonna lie, that's another pro, just being real with you. And this pro can be taken out of context and hurt you. So for anybody that's gonna get to this place in your life, play with caution. But bro, one of the pros that can turn into a con is that like celebrity or status, which I'm sure you know, it gives you certain power. And if you don't have character, you'll mishandle that power and you'll fuck around and fumble what got you the celebrity to begin with because you overconsumed with what came with the power. So no, bro, that's a major one. But what really got me there, bro, is one, I just felt like she was worth it. I ain't taking nothing from nobody else I dealt with, and none of us are my children.
The disclaimer.
I know one of my baby mamas gonna be like, motherfucker. But anyway, I just felt like she was worth it, bro. Aesthetically, it made sense. Relationship wise, it made sense. And business, it made sense. So yeah, bro. And I know exactly with the simp comments, right? So a lot of people didn't understand the marketing. They was just looking at me posting her every day from a relationship standpoint. But they didn't think about like a year later, that man gonna be able to ask his old lady for 6 figures if he really needs it, and she genuinely can come through because he leveraged his platform to build her up. So no, bro. I mean, it could be simping to them by definition, but I mean, for me, that's family business. I like if one of us get in the door, I'm gonna hold this motherfucker open so we all can get in the door at the same time. Otherwise, when you're doing that, you just got one rich motherfucker in the family and everybody else feeding off him.
We're gonna take some questions from the audience. Let's like regular questions.
In any I'm cool with whatever, bro.
Whoever got questions, stand up. They're gonna bring the mic over to you. You switch to a plant-based diet.
Yeah. Well, look, wait. So look, it's not certain days we are plant-based, but it's vegan more times than not. But certain days we do. We just still struggling trying to find like we get tired of eating the same shit. So it's like, all right, like last night, what did I eat? I know I didn't even eat because I'm sick of we getting away from the meat, but I'm sick of eating the same damn burger. So I'm just like, you know what, I ain't eating nothing tonight, but we working on it, bro, to try to perfect it.
What made that change happen?
I watched a documentary called Dominion on YouTube, and I dare anybody in here that eat meat to go watch Dominion and see if you still want to eat meat after that.
So years ago, I worked at a slaughterhouse.
Bro, that's the type of shit they were showing. I couldn't. I was
Yeah,
like, yeah, this
my job was to kill the cows with a sledgehammer.
Bro, that's exactly the type of shit I was seeing.
Yeah. And so for like 10 years after that, I was like, yo, I'm a vegetarian.
Right.
You know what I mean? Has your mental clarity increased a little bit after this diet change?
Absolutely not, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, because I thought it. I was just telling my lady, I'm like, babe, you know what? Mentally though, I think I might have been clicking where I needed to click, because we ain't eating meat, but mentally though, I still like body wise, I dropped 11 pounds ASAP. But mentally, no, I'm still in the same place.
Okay.
But I'm no complaints, so I love the place
right.
I'm in.
It's
but
a good place,
yeah.
right? Who got some questions? Sister, somebody in the back right there. Who got a question? Stand up real quick. Give him the mic real quick. Sister right there.
Hey, hi. This is just a little
How you
question.
doing?
What does your T-shirt say? In-home banking? Is that any relation to anything you do?
Yes, ma'am. That's I created that concept in 2017. It's in reference to us not finding out, but necessarily creating our own financial institutions and home. So like before, to give you an example, right? Before, I would encourage you to go get 10 grand from a bank. I would tell you to maybe consider 5 people you can get 2 grand from, and then they collect interest from you, right? So now they're stimulating your economy by letting you hold the money to begin with. And then you're going to reciprocate that and stimulate theirs by paying them interest on the money you was holding. Next thing you know, we flipping, you get the money you need to go do what you need to do. They getting the interest and no banks are involved. That's just a small example, but that's one of the things I started doing with my children and my partner years ago, is just figuring out how we could edge the bank side of our business and create those same systems under our own roof. Because they're not geniuses. And if you study their blueprint, you'll see how you could implement this same exact system in your house and never have to step foot in the bank ever. So yeah, in-home banking it's just for branding purposes, but like I have the board game that I made, the in-home banking board game, and then we got the video game coming out on Xbox, PC, and PS5 this fall.
Next question. No, in the back. I'll ask one while you get him the mic. How have you been able to balance family and business this well for this, let's say, stretch of 9, maybe 10 years?
The real answer?
Yeah.
All right, bro, it's 3 things. Number 1, 4 things, y'all, real quick. So I have a consideration box and a I don't give a fuck box. Most people I run into in life, most situations, get dropped in the I don't give a fuck box. I tell everybody, you are the landlord of your peace. Nobody can live in your head unless you actually give them access. With the door, you give them the keys. So, bro, I don't get caught up on trivial shit at all. Smart. If it ain't got nothing to do with the mission, we're not even entertaining it. Number two, I practice tunnel vision. They go hand in hand. Like once I lock in on something, that's where I'm at. Number three, I urge everybody to create some type of routine or rituals. Like just think about, where do you retreat to when the world is too much? A lot of y'all, like, and I tell everybody, it's like, next time you have an amazing day, you need to assess it and identify what steps you took to really have that amazing day. Because once you identify that in the world with the bullshit, you just retreat and go through your steps that you know gonna bring you back to ground zero. Personally, for me, bro, outside of those, uh, I I copulate a whole lot, and I do a whole lot of we do a whole lot of drugs, from marijuana to acid and mushrooms, and that just helped me, bro, just to continue to create, continue to be cool, free, and I don't give a damn about much going on. I'm in my own world. Yeah, bro, and the love of my children, the physical love when I wake up and go to sleep, and the love of the skies when I'm in my zone, and it just keep me grounded, bro, and in my own world.
How are your children? No, listen, because this is a level of honesty that most parents, and you know what I'm saying? Most parents, I've literally bought 3 times. I've bought the post-Trump pack.
Appreciate it. You bought a couple board games in person when we was in Philly. Yeah.
And so that level of honesty that genuinely we don't see in parents. How have your children responded to that, and has that helped them improve in their businesses?
Absolutely, bro. They actually appreciate that level of honesty more. One of the most dangerous things I feel like we can do as leaders or parents is to basically intentionally raise naive people because we're terrified of a real conversation. Because you could buck it all day, but the homegirl gonna teach them school, social media, friends, like, to everybody that's terrified of teaching their children about guns. Y'all know it's only a matter of time before Ryan be like, "Hey, my dad got a gun in the closet." Your child may very well be the one to be like, "Bro, you handling that totally wrong. You need to clear the gun. Don't point the gun in this direction." Y'all, even with sex, like literally everybody in this room is a result of sex, but you don't want to have a conversation with your child about sex. But you would be overly disappointed if you find out their friend taught them about what fucking is or any of that. So, bro, for me, I have genuine, candid conversations, and one thing I've always been big on is, at my funeral, bro, if don't nobody know me, my children will know exactly who their daddy was. They not gonna hear shit about me that they didn't know before to be like, damn, he was living like that. So I pride myself on that. And I tell everybody, bro, parenthood is a competition. So you will either be the biggest influencer or somebody outside will. Just a quick question. How many of y'all, when y'all was younger, snuck out the house to go party, have sex, or any of that? You realize at that point, whoever was influencing you to sneak out was most influential than your mama. So I want you to understand, like, that's now the role that you're in. So you'll either be influential or somebody else will, and then you're gonna find yourself playing catch up, or they're just gonna be out here lost as a motherfucker, learning through trial and error. And then these days, you gotta hope the trial and error don't kill them before they learn the lesson that you could have just put them on while y'all was under the roof.
First question.
All right. So my question, I heard you say that you buy gold, and I recently started, buying stocks myself. What has been your experience with precious metals like gold and silver, and what is your outlook on that versus traditional stocks with the stock market and Bitcoin and all that?
I got you, bro. So first, let me say this. I'm not educated enough on stocks and Bitcoin. I've dabbled with stocks and lost a lot of money. So I ain't gonna lie, I ran from it after that. But in terms of the precious metals, bro, I call it ratchet investing. This is what I'm gonna tell you why. I buy shit that holds its value or grows in value, but it look nice when I wear it. So like, I got a couch in my crib, right? I got a living room set that cost me like 35 grand. It's an asset and it appreciate with time, but it look nice too when people come over. So I like the double win. So bro, it's the same with the gold, but I will say I've had great experiences with the gold. I know overall, bro, I don't got all my jewelry today, but I've spent roughly like 700,000 on jewelry, but it has an evaluation of like 1.6 million. So bro, I have no complaints. The value of gold been skyrocketing, especially with COVID and all that, destroying things. So in terms of on that side of it with the precious metal, bro, no complaints. Everything has been a breeze. And I'm definitely looking forward to buying more gold because gold is just it's a universal tool, and currently the market is is looking nice or it's sitting in a nice place.
Next question, one up here.
All right, it's I don't know if this is two questions or not, but like it seems like you're like a lot of what you're talking about is self-taught. Like like you just like kind of either divined this or you went and did the research yourself. So A, is that true? And if you want to talk a little bit about that. But the other thing is you talked about like insulating from banks and those sorts of institutions by doing some of this in-home banking.
Right.
What other different, I don't know, sort of oppressive or control mechanisms have you been able to insulate yourself from by the way that you move?
That's a good ass question. So question number one is absolutely. A lot of what I teach, in my opinion, is common sense and wisdom. And a lot of people don't ever think to tap into their common sense, and they don't even care to even try to exercise their wisdom. I feel like literally everybody in this room got a story, and y'all could monetize y'all story through a digital ebook by tomorrow if you really wanted to put your pain points on a piece of paper and tell other people how they can not fuck up how you did at that point in your life based off your expertise or your experience and what you've been through. So yeah, I definitely just basically, for the most part, my teachings, nothing is really research. I just use my experience and then I go create teaching material based off what I learned, because who better to get it from the person that was really there and learning it. Number two, what you asked is a great question. So I think like when they was talking about government and whatnot, a lot of people have like this mindset. So these are things I focus on, right? Self-love, self-education, self-awareness, self-preservation, and self-knowledge. So when going back to the banking, we could switch to self-knowledge. So all my children are schooled under the roof. So we've removed ourselves from that reliance of feeling like we must go to these schools, we must get these grades so we can have strong, wise children. What I basically did when I started writing curriculums was just making a list of the things that like stifled me as a young man in America at 30 years old. And then I just started teaching my children those things right now. So we literally, like my chip, I don't know if anybody that's seen the videos, Derica back there blindfolded with the guns, breaking them down. She's never been to daycare. She's never been to school. There is not a teacher in the world could be like, oh yeah, I helped her get that A. It was all in-house. So for me, bro, that's really what I do is, like you said, just removing ourselves from that. It's just, I identify these systems and then I ask myself, am I strong enough or do I have the patience to learn them and then teach my children how to not rely on them? Or if I don't, then we'll go hire somebody. So one quick other example is like my pops is retired Secret Service. He back there as well. Rather than me trying to get an FFL for our gun store, I knew like it'd be easier for him to get an FFL because he's already in that system and they got a grandfather system. So that was another way. Rather, like I'm gonna just be honest with you, before I call 911, I'm gonna go to my safe. My children are not, they all know how to shoot and they all have firearms within a safe reach that if we have an emergency, you're gonna have like 8 people shooting at you when you come to the house. So we remove the reliance to be like, man, if anything's happened, kids, remember, who do you call? We ain't calling no fucking body. I'm gonna grab this pistol. And then shit, they gonna need to call somebody because the 8 of us gonna let off like 500 rounds and then they're gonna be like, hey, something going on down the street.
Next question, sister right here.
Can you share more about your real estate and how you bought a lot of property for your family?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's one of my most proudest things, and I didn't really get proud of it till this year, till I realized what I had done. So just in short, real quick, y'all, 2021 was my best year in business. Don't believe them headlines too. They said I made 1.5 every month. I did not. I made it like 3 or 4 times, but it wasn't like that the whole year. But it was a great year, nevertheless. I'm grateful. But what I did though with that money, the $11 million we made last year, I spent like almost $6 million of it on real estate. So basically, I live in a neighborhood where it's a total of 13 houses. In 1 year, I only been living there 1 year, but we purchased 3 of the homes in 1 lot. So we own like a fourth or third of the neighborhood at this point. So really what the goal was just to put our money into something that of course appreciate with time, but of course we can go get them home equity loans and pull 80% of that $6 million out if we really need it, put it back into this retail business we doing, buy a whole bunch of product and just repeat the process. So like I was driving last year and I looked up wealth and it was like when you have an abundance of assets. No lie, this was just last year. And I was riding with my lady. I'm like, babe, you know by definition, we in the wealthy category. And she was like, for real? And I'm like, hell yeah, that's what Google say. We up there. So I started realizing, I realized at that point, just to be honest with you, and y'all, I would tell anybody to try this, especially in your best year of business. What really helped us is instead of like buying cool shit and cars and all that in my best year, I went and bought things that were asset driven. So now this year I'm making less money because I'm not as interested in it and I'm transitioning to doing something new. But because when I was up, when I had the bag, I cashed out. So I got six houses in one lot. I got cars. We got a lot going on, but my bills per month are a whole $5,000. So the beauty of it was because we cashed out on the front end, my overhead on the back end is nothing. And I realized that with a lot of entertainers, that's where they really fall short. They get this larger than life lifestyle, but it's on payment status. It's like on rent. So he got to pay 6 cars this month and 4 houses. I basically just went broke while I had it. So now when I don't really feel like going to get it no more, I still get to kick my feet up because we have ownership of absolutely everything we touch.
Clap. Any more questions? Sister right here.
Everybody in here knows that I'm vegan. If they don't, I'm telling you I am. I've been vegan since 2000.
That's what's up. Congratulations. You probably know all type of recipes and shit. Yeah.
But the reason why I became vegan was because I got tired of black men being killed in Chicago. And someone told me that the more blood you eat, the more blood you spill. That was actually what started my journey.
I got you.
This is like before it was in style, but you have a point when you say that you're eating the processed food and you're going to like plant-based and you get bored with it and all that. Like when I became vegan, there wasn't even all this out here yet.
Right.
So this is my career. Like on social media, they gave me the name Vegan Fitness Goddess.
I got you.
I do. So I got you. If you
I appreciate it.
because I know I do this without opening your freezer at the grocery store. I know how to create a whole ass meal without.
Yeah, no, we need that because we definitely got good intent and we enjoy the changes, but we just burned out like, damn, all right, enough burgers, enough veggie spaghetti, like shit. We got to mix it up. I got you. I appreciate it.
So question. Talk about your real estate purchases, land. Let's talk about the fact that you got bananas and shit growing out your backyard.
Yeah, bro. So one thing that I love about the house, and shout out to Bay for that, because bro, was really her decision, right? At first, they wanted like, I can't even remember what they wanted, but I didn't like the price. So we walked away from it, and like I didn't think I was gonna get the house. We really literally revisited like 3 months later, and I had a good run, and I was like, oh, I can just cash out on the house. But yeah, bro, we got bananas, turmeric, jalapenos, navel oranges. It's a whole fruit forest right there, bro. It's like literally, I know we would get bored, but it is enough life back there. Well, probably not right now. We've been having a lot of storms. But anyway, it's typically enough life back there for us we could actually live off that for a little bit. Even though I would get tired of eating jalapenos and oranges and all that. Like I want some mix up. But yeah, bro, in the real estate, I think one of the coolest things about the real estate is as I purchase the homes, especially in my neighborhood. So this is one of my real goals, y'all. Of those 13 homes, I really want to buy everybody else out in the other 8 homes, and I really want to make it damn near like give it some naval-based energy where it's nothing but graces in there. The next step is to basically like, and I tell everybody this, y'all, everybody in this room should have an emergency contact list, and you should have a emergency exit if shit ever get real. Where do we meet at? Who good with guns? Like establishing the family CEO. These are all things that are super important, bro. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to, turning that whole neighborhood into Graceland. And then from there, we'll intentionally put everybody in certain spots. Like it's a one way in and one way out. And I can't wait to like my pops is a really accurate shooter. He got awards for shooting and whatnot. So I would love when he at the front and I'm at the back, and we know like if you come in here, you're not getting out of here unless we gave you permission to get out of here. Yeah.
Next question.
And just to add in there real quick, y'all, I want somewhere where my children can actually walk down the street and I can have a peace of mind that they're gonna walk back home. So to me, I want to control the environment to where it's nothing but approved graces in there that I'm like, yeah, cool. It's just us in here. This our section. And if we gonna know you're not one of us, because we're gonna look at you and be like, he's not related. The hell he doing walking down the street?
Right. Last question. Last question. Who wants the last question before the brother gets out of here? Brother right here.
Appreciate you being here, brother. I
Thank you.
watched you for a while, and you were an inspiration to me. I actually started my business back in 2020. It was an idea that sparked in my head, I would say, in 2016.
Congrats, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I know you say about in-home banking and keeping the business in the family. Me, I work a regular 9 to 5 while I have my side business on the side, and I do not have that much family financial support, so I'm really doing a lot of this on my own. And I agree with you with keeping the bank side of that, because I don't got that much money to be paying the banks like that at all.
Bro, what are you selling?
I actually recently just got my credentials to be a firearms instructor, because I do believe in what you say as far as teaching the community and teaching everyone about handling firearms safely and everything else like that. At first, it started out with merch, clothes, hats, and now I'm going to take a step further by actually teaching courses.
All right, bro. So let me share this real quick. Being that you said you don't got a lot of financial support, 3 to 4 ways, bro, to run up a whole nother bag, and the overhead is very minute. Is, bro, you should be pre-recording yourself and then putting these things on Zoom and allowing people to actually just go ahead and pay that paper or subscribe. Zoom gonna cost you like, I'm sorry, Kajabi. You hold your meeting on Zoom, but if you put it on Kajabi, you'll be able to house your stuff there. You can actually drip the content. You can set timers and all, so you ain't even got to step away to deal with it. You set it up and let it run itself. But bro, that's one way to be getting paper without even having to meet people or create any, because merch can get expensive when you got to get it in the hundreds and the thousands. But you got one route of income through Kajabi. Beyond that, bro, you can create actual groups where people get to meet you on Zoom if they want some in-person training. Now we're talking about number 2. Number 3, bro, is put your expertise in a 10-step guide. I don't know if you got a Mac, but if you got a Mac, get Open Office, make a 10-step guide, pay $300 for your copyright, and now you got a digital product that you selling as well. So when it comes to the finances, bro, anybody in here, if you got an idea, I could tell you like 3 to 5 ways off top you can monetize it without ever leaving your house, ever shipping anything, just literally straight email money, bro. But gun instructor, in the height of tension in this country, bro, this is a great time to get in that market, in my opinion. And you definitely should be getting more than merch money. Just my opinion, bro. No problem.
Clap. All right, y'all, we out of here. Derek Grace, play some music. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, bro.
A lot of information. I hope you wrote that down. He wrote, okay, cool. My man said, oh, what, you do a firearms instructor? Oh yeah, I got you 4 different ways right now. Everybody feeling good? Okay, cool. We like to do cool stuff like that at the Solutionary Summit. I think that might be the brothers like one of the last times just like floating around. So good brother. Again, I want to make sure that everybody, again, this conversation and these concepts of business, health and wellness, self-defense, family, love, all of these things are very, very important. So hopefully y'all took a bunch of notes. All right. Next up, so we're going into the gun thing. We have a breakdown from one of our sponsors. Again, I get to say things that some of our sponsors don't get to say. Okay. One of our sponsors of the Solutionary Summit is the USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association. Now, what I'm going to say as my opinion is the United States Concealed Carry Association has one of the most preeminent training courses, especially for beginners, that you're going to go. Some people you just go do 1, 2, 3, 4, but that's not contextual, it's not layered, and it's not updated. So I'm not saying any other organization's name. I'm saying that on a national level, USCCA has a lot more information. And to break down some of that information for you all, we got our good brother here, Mike from USCCA.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's keep the music going. You guys have been sitting for quite a while. Let's get up. Just stand up. Just stand up. Let's move a little bit. Come on. Just stand up. Just stand up. Just stand up. You don't have to dance. Just stand up for a second. Half of everyone was like, we're staying sitting. We're way too tired. All right. All right, so as Maj said, my name is Mike Bauer. I am from the USCCA and Delta Defense. We're the service provider to the USCCA, the U.S. Concealed Carry Association. Now, one of the things that people think of when I get up on stage is I'm going to give this big sales presentation. And that's not going to happen. We're actually going to talk about something a little bit more than that. We're going to talk about something about the winning mindset. I am going to bring up one thing. So the reason that you guys should go and see our friend in the back there, his name is Silas with USCCA. Our ammo cans, when you sign up for a membership today, we're not twisting anybody's arms. However, how many of you guys like those SIRT pistols and thought, man, it would be really nice if we had something similar that we could practice at home, maybe practice around our children? Did you guys think about that? So what we actually have in our ammo cans, bunch of things, but one of them is actually a plastic yellow training gun, which is incredibly useful if you have children like I do myself. Okay, so real quick show of hands, how many of you guys are already USCCA members? A couple of you guys. Okay, so again, education, training, self-defense, liability insurance, that's what we provide at the USCCA. The other thing that you're going to want to do is anyone who's a firearms instructor in the two-way space, we provide partnerships, because at the end of the day, when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. Write that down. When everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. We are the best and the greatest at what we do. That said, there are other things that need to be done within the gun and non-gun community. Can we all agree on that? That is why we partner with independent instructors, retailers, ranges, things like this. People like Ken Scott, Kevin Dixie. We've got Protect One with MJ Firearms. They just opened up. We partner with those guys to help them elevate what they do in their business. And then we just do what we do best. Make sense? So just go and talk to Silas. It's going to be well worth your time. What I actually want to talk about today is this question of why is everyone here? Did you guys think about that yet? Why are we here? Because if all we're doing is just coming to events like this and we're not doing anything with the information, it's just entertainment. I really hope none of you guys came here just for entertainment. I like having fun. I hope all of you guys are here to have fun. But you know what's more fun than fun? Winning. Winning is more fun than fun is fun. Y'all were up here. You heard when Kim was talking about how, why can't we be winning in Baltimore, in the cities, and doing that sort of thing? Well, at the end of the day, and then we heard, was it Major, who said, man, if I was in the game, you are in the game. This is your game. Your community is your game. Your inner circle is your game. And if you aren't helping making them better, making yourself better, you are wasting your time. I mean, we can all have fun here, but you need to be able to do something when you get back home. Can we all agree on that? The more I hear you guys, the more I'm going to interact. So I love hearing that. So if you resonate with something, give me a clap, give me a yee yee. We are in the South. So, all right. So I want to give you guys an example of something that literally happened to me on the flight here. Don't you guys hate that when people get up on stage and they go, I just had this thing and I'm going to make it into a big motivational thing? Buckle up. All right. So on my way here, I actually live in just north of Milwaukee in Wisconsin. And because I'm a solutionary and I don't want to deal with a layover in Atlanta, I drove the extra hour to Chicago. Now, the reason I bring this up, has anyone flown through O'Hare before? It's ridiculous. This place is a metropolis. They literally have 3 or 4 exits for parking. Okay, so it's a zoo. So I'm getting there. It's early yesterday. It's Labor Day weekend. I'm looking for my parking spot. One lot's full, so I go to the next lot. I'm telling you all this to create the chaos of what was all there. Finally, I find my parking spot. Then you have to go to the indoor parking area. There's a whole bank of elevators. There's like 5, 6 elevators. Then you have to go in. When you get in these elevators, the buttons don't say where you're going. They are Chicago teams. Why would we make it simple? How Chicago of them? That was funny, right? So here's what happened. I get up to these elevators. There's a long group of people, and I get in with 3 other guys. Now, all of these guys, it was very clear they're on vacation together. They're about to have some fun somewhere. I didn't even know where they're headed. But they get in, and I follow behind them. Button's already pushed before I get in. And by the time that I can even push the button to the terminal, we're going up, which is the wrong direction. We go up, and we go from P1 and we go to P2. Now, P2 opens and no one walks in, which means no one pushed that button except someone in that elevator. And so these 3 guys, these 2 other guys and myself, we look at this guy, and one of these guys looks at his buddy, he goes, Jimmy, I forget his name, we'll call him Jimmy. Jimmy, you idiot. Did you just panic push P2 because you didn't know where to go? And Jimmy's like, yes. And so they're making fun of him. They're like, you idiot, you hit P2. P1's right here. We just have to go down to T. T is for terminal. T terminal, P parking. How did you miss that? Jimmy didn't know what to do. So it was too early for Jimmy, apparently. So we get down there, we go out, and we go on our merry way. But guys, this is why I tell you this story. The majority of people outside these four walls, listen to me, friends, the people that we are going back home to, back to work to, the people that we hang with, the people that we take our advice from, the majority of people are pushing the P2 of the elevator that is their life. They are panic pushing P2 on the elevator of their life because they have no direction. The wonderful thing about coming to events like this that Maj puts on is you have the capacity to have conversations with people you cannot have back home. Am I right? Thank you. So what we want to do is make sure that we are taking solutions from this. When I spoke to Maj and when I asked him, what are you looking for people to take away from this? Before, he didn't even think, he just came up. He said, look, man, I'm looking for people to take solutions from people that they already have strong beliefs from, but also I want them to be listening to other people who they've never heard from before because they're outside of that normal realm of circle that they hang around, and see if maybe there's something over here that I can bring back home with me to my inner circle. And I love that. I'm paraphrasing a little bit about what he said, but I absolutely love that. But the only way that you can do that is by first asking yourself one of the most difficult questions. It is so simple, but a lot of times, just because something's simple doesn't mean it's easy to answer. And it's simply this: what do you want? What do you want? Because a lot of times, when you ask someone that question, you would think it'd be easy to answer. Typically, what the answer is, they start giving you things that they don't want. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you want? Because one of the most powerful things that you can do is first ask and answer, what do I want? And then you go and find people that were on this stage, that were here in this crowd, and you go find a trustworthy person who has advice, and you ask them for help. Because you need to remember, the only way that change is going to come is by you taking action. And a lot of times, the easy thing that we get caught up in is this idea of, at the end of the day, I need to have all the answers before I go and do something. And let me tell you something that will change your life. If you have notes, write this down. Action leads to insight before insight leads to action. Action leads to insight before insight leads to action. If all you're doing is spinning your wheels trying to get it right constantly, nothing ever gets done. It's about just going out there and taking action. And you can only do that by first knowing what you want. Now, here's another thing. I'm a student of success, guys. I absolutely love business and people who are winning. My man Gracie up here, that was awesome. I remember following him after Solutionary Summit last year, and I'm like, wow, people really live like this. Like, this is awesome. One of the things that's really cool that I think is the successful people that I have studied, I'm sure you guys have seen this as well, it's almost as if they live in their own world and we're just a part of it. You guys seen that before? Why can't that be you? The answer is it can be you. And one of the ways that you can start with that is by doing something where you're using your mind in a capacity that most people have never used it. Now, this is going to be something that might be very foreign to you. It was very foreign to me 5-6 years ago, but it's a game changer. Anyone familiar with the term reticular activation system? Anybody heard that before? One guy in back, awesome. Is that Larry? Who's that? So one person, all right. So the reticular activation system it works part of the subconscious part of our brain, and it's kind of the prover. Let me give you an example. Quick show of hands. Anyone here buy a car over the last year or so? Anybody? My man over here, what'd you buy? A Camry. What color Camry? Black Camry, okay. What happened and how long ago was this? Last year, okay. What happened when you bought a black Camry and you started driving around? What did you start seeing everywhere the next 2 months? You guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? That is your reticular activation system within your brain. And what happened is all of a sudden that black Camry became very important to him because it was something that he wanted to buy. So his brain decided, you know what? I'm going to go look for it. And I start finding it everywhere. Here's something that messed me up when I found out about this. Think about this. At one point, we were not using as humans electricity. There was no less capable, useful electricity at that point than there was now that we're able to use technology to harness that. But we were able to tap into it and use it in a powerful manner that we didn't have before that. And so the reason that I bring this up is the reticular activation system in your brain is something that is there and available for you to tap into. Whether you use it or not, it is there. You might as well tap into it, right or right. So what you need to focus on is find out, what do I want? Because what you're going to start finding is you'll have conversations with people and you'll start hearing solutions to things that wasn't important to you before, but it was always there. And that's why it's important that you surround yourself with people that think either similar to the way that you want to think, they've done things that you've wanted to do. You need to surround yourself with the right people, start having those conversations that you want to have, because if you're not careful, what will happen is something called these crabs in the bucket. There is a law of nature that if there are a bunch of crabs in a bucket and one of them starts reaching out, the others are going to start grabbing it and pulling it back down. People think that when you get older, you can't learn new things. That is complete BS. What happens as you get older is you get more cemented in your ways because of the people that are around you. And if you're not learning new things, you're forever going to be stuck there. And that is why you need to have these conversations with people, and you take away the conversations that you are going to have today with people that have been here in order to help your community. If you're not doing that, this is just entertainment. There's one other thing that I want to talk about. So I was recently at a conference, I think it was in June. It was in Salt Lake City. My business coach actually put it on. And the question was asked, if you only had 5 minutes to live, and you had to give a message out to the world, whether it was for your kids, your community, what would it be? And there were 500 people in that room, and most people sat back and thought. And then there was me over in the corner scribbling down exactly what I want to talk about. You guys cool if I share that with you? I like that. Yeah, there it is. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So this is something that completely changed my life. And I've talked about this. My job with USCCA, we actually run what's called the Official Partner Program. We have 110 reps across the country. We've got 15 district managers. And there are 2 of us that each run the East and the West back at home with our director. And so the reason I bring that up is I've had the privilege, I'm super grateful that I get to train a lot of these guys. And one part of their job is to give presentations to classes like the firearms class that you guys had before. What's the benefit of becoming a USCCA member? And if you sign up, what do you get? But if that's not natural to someone to speak in front of a group of people, you got to give them something that gets them out of their comfort zone. So what I'm about to bring up is something that we talked about yesterday about how do we change the community? How do we change firearms, people within the firearms realm? Well, how do we help police officers get better trained? And there's plenty of other things that you guys have taken that you're going to bring back to your community, right? But how do we take that first step? Because typically that first step is the hardest. And we said action leads to insight before insight leads to action. How do we take the first step? Well, I'm going to give you a concept that I learned that changed my life. That's called, I'm not nervous, I'm excited. So how many of you guys watched the 96 Olympics? A little bit. So that was in Atlanta. Something that's not talked about very often is that the 96 Olympics actually fundamentally changed sports journalism. Do you guys know this? I certainly didn't when I found out about this. So here's the interesting thing with the 96 Olympics. When they walked back, they had a ton of footage. And just like Olivia was talking about before, these guys have a champion's mindset. I mean, they are at the top of their game with the best of the best. The entire world is watching. And these journalists kept going up to them and they would go, "Were you nervous?" What do you think the response was? "I was so nervous." No, not at all. These are people who are champions. They were ready for this. They've been training forever for this. And the difference in their mindset came from something simple. They were asked, "Were you nervous?" And they said, "No, I wasn't nervous. I was excited." And here's something that I want you to think about for a moment. Think about the last time you were nervous. What happened? You had that weird feeling in your gut, your heart started racing, and your palms got sweaty. Now, I want you to think about the last time that you were excited about something. What happened? You felt that feeling in your gut, your heart started racing, and your palms were sweaty. So the difference between the average person And a champion mentality simply comes down to a shift. And that comes down to this idea of when this moment comes up, you physically have to get your brain to switch. And instead of saying, man, I am so nervous, you go, I am not nervous, I am excited. I do not know what is about to happen next, but I get a front row seat. This is going to be my story to tell. This is going to be my book to write, and this is going to be my movie to make when it's over. I'm going to tell you, there's going to be about 3 people who are going to use that, and the rest of you are going to forget about that. I'm not saying you're bad for it, but I will tell you, if you use that, it will change your life. And here's the thing. Most of you guys flew here today. How many of you guys flew this weekend to get here? About half you guys do. That's awesome. So one of the things that I want you to consider is that when your flight, when you got on, if it were to take at 30,000 feet, going 500, 600, 700 miles an hour, if there were to be a 1 degree change in the course direction, you would never notice it. You would never notice it. But what happens after a couple hours? You could be in a completely different continent. And so the reason that I bring all of this up, this idea of this champion's mindset, this making sure that you know what you want, all of this is because if you take the things that you have learned from this event here today, you take those conversations and you bring them back home. And even if you just alter your life by 1 degree, you have, by definition, changed your life because of one event. What happens when you do that again? What happens when you do that again? Never underestimate the power of small commitments and daily actions and little tweaks to your life compounded day after day after day. Everyone wants to do these big things. They want to be these big events. They want to have these great things in their life. They want to hit that home run that wins the game. They want to have that touchdown pass. They want to hit the free throw that at the buzzer. But here's the problem. That's not what won the game. What won the game was all of the layups, the singles, the doubles, the practices, all the little daily actions that got them to that place. And so again, I just bring this up because don't let this just be an event that you go home and talk about how fun it was. It was a lot of fun. There is a reason we have really, really cool people up here. But if all you do is just look at them and go, wow, that's really cool that Kim can do that. I wish I could do that. Major, he's doing some really cool stuff. I wish I could do that. Man, Dr. Boyce, he's been doing this for 20 years. If only I started sooner. Start today. Start today. We've got a little bit more time than I anticipated, so I'm going to run us through something that I actually didn't anticipate doing. You guys having fun, though? All right. So I'm going to run you through something that, how many of you guys are familiar with Mike Waller? Anybody know that name? One man in the back, Peter, perfect. So Mike Waller is someone who took a negative in his life and he turned it into a positive. He was actually in a self-defense incident. His son was involved, his young son. Luckily, they made it out of it alive. But about 3-4 weeks ago, he actually opened up his own range a couple years later now because he wants to be able to empower more people to be able to be their own inner hero. I think it's very noble. In our business, we call that a competitive positive. We take something that could be a positive or a negative or neutral. It doesn't matter. For him, it was a negative. But the competitive positive is we now use that in our lives to get and do something better. And so he had his range opening. We had about, Pete, what was that, about 30 people, I think? And we ran through a mental exercise that I'm going to run through with you guys. And 1 or 2 things are going to happen, all right? I'm going to be brutally honest with you guys. We're solutionaries. Half of you are going to go, man, that was really cool. And the other half are going to go, this guy's definitely nuts. So I'm willing to take that gamble. How about you guys? All right. So this time I actually am going to have you guys stand up. Promise I'm not going to bait anyone into doing anything that they don't want. Trust me on this. But I promise you this is something that if you apply it, could be game-changing for you. The one thing I'm going to have you guys do is just make sure you have a little bit of room just to your right. Just have like an additional person space to your right. Cool? All right. Now, no one's touching your stuff. Don't worry about it. This is going to be more powerful if you lean into this and you have your eyes closed. Not literally lean, but like buy into this, right? So if you have your eyes closed, I want to have you, if you don't feel comfortable, I'm not going to tell you what not to do, but if you do this and you follow through with this, promise you this is going to be game changing for you. Everyone cool? All right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about your life and where you're at right now. What are the things that you're proud of? What are the things that you wish you could change? What are some things that you've learned this weekend that you in particular want to apply to your life, that you're going to apply to your life, that you know for sure that if this one thing, I just use this one thing, it could be game changing for me. And I want you to think about that, where you're at right now and the decisions that you want to make. And what I want you to do with your eyes still closed is look to your right. And I want you to look to your right, and I want you to see a person there standing next to you. And I want you to consider this person as a hero. And when you look down at their shoes. What are they wearing? Look up. What does their hair look like? What are they wearing from head to toe? And just consider that. This is that hero that you're looking at. And this person, what they have are all the things in life that you would like. They have the relationship that you want to have with your friends and family. They have the bank account that you're looking for. They have the means to be able to protect their family from any means necessary, both physically and otherwise. And as you look this person up and down, what you start noticing is this person looks exactly like you. And the reason that this person looks exactly like you is because this is the person that is your inner hero. And I want you to continue again to look top to bottom. What does their hair look like? What do their nails look like? What do their pants look like? What do their shoes look like? Are they wearing a hat? Are they wearing any jewelry? What does that person who you ultimately want to become to your right look like? And I want you to consider for a second that they have every single thing that you could ever want and need. I want you to take one final look up, look down at your shoes, look down at that person's shoes, and now I want you to take one step to the right into that person's shoes. Go. Take a deep breath, look up, and open your eyes. How do you guys feel right now? Do you feel different than what you did 30 seconds ago? A little bit? Like I said, some of you guys notice a big difference. Why do I run you through that? You can sit down if you'd like. The reason I run you through that is this. Everything you could ever want and need and want to become and will ultimately become is already inside of you. It is already inside of you. And if you are intentional about making sure that you figure out what you want by looking for solutions and answers, by going and having conversations with people that are trustworthy and worthy of giving you advice, and you take massive daily action, and you just remember that you're not nervous, you're excited, you will become your own inner hero. Guys, my name is Mike F. Bauer. I thank you so much. Be safe, be solutionary.
You heard the tagline, right? Be safe, be solutionary. So listen, y'all, we're going to take a 15-minute intermission. Last two panels, politics and hip hop. And we got Angela Stanton King and everybody with the Real Talk Tour. A lot of energy. Take a 15-minute break. See y'all back in 15. Come on, do better, do better. We got a hip hop and politics panel. Let's go. Everybody come on back in. Now, we got 2 panels left. I know you guys have, we've talked about a lot. These last 2 panels are gonna be very aggressive. The questions can be very aggressive. All of the people in this next panel that's coming up here are generally very aggressive. That's what hip hop is. Actually, contrary to what a lot of people think, that's what politics is. It's aggressive. Politics, by definition, is securing, maintaining, and expanding your interests. So you need to chase that aggressively. Now, does that mean that you got to like sell anybody out? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. But you have to defend your politic, and it's from an aggressive space. All right? So as people fill in, I want y'all to really, think about these questions. Dr. Boyce, a while ago just said something along the lines of the lyrics of hip hop. So this is the time to challenge that. Are we giving passes to certain hip hop artists? Or do we not think that hip hop's, influences politics and vice versa? These are the types of questions that we're going to have on this politics and hip hop panel. And we're going to get started right now. First up, coming to the stage. Our good brother, Eric July. Let's make some noise, Ain't nobody tell y'all to get super hungry, eat food and get sleepy. Next up to the stage, hometown favorite, Sonny Johnson. Next up, Tone Trump. Give it up. Actor, activist, hip hop artist. Miss Angela Stanton King. Okay, everybody grab a mic. The questions are going to be extremely aggressive. So first and foremost,
Was I supposed to sit over here?
You can. Yeah. Go ahead. She's going to do it. All right. Now, we're going to do another Q&A. A lot of questions from the audience. Listen, nobody on this panel right here is going to mince words with y'all. They not. Sorry. If you came here to be like coddled, this ain't the panel for you. Okay? So the questions need to be challenging, and you're going to be challenged. I want to start with something. A lot of times, we as the hip hop community or even political community, we kind of stray away from certain conversations. We stick away from them. Or if they, are presented to us and the people think, oh man, we're going to be in a room with people that's like not exactly like on point with my brand, we just don't show up. Is that true to you all? And how do we fix that? How is the hip hop community influencing politics in a manner by not touching certain concepts and discussions? Start with Angela, and then we'll make our way down.
I actually think they are. I think it's like our boy Kwame Brown says, to get along, to go along. I mean, the ones that are teaching on politics are, of course, pushing politics and pushing policies that are totally against our production, our growth, who we are as a people. So I think it's that why the question should be, why is it that they won't touch certain policies and only push certain narratives? Like you got Lil Boosie with the sleeves up and the vaxxed up movement. You got who else? Juvenile with the whole vax that ass up video that they just released. Okay, you got a lot of our Black entertainers. You got DL Hewley. Hey, go get the jab. Go get the jab. When we saw him pass out on stage at the comedy tour, he went to the hospital. They just told him to go home and quarantine for 14 days. No jab, no medicine, no nothing. But now everything on his page is the vaccine. I think what is needed is that we begin to have not only diversity, but show that it's okay to push it, whatever you believe in. If you don't believe with their narrative, it shouldn't be wrong, and you shouldn't be silenced, and you shouldn't be censored because you're not going along with what they're pushing.
100%. Tone, as an outspoken brother of faith, as a person that I've known personally for years in the community, do you agree with that narrative? We should speak up. What's your take on the question?
We definitely should speak up. The part I do agree with is like the sister was saying about, whatever you believe in, push what you believe in. You know what I'm saying? I think it's mainly about education. So it's like, why would anybody take any serious medical advice from a comedian in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you, like, if that's a decision you got to make for you and your children, why does a comedian have any influence over that? So I think a lot of it is just, us re-educating our babies, taking the power out of celebrity, taking the power out of influencers and stuff like that. Because now it's so easy to become popular and famous now. Like when we was kids, you at least had to be good at something. Yeah, so now it's like you could do something stupid and be famous in 24 hours, and now some big company comes. We can't be mad at these people. A lot of these celebrities are a lot in financial troubles that we don't know about. So somebody, like, I don't want to pick on nobody in particularly, but some of the people she named, if some big company comes to them and says, "Yo, we got $5 million for you to post 5 times a day to your audience and your people, this, that, and the third," that's dangerous to us as a people in the community. But I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell DL or none of them how to make their money. But I am in a position to tell my kids, we not listening to no comedians, none of that shit about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Other than jokes.
Right, 100%.
Agreed. But we
Sonny?
can clown him like he clowned everybody else.
Right. Sonny, what's your perspective on it?
I think I see it a little bit differently because one of the historical aspects that got us where we are was the Harlem Renaissance. And that's where they took the progressive intellect and they mixed it with Black culture. And then they were able to sell the intellect, the Marxist kind of philosophy, through the culture. So it became music, it became poetry, it became short stories. And they were very, very effective in spreading their message using our culture as a platform. If you look at hip hop and its ascension, basically they've started that process to undo that process. So they're removing a lot of and I'm not talking about like the mainstream people. I'm talking about the underground, if you were. You know what I'm saying? The not celebrated, the not pushed to the forefront, the not exalted people that you would call hip hop artists. A lot of rappers who just don't toe the progressive line. They are talking about how to install education in their kids. They're talking about financial empowerment. They're talking about entrepreneurship. They're talking about investing. They're talking about making sure that they have a legacy that they can leave to their kids. They're talking about all of that, but because they talk about that, they don't get to be mainstream. And so when we start talking and we say, you should not be listening to a celebrity. Okay, which celebrity? Like, okay, you don't want to listen to the ones the progressives push out. Well, are you going to listen to Jay-Z when he tells you about 444? Are you going to listen to Kanye when he tells you to pray? Are you like, there are certain things in our culture that we can take and we can mix them with what we know to be intellectually true. And we can use our culture and our intellect the exact same way it was used against us. So if you realize the formula they have used to destroy us, and you also realize we now hold that formula in our hands.
Yeah.
We have the conservative ideology, the intellect that goes with it. We have the culture that has been through the growing pains. So we went through materialism. We went through poverty to materialism to now we're looking at a group of celebrities that are going to be our investor class. They are going to be the ones that did what the doctors didn't do, what the lawyers didn't do, what the judges didn't do. Because you keep talking about how we need more judges, more doctors, more lawyers. Where the hell are they at invested in our communities? They get their money and then they run the fuck away. The hip hop artist stays in his damn community, or at least goes back and participates.
Yes.
So what is it exactly that we're asking? What is it exactly that we're looking for? And maybe if we define it a little bit better, we'll have a lot more artists that are willing to meet us where we are.
100%. Clap. Eric, what's your take on this? You have kind of a weird mixture of hip hop, rock. Tell me how do you fit in that Venn diagram, and what do you think?
A lot of the problems are very similar, floating around, obviously, the hip hop community, but also metal and metalcore, hardcore music as well. It's a lot of the similar stuff. So to the point, I of course agree that we should be a part of the conversation. I think that's a no-brainer. However, it's a lot of people in the closet because there's an acceptable narrative when it comes to certain subject matters. So yeah, some of them are getting driven into the underground because, like what Sonny has mentioned, you mentioned something and then you're gonna kind of be ostracized. But the problem is that I get, for example, definitely among like a lot of the metal guys, messaging me, emailing me, or I see them at a show or on a tour or something. Hey, I agree with a lot of what you say, but I can't say that. And that's fundamentally an issue because it's like a political monopoly, at least as far as what is acceptable to what the mainstream is. Now, underground, yeah, you'll find people on different sides of the political aisle. But once you start getting into that mainstream, it all starts to sound the same, which is why it seems like, and just to be blunt about it, when it comes to Democrats, it seems like they just have everybody like their pulse on everything, right? So they can roll out whoever. So you can see popular artists, you can see popular rappers, entertainers, everything, no matter what it is. It don't have to make sense. Like we're talking about the jab right now. It doesn't even have to make sense. There's a lot of this stuff rooted in science, probably not, but it doesn't matter. Like they have their pulse on them and they get to basically regurgitate whatever it is that they want them to regurgitate. So I think it goes both ways. There's part of people that need to be a part of the conversation, but also this whole ostracism thing that we play when there's someone that just disagrees. It doesn't even have to be an entirely, just on one subject matter. And then that person is like, it doesn't matter how good they are, doesn't matter how smart they are, doesn't matter how good their arguments are, they're ostracized almost immediately because it seems like it's taboo to talk about certain subject matters. And another thing to that, to speak to that, like I've caught myself doing this as well. Like I get so upset and irate when I hear someone else say something and I get so focused on, well, what is that person's political slant or whatever it is in terms of what it is they're saying. So I'm looking at what agenda they may have, but that doesn't make what they're saying true or false. The truth does not rest upon whether you like or dislike the person that's saying it. And that's a very important thing that I mean, it really goes across genres and it goes across artists. It's not anything that's just simply unique to the hip hop culture. I'd actually say that my eyes got widened when I participated in some of these other genres and I saw a lot of the same exact stuff. So yeah, you got to be part of the conversation, but you also can't be afraid to have that conversation.
100%. So from what it sounds like to me, it's a bit, maybe it's our fault. We are the consumer. So if we're the consumer, is the agenda stronger? Do they care about the money? Because if we're buying it and we only all decided to say, okay, we're only supporting this, right? Is the agenda more about the economic resources that come from that type of music? Do we want it and that's why they sell it? Or are we buying it because that's what they're pushing? You guys tell me.
I think we're,
No, ladies first.
I really think we're buying it because that's what they're pushing. Just think about it for a minute. Like the majority of time, the majority of our rap artists, right? The ones with much bigger names, right? And bigger platforms. Well, what have they pushed? If your story hasn't been about being a gangbanger or being a drug dealer or about bringing your community to demise, then 9 times out of 10, you don't have that record deal. Or 9 times out of 10, you aren't the one that they're putting on the forefront. Even if we look at some of our newest female rappers that have come out, from Cardi B to Meg Thee Stallion, everybody is an Amber Rose type. It's all about slut. It's all about WAP. And those seem to be even now, who came out beautifully in the beginning, playing the flute, showing her real talents, has now gone to this agenda that they're pushing that we, have to be half naked, or we're not rapping about, sucking in the other part with the F, then our records aren't going to sell. If they ain't at the White House chanting WAP, then it's not what's hitting. So I think it's about, who owns these record labels, right? Why are they pushing this stuff? And then why are we as a community? Is that the only thing we feel like we can listen to and we don't deserve better? I just don't see any other cultures and music pushing the demise of their own people the way that we do.
So, I'm gonna go ahead,
I
Sonny.
think this is I'm gonna defend hip hop here. Republicans and conservatives hate anything related to hip hop. Okay, now you can cry about it, you can get mad and say I'm wrong or whatever. I've been doing this for 10 fucking years.
I think you're wrong.
No.
I like hip hop. I
Well,
grew up to hip hop. My baby
no,
daddy was a
we
hip
gotta
hop
say-
star, and I
about-
got a hip hop hit.
I'm talking about.
We gotta
I
say,
am
wait, y'all
talking
gotta say,
about-
I
I like
disagree.
hip hop. So not
No.
all conservatives, some maybe.
No, I'm talking about anything out like this in this space. You can understand that, right? No, go outside of this space, and it is a no. I have legitimately been told that I have lost my damn mind thinking that I could actually mix conservative intellect with hip hop. I have been told you would be a great Republican, a great conservative if you just stop, detach yourself, separate. You just do that. And yo, I could be making the money. I could be doing the tours. I could be doing all of this shit. This is just what you have to sacrifice to do it. So when we talk about how hip hop is, are we afraid to speak? No, we just don't want to be attached to people that don't give a fuck about us. And we have to understand that and really take that seriously. So if we're going to come and we're going to be like, we want to talk about Black wealth, Black entrepreneurship, Black empowerment, and you tell us, well, do you have to be Black? Do you have to like that music? Do you have to wear those clothes? Do you have to associate with those people? If you get rid of that, then we'll accept you. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Say yes to that? Is that an acceptable deal from
I
anybody?
don't think so, but shit, I ran for office in Fulton County and had the support of the full Republican Party, and nobody told me that.
So is it? So
Oh no! This is after me 10 years of fucking doing this.
So wait, so here's
no,
the question.
no. And this is the part. Go to the elitists, and everybody will agree when we can say that there is a separation between us and the elites. Go to the elites and do this. And it's not a matter of separation. It's a matter of what I know beyond what I know to be true. When they have a Kanye, right? And you can't sit down and before you take the victory run, actually explain what the hell your conservatism means, what your republicanism actually means. And I'm not a Republican, so what does that actually mean? What does it actually look? Do you not think that there is a discussion that we could have before we start the fight with somebody else? We have to take what we know is intellectually right, and we have to find the vehicle with which we can put that intellect into the culture, where it does not change the intellect, it doesn't change the principles,
Hold on,
nor
Sonny.
does it change the integrity
Hold
of the
on,
culture.
hold on. I agree, right, to a certain extent. But I think the position here is y'all are saying two things can be true at once. This is my perspective here. I think that there is a certain level of, I'm not going to say what national gun organization, because we rock with USCCA, but when I'm going to certain, or was going to certain national gun organizations, if I stopped speaking the way that I speak, maybe I would have. So there is some merit to that, right? But at the same time, I do think there's a contingency of some conservatives and or Republicans, I think it's nuanced, that are saying, yo, they influenced by hip hop culture as well. Is that possible?
Well, I grew up hip hop. I am hip hop from the streets of Atlanta. I grew up hip hop, so I know what type of influence hip hop has had on our communities. We all do. I mean, we all do. So I'm just speaking to answering the question that you proposed earlier on about what we're doing in our community and what we can do different. I think that to agree with Sonny to some aspect, like you said, of course we run in the opposition. Y'all know I ain't Candace Owens. I ain't trying to be, right? So I could probably have had way more support than I did because I never detached myself from my roots. That's not something that I'm willing to do. So I agree with you in that aspect, but that's why we're here at the Solutionary Summit. That's why Angela Stanton King is the same Angela Stanton King she was 10, 15 years ago, outside of getting more wise and getting more mature to make sure that we're making a difference in our community.
And let me piggyback on that real quick, just because I've obviously operated in a bunch of different spaces. And I think, like you said, Maj, two things can be true. I've said this time and time again. I'm a libertarian. I'm not conservative, obviously. I'm a freaking anarchist. So my thing is that libertarians and conservatives, when it comes to the elites, are culturally inept. I've said this. You've mentioned this as well. I have had a lot of success in a lot of other avenues. Unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, but it had to be basically grindstone, right? It was just me, it was my group, and that was it. Considering all these different spaces that I'm in, I've said this before, I heard you mention this as well. Like anybody in this room, y'all can guess the amount of, let's say, liberty-minded people, be it in investors, people that are involved in politics, that have ever reached out to me in any sort of sponsorship, any sort of support, anything. The answer is zero. None of them. I'm talking, we had number one alternative new artist. That's what the band did. Number two, Heat Seeker album. And then they're culturally inept. The reason why, and to all of y'all's point, I think y'all agree with me, is that they see this stuff, whether it be hip hop, whether it be other forms of entertainment, as something that's trivial. They don't understand how important it is until it bites them in the ass. And then they wonder why all of these youngsters come up and they're like, wow, these guys are just full-blown Marxists. What happened? Well, you never engaged in that culture at all. So of course, that was all they were going to be exposed to. So that's why they come out on the other side of that. And this is why I've said, whether it be doesn't matter what you call yourself, if you are a person that values liberty, freedom, legitimate freedom, then you need to, whether it be from a customer standpoint, from an investor standpoint, actually go out there. Because how many times have I heard, oh, well, I would love to support an artist that thought like you don't think that it's other artists in this game that think like you? There's plenty of them. You just don't support them because all you see is maybe the people that the mainstream are throwing at you. So it's two things can absolutely be true. They're neglecting it. They're culturally inept. But also, yeah, we have to, I would agree to your point, Angela. Yeah, we kind of got to seek that stuff out as well. And people need to be more exposed and open to hearing that stuff.
100%. Tone, so your faith, you've been outspoken about your faith for years.
Yes, sir.
Has your faith in this entertainment industry, I mean, I guess because by no stretch of the imagination, I want everybody to understand, Tone Trump has not identified himself as a Republican or any of that. He's identified himself as a strong Muslim artist and father.
We thought he was related to Trump.
So to that extent, maybe not necessarily with art, right? Because, me watching you, I've watched you grow from them smack DVDs and a lot more aggressive Philly type vibe, right? Still being Philly, but evolving into more of a humanitarian and highlighting your faith more and more. Has that closed, maybe not in a political arena, but in that entertainment world, which it is not mostly, Muslim brothers and sisters, has that been one of the areas that maybe politically where they've had doors closed off? Have you had doors closed off in that regard for your faith?
Well, first of all, as tell them put me back on that screen right there. I look nice on that screen when I come. I was trying to get a picture of myself, but for me, in my faith, I truly believe as a praying and striving Black Muslim, I believe that what's meant for me will never miss me. So I don't look at it like a door could be shut on me, because sometimes a door, and even if you want to use the word like a door being shut, that might be a good door being shut.
Yeah.
I probably don't need to be around them dudes. And as I was growing in the music industry, I got my first record deal in like 2012. And I got a chance to sign with, at the time, who was my favorite rapper. So I got a front row seat of everything I thought I wanted, everything I was praying for and dreaming about and working hard and sacrificing for it. And then I realized, like, I didn't want to be a part of this. So for me, it was different. And I feel like with a lot of people coming from where I come from, because I come up here unapologetically representing, the streets, the trenches, the hood, whatever, Yeah. So it's like, for me, it's like, that's why, as I'm hearing everything people saying, one thing y'all got to do too is y'all got to give these babies a lot more credit, because especially the people that look like me, because the young, like with this pandemic, a lot of these young Black and brown boys is waking up. They are reading more, they eating better, they educating themselves on CMOS. And so it's like, it's a different, you know what I'm saying? Like these young brothers and sisters got way more heart, with all due respect, than our generation ever had. Like when you saw the uprisings and stuff like that, sisters being able to say they Republicans and brothers being able to say they do metal and all of that, like all of that stuff that's growth. There was a time where brothers probably from where he from wouldn't even want to say in a room this big, I do something other than rap, because it would be frowned upon, or she wouldn't be able to sit next to me and be so, well, maybe not her, because she don't care who they're, but most people would, sometimes, even me, I wouldn't have been in no room like this a couple years ago. And not because of fear, but just because it's like, I don't want to hear nothing y'all got to say. Y'all don't want to hear nothing I got to say. And that's when the emotions is a problem, because if you take the emotions away, because when I was in the streets, when I needed to get what I needed to get, I didn't care who it was. I didn't care what their race was, their religion. You know what I'm saying? You just getting money and you being, destructive. But so we got to take this mindset, like, I don't really need to know nobody's political, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not doing nothing to harm me and my people, if I find out, I'm gonna do my research no matter who you are.
100%.
Even with hip hop, some of the names, this every event I go to like this, those same female artists get bored up that you bring up, right? And I'm not gonna sit here and act like I hate any of them women, or I'm a big fan of them, because I'm not. But it's so many great women artists out there that never get mentioned. So it's like the only way the tide is going to turn. Like, if you get on these stages and get on these platforms and get on everybody got a platform. So many times people think if they don't got a lot of followers, it's not a platform. Everybody started somewhere. I've seen people, it's people I be with every day who went from 1,000 to 10 million. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you have to use your platform. Speak about, when you get this chance to have your mic. Like, for me, instead of me talking about somebody I don't like, I'm going to talk about somebody I do like. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk about somebody that is saying something good. I had a conversation with somebody earlier who was telling me how music is affecting their children. That's not no reality to me, but I had to sympathize with that person. Like, damn, that's deep, because I don't really see that. Go on YouTube right now. You look at all the biggest rap concerts. It's not a bunch of little kids from the hood there.
You know they listening to it
And
though.
and like
You know what I'm saying? So
They
we
listening.
are listening to it, and we digest it differently. So I understand that. But that's when we start talking about Solutionary Summit. That's way bigger than music. It's a reason why I hear that song differently than the kid from the nicer neighborhood. It's a reason why he can hear it and turn it off and not do nothing, and that little boy from my neighborhood hear it and it activates something else. And that's way deeper. That goes from everything from the food they give us, you know what I'm saying? So before we just talk about the babies and, oh, they just listen to rap, even some of the sisters you mentioned, like some of them sisters, like, I can't knock them if that's all she know. We got to give her a chance to grow. So maybe, I don't know, but maybe next year they saying something different, because we seen other people, like people acted like they, at least acted like they loved my brother Nipsey Hussle when he passed away, right? But his message was way different from Bullets Ain't Got No Names all the way up to the marathon. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we gave him a chance to grow. And you think of anybody we love, we all got different heroes up here. All our heroes had a rough start. Every prophet had a rough start. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we do have to give these people some chances to grow, because I'm so thankful that my people didn't give up on me when I was out in the mix. I wouldn't have been here. So
Me too.
we just gotta have we gotta educate ourselves, we gotta arm ourselves. Like, we can't, it's no more that, like, if your daughter is doing something because of a female rap artist, I think that's more the mother's problem than it is the female rap artist problem at this point. It's the information age. Like, we gotta wake up. Like, when my kids is on their iPads too long, when I'm being lazy as a father. You see what I'm saying? Because the second I say, hey, put them iPads down and come here, they jump right up and they ready to do whatever I want to do. But the second I say, yo, go get on your iPads and be quiet. And then now, sometimes they on a kid game and I'll hear a certain song come on. I'm like, yo, what are you on? And he like, I'm on Roblox. But Roblox is playing some murder, death, homicide.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's our job as a parent. That, we got to be on these games. Once you see your son love something, oh, he in the WWE now. You need to know what these characters about. Know what they don't trust none of these artists to raise your babies, or none of these athletes, or any of these people.
Question. Straight question. Clap. I gotta condition them. I'm being the media right now. I'm just conditioning them to clap. So, question. So we come back to that chicken or the egg thing, right? Because, okay, on one hand we could say, if Cardi or anybody insert whatever name, right? I'm doing this because it sells, or this is all that I know, right? Again, do we at any point say we're not going to support it, or do we justify it with the support? Or
I think
we don't support it. I never streamed her song. Not that I hate her or nothing, but I don't want to hear nobody talk about that. So I've never went to Tidal in my life and said, let me hear her new. You see what I'm saying? I would never play that on my car for my kids. Don't listen to it. Don't promote it. Don't talk about it. Like, if I go to a restaurant and the food nasty, I'm not gonna keep going back. Yeah. It's a wrap. It's nasty. I'm not gonna post no picture of it. It's done. That's it. We're not promoting
I
it.
thought the question was about, right, why are these the only artists that's in the mainstream? right?
Okay.
And so if we're talking about why is it that these record companies and these labels are only pushing artists with degrading messages, of course there are other artists out there, right?
Yeah.
And of course we have a responsibility as parents. But when we talk about the power of influence, because the power of influence is real. Michael Jordan right now can go say, hey, my new Jordans just came out. You got 1 million people finna get ready to go stand in line and wait on the Jordan. It's off of influence. So these artists do have influence. And the question is, why are these major record labels only pushing artists that contribute to our demise?
So
why can't you get a big record deal if you're positive?
Because they're completely run by progressives. That space
100%.
is a progressive space. So they get to pick and choose what kind of messages they want disseminated. You know why it's a progressive space?
Because we don't go in it.
Conservatives hate hip hop. So you're not
Wait, do
gonna
you really think conservatives hate hip hop?
Yes.
Let's take a question.
I've like
who agrees?
Who all the
Who agrees?
conservatives?
Raise your
'Cause
hand. Who agrees that conservatives hate hip hop? All right, who disagrees?
Who's the conservative in here that hates hip hop? That's who I want to hear from. If you're a conservative
No,
that hates hip hop,
that's
let's hear from
that's
you.
not fair because the conservatives
this
in
room
here
different,
is
right.
Solutionary
Right, this
Summit,
room
right?
different.
I don't know why.
I was about to say security, get him the
Go
fuck
to
out.
another conservative
Security, get him the
dense
fuck
space
out.
and ask that question. But so just to shout out real quick, Paris Rose, if you don't know a female artist that you can go and listen to that has quality content and lyrical awareness, you should check out Paris Rose. She is from Richmond, Virginia, so
All
she's
right,
one of my favorites.
Okay.
So just throw that out there if you want to actually have somebody you can support. He said something that needs to be doubled down on. The first part about it was we're not offered forgiveness that we were handed progressivism. We didn't choose this shit. Like this is what we were born into. Not many of us make it out without scars and bruises and fucking up and falling down. That doesn't mean we're lost. It doesn't mean we're broken. It doesn't mean we're to be discarded. It means that we will learn from the mistakes that we have made, from watching our elders make mistakes, from watching the people in the streets make mistakes, and yes, from watching our influencers make mistakes. We will learn and develop and grow. And what he said was that this generation is growing and they're learning and they're investing and they are becoming what we wished we had an opportunity to do young. You're not going to see that in statistics or in how white papers for another 10, 20 years. It's not going to manifest in the ways that they quantify it for another 10, 20 years. So it is incumbent upon us to be like, no, our Black men are fixing the problems that were wrong. And about Cardi and them, yes, there are some Black hoes. Like there are. Are we supposed to pretend they don't exist? Or can we make a clean definitionary line that she has every right to live her life the way she wants to live it? But if you look at it, she's married.
And
And
still a
she
hoe.
has kids. There you go.
Come on,
Is
y'all.
that still not the case? though?
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Hey, are we liberty or are we judgment?
Yeah.
That's
Telling
the
the truth.
question.
Yeah.
But that's the question. That is the case. I've been with my husband for 20 years. I'm not doing what Cardi is doing. Can I say she exists? Can I say I exist? Can we be two different examples of what the fuck liberty looks like? Yes, we can do that. So I'm going to use my platform to say, look, these are the benefits of being in a relationship where you actually get to build and grow with a partner that you trust, that has your back, that on your days when you don't want to be the strong Black woman with the world on your fucking shoulders, you can go home and be on a pedestal because that's where your king is going to put you. Can I sell that vision?
Yes.
While not hating the fact that sluts exist? Like they're always going to, I know you love that they do.
I love
So
I love it.
so are we supposed to pretend that that is not the case? Nor do we have to look at every sister that walks in that light like that is the absolute context of her value.
Okay, so let's ask this. First, who got a question? All right, let's take some questions. All right, you got him? You got her? Raise your hand if you got a question.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to speak specifically about the baby, his concert in Miami, and the open letter that was written by 11 gay and lesbian organizations from LA. They criticized him for use of the N-word. I'm sorry, this may be a distasteful topic for anybody, but I'm very interested in knowing what your perspective is. Why is it that the gay and lesbian community effectively ridicule, they summoned up a whole bevy of celebrities to bring heat upon that black rapper, and that black rapper wind up apologizing for his gay slur. Yet, we're not able to mobilize the black community, which I think that many people do in our community, don't enjoy hearing the N-word in all its various versions being uttered. So why is it they're able to apply that so effectively, and yet we will not? We won't even touch it. And even the mention of it is looked upon with great disdain.
That's a good question. You want to take Trump?
You will put me on that one. Huh?
Right. Trump, go ahead.
Well, the first thing I can honestly say is I don't know much about that community, but I do know that they've made it clear they're not to be messed with, right? And I think
Y'all giving them people too much credit.
They
can be messed with because I did it.
Well, I don't really want to mess with. I don't want to mess with nobody.
Freedom is for everybody.
So what I think they unified. So I guess when you say why to answer your question, why are they so strong when something happens and they stick together? They're definitely unified. And one thing about the entertainment industry, sports, anything that's in this influencer eye, you can always tell who write the checks by who people are scared to talk bad about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's so many things I can get up on the stage right now and say that if I said it, everybody would be like, oh. Like even that question she just asked, there's a certain way that I can answer that question that everybody in here would be like, oh, he's done. But I can talk about my own people any kind of old way. Like I could get it like the baby, for instance. The baby has a million songs where he talks about, I'm sure when he talking about shooting somebody, running up in his spot and all of that, he's not talking about nobody from the LGBT community. You know what I mean? He's talking about people from the track. So it's like, that's no problem in that. So it's like, I don't be trying to knock that community because I do respect the fact that they don't let you say, because I wish my people was more like that. I wish we was able to take your contracts if you talked about us, you know what I'm saying? Or at least had some type of retribution. But that's questions like, it's a lot of these questions to me is all the same answer. Like it's all about us looking in the mirror. Like I'm not looking for no like Superman to come help me and my people. Like we're doing the work. I don't need no Republican. I don't need no liberals. With all this shit y'all talking about, I don't really know none of this shit y'all talking about. Like when they like they like raise your hand if you're this. I'm not none of that shit. And that's like to be respectful, but it's like be the president of your own home. Be the senator of your own home. Like I'm not going to let no rapper or nobody influence my kids. And we also have to get back to the village aspect of it. Like, because yes, I'm a great father, but if my homie is locked up, his kids don't got no great father. So brothers got to step up. We got to start stepping up and holding each other accountable. Because when it comes down to it, sister, to be honest, whatever they got going on at the LGBT people community, that's their business. Like, let's let them rock out. I wish one day somebody like, maybe the baby wasn't the one to do it, but I wish somebody would step up and be like, yo, that's just the way how I
gotta
feel.
disagree.
That's just how I feel.
I gotta disagree.
You gotta
Sorry,
disagree.
I gotta disagree. It's not just their business when we see this stuff in politics and now they're forcing their agendas on our children. I want to congratulate anybody that's been bold enough to run for office, whether it's Democrat, whether it's Republican, whatever it is. If you that you want to try to make a difference in this nation, right? Not only this nation, but in your community as far as outside of your household, but all of those other children that he was talking about that don't have fathers because their dad is locked up or because their dad is dead, because you know what they say about the gang life. Either it's only two ways you're going to end up, either dead or in jail. All of this stuff impacts our community, and we have to stop acting like it does not exist, okay?
And
I am, in fact, a product of all of that, right? To the point where I'm son's father. I don't know what's going on here.
It's the LGBT.
That's the LGBT.
They're trying to get you. They say they knew it was going to be up
already
here.
coming
I had
for
to
me.
back you up. They was trying to get you.
I watched this, right? I lived this. My son's father, if you all follow me, know he was just murdered All-Star Weekend in Atlanta, not even 5 months ago. Rapper, gang life, died gang life. I got one in prison serving life without ever having the possibility of parole. Another one that's dead and in the grave. We all live this life. That man went to prison, came home, his son talking about he a full-grown woman. Yeah, we have a responsibility as parents because at the end of the day, I never taught my son to be a woman. I never told him he was a woman. I'm still fighting right now for truth, even though he is an adult. But what we deal with is societal norms, right? So no, we can't sit back and be quiet. No, we can't ignore what's going on in politics, because if I say no and the government says yes, guess who doesn't have any power anymore? The parent. So we all have some sort of moral responsibility to society, right? And that's why when he says, no, just leave them people alone, let them go. Well, that's why we got Barack Obama. Congrats. He just bought a whole bunch of baby clothes. Lil Nas pregnant, just put up a post. Barack Obama done went and bought him a bunch of baby clothes for the baby.
Yo, she right. She probably is right.
What you mean? How?
Let me
How's the
say-
baby coming out?
Let me
Can
say something.
anybody in here tell me how is the baby coming out if we supposed to ignore it?
Hold on.
How did the baby get in there?
Well, you got me on that one.
No, we not gonna let them just do whatever they want to do.
I can't fight. I can't.
It don't make sense.
So
I thought I had a good one for
let
you,
me
but
be
I-
serious, just to kind of bring everything home, because the serious topic that
Hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
Bro, because she kind of got on me a little bit. What I want to say is I was honest. I was honest about my mission and who I am and what I represent.
Right.
And to be transparent, in my hood, ain't no LGBT people selling no dope. They not killing nobody. We don't even. I'm not even being funny. I'm in the music industry, and I wouldn't even have known what the little brother that's pregnant now, or whatever he's supposed to be. I wouldn't even have recognized him at the airport because I'm not on that. But I do agree with she's saying. It is. She's a politician. That is her business. It is. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the ground. Like Maj knows where my community is. I'm in one of the most dangerous communities in America. And I'm doing my work from West Philly all the way to East Africa on a consistent basis. So the work I'm doing right now, I can't let that shit distract me. I don't care. Obama sending that little boy, that's crazy, of course. But that's not my mission right now. I'm in homes. I'm hugging mothers who done lost 2 children to gang violence. Imagine that feeling. I'm hugging mothers who said 3 of my babies been killed. We don't got time right now in West Philly, and which we call Philistin, to talk about Lil Nas, but in her position, she has to do it, and I understand what she's saying. In my position, I'm on the front line right now dealing with something else, and God willing, when we get to that, I'm gonna educate myself. I'm gonna reach out to the sisters so I can know how to deal with that too. But that ain't no problem in my hood right now. Them people, I don't know what they got going on, but they ain't in my
Are
hood.
you working in the schools
you
to
know
see
what
what
I'm
they
saying?
teaching the children in schools?
No, we building schools. We building our own schools now.
But
so they
until
can't
they're
teach us that.
built, though.
That's what we doing.
But until they're built, though, they're not built right now, and children are still being taught.
No, our first school is built right now in my community. He knows it.
Congratulations.
The Solutionary Summit is better than
Congratulate
anything
this
you've
brother
ever
on building
seen.
the school.
That's just what it is. All right. So, Eric.
No, but on a serious note, I think more of what we're focusing on right now is like the influence. Like it's a real thing, and I think that's where the uncomfortable conversations have to be had. That a lot of people don't want to have them. I remember back when I was like, because I grew up banging, doing all. I'm from South Dallas, Oak Cliff, Texas. You know, and but
it's always one.
Yeah, it is.
That's my
right?
husband back there.
And
Baby, this your homeboy up here from Texas.
right. Like when on a serious note, it was like what changed my life was when I had to come to terms, because this is a song called Bring the Beef that my crew was known for. Like we were one of young upcoming like rappers, and there wasn't a damn time that I performed that song where people didn't end up beating each other the fuck up by the second fucking verse, right? Like at any time I performed that, like I had the second verse, I couldn't even recite my shit because the club or wherever would shut the fuck down. So I had to look at myself in the mirror like, am I fucking contributing to a lot of this dumb shit? And that's a reality that even people that I grew up banging with, they still don't want to have that conversation because they like to think that, well, that's on the parents to parent these. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. But what we can't deny is the influence that's still there, that a lot of shit that we do unfortunately contributes to, like Angela said, our own demise. And we can't be afraid to have that uncomfortable conversation, because what happens is a lot of people in this community have to look at themselves in the mirror and they have to say, well, am I contributing to this shit? Yeah, fuck right. You are contributed to it. You might not want to admit it, but you are contributing to it.
Some of the people that contribute to it are the people that want to stay out the process. It's not to drop on you, okay?
Y'all sound like John needs somebody up here.
I'm gonna give you history.
This was a setup from the rip.
I'm
We just need a
gonna
little
give you history,
clarification.
right? So we got straight off the plantation. Straight off the plantation, we started building Black Wall Streets, right? Straight off the plantation, we started building Black Wall Street. Straight off the fucking plantations, we started building Black Wall Streets. White supremacy has never beaten us. Racism has never beaten us. You know what beats us every fucking time? Government. Not us. Government, okay? When we built wealth and created for ourselves, government came in and raised taxes up 3 times as much. So for the generational wealth, they can absorb it. For those of us who were having first generational wealth, that shit was decimated. And then you put in policies that allowed us not to be able to access banking, to be living in redlined areas where we couldn't have growth. Like, so we were not beat because we failed. We didn't have lack of drive. We didn't have not a sense of we can do this or determination or any of that. We had all that shit fresh off the plantation. It wasn't until we hit government that everything started to go wrong.
But that's the
but when you
need
have
some clarification.
the people today, you have the people today that'll be like, well, that means that's a reason to leave government out of it. No, because we got so disillusioned by what the fuck they did to us that we thought it was better if we just fuck them and just go away. But it does not stop their ability
So here's
to
the question.
tax. It
I need to
doesn't stop their
clarify
ability to regulate. It doesn't stop their ability to legislate. And it does not stop their ability to be the force that makes us comply to whatever the hell they want.
So let's tie this in. Angela, make your point real quick, and because I want to ask.
I just want to clarify something. Tone obviously don't know, but he said I was a politician. No, I'm not a politician.
I ain't mean it like that.
Hold up. Clarify for all the cameras. I need people to be clear and understand who I am. Okay. Grew up in the hood my whole life, released from prison in 2005. For the past 17 years, I've had nonprofit organizations throughout the state of Georgia serving my community. I ran for office last year for one thing, because I knew what was going on in politics and I wanted my people to wake up and I wanted to make a difference. Please don't ever look at me as a politician. I haven't run for office again. Don't plan on it, because I feel like it's too corrupt. I feel like I can do more in the community than I can in office. But that's not to shoot down the people that are in office, because they are the ones that vote on the laws that we have to adhere by. As a mother, right now, they calling me crazy because my son said that, because I said my son is a man, right? And the law is saying that he is a woman, that means we have an issue within our government. We talking about basic common sense. So there is a need for us to get involved in politics. It's a need for us to vote. It's a need for us to fight back. But I just wanted to clarify, I'm your sister, B.
Understood.
Don't put me in that category.
But to that point, though, like
and that's what I get from you too.
Right, but that goes back to the mirror thing, right? Because I mean, this conversation has been had since like W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T, Washington days. You know what I mean? Malcolm X, MLK, they had the same damn conversation. Because you do have leaders, unfortunately, who are let's say, promoting Marxism, progressivism, and a lot of them. A lot of these goofballs are doing that, right? And this is the part where I don't let them make it. I know you see me going hard at these guys fucking all the time, because they have a lot of influence, but they also have the wrong goddamn position. And I want to be clear about that. You know what I mean? Like, that position is obviously wrong. So to your point, government historically, I mean, talking about slave codes, black codes, Jim Crow laws, top to bottom, they have been right there. The one, it isn't even just like, I know we look at like white supremacy, which, that's obviously a thing. But on a serious note, that shit has no power unless government backs it, right?
Yes.
None. It is completely neutered if the government if the state does not have that sort of influence. So you look at even something like slavery. A lot of people dismiss this. Like you look at even something like the institution of slavery. That shit doesn't exist had it not been for the state. The state sanctioned the shit. The state endorsed it. When you look at even something like in the South, like Jim Crow laws, a lot of people assume that it was just all private businesses that wanted to keep black people out. That is historically false. That's a historical point, actually. You look at like Plessy versus Ferguson, for a lot of you guys that don't understand that Supreme Court case that deals with Homer Plessy, who was in Louisiana. And he was in Louisiana, and of course he got on let's say it was a boxcar was what it was. And they, of course, were separated. A lot of people, which is what the history books unfortunately omitted, the actual like company protested the law. They didn't want the law to exist because they were looking at it from a money situation. Like, well, if I got to separate white people from black people or white folk from colored folk, well, I got to buy new boxcars. But it was the government that, of course, sanctioned it, that, of course, made that exist. So from slavery on up to that point, that's always been the case. So while I agree, what I can't do is ignore whether it be these black leaders from rappers, entertainers on down, who unfortunately have promoted government as the solution. And they're obviously incorrect on that. And we gotta be like what you were saying earlier, aggressively against them for doing that shit.
100%. All right, so that brings to the next question. So we are pretty much identified. Nobody.
Y'all gotta lay off the rappers, man, and start getting at some of these corporations. I ain't hear none of you, all these brilliant people up here. Ain't nobody mentioned that prison pipeline. You know what I'm saying? When you start talking about the big dogs,
talk
and
about Joe Biden's
the big dogs in
hit.
music don't look nothing like me.
Yeah.
The people that write the checks in music, they don't come from where I come from. They don't look like me. When you look up the people that own the biggest labels, when you look at the people, when you talk about agendas and stuff like that, you can't talk about one without the other.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You just can't do that. It's not fair. So when you talk about these brothers, like y'all gotta understand what these brothers been punished with, like year after year, day after day. Like y'all can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Like I know for a fact, like when I hear these testimonies, like something she just said she's going through right now. I can't even imagine that. So it's not my place to speak, judge, comment. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? So it's like certain things. Sometimes you got to sit back and really understand people's plight, bro.
So
ain't nobody waking up like, yo, I just want to go destroy the community. I just want to push all false narratives. No, man, there's a lot of we talking about hundreds and hundreds a year of just lies and just stealing from us and just all this type of shit.
So let me ask this. So we all on the same page, it seems like. It seems like the general consensus in the room is government historically has been the problem. Now, there's a great book by Michelle Alexander called The New Jim Crow. She speaks to how racism evolves and changes. Back then, you could say, nigga, we don't want you on this bus. Now it's not politically correct. Or we want slavery. It was politically correct then. So now we got to do it in a different way. We got to create the school to prison pipeline, right? Now remove you of your rights because that 13th Amendment is there, so forth and so on. So we all are in agreement that it's the state. I asked the question, has the government evolved, as Michelle Alexander said, into a PR firm that uses hip hop and entertainment to get that agenda off?
Absolutely. We know that because we saw Cardi B not only pushing Joe Biden, I'm going to stay on and I don't care who get mad, but we also saw her in the school reading books to children and educating. And I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that because the Democrats put her on a platform to be a spokesperson for the Democrat Party and to persuade votes.
What party used Lil Wayne?
What party is what?
Use Lil Wayne to do the same thing.
Okay, so but
no, wait, did it? Did they?
What party did it? Did a party did it? Do a party? Did
I think Jones saying it because
did Lil Wayne go to the school and read to the children and tell them that Joe Biden is the best president ever and that they should vote for Joe Biden? Did Lil Wayne do that?
No.
Did he say they should vote for Trump?
What? No. He did. He did.
Well, guess what? Vote for Trump. Shit, if he run in 2024, I'm telling you to vote for Trump, right?
Man.
So listen.
Wait, so
hold
for people that don't know, so listen, I just want to ask you a direct question, Angela. Because they say, this narrative that Trump hate black folk.
How?
Who gave you your presidential pardon?
Not only did he give me a presidential pardon, but I went in the White House with a list of over 100 names, and the majority of the people on that list got a pardon, and the majority of them were black. Not only that, we got 3,100 people released from prison on one day
July 19, 2019, 98% of them were Black. We were talking about reuniting families at the border. Me and Trump were reuniting your families right here in the border that had got separated by Joe Biden's 94 crime bill. We want to talk about mass incarceration, the government, and all that. So listen, there is nothing wrong with supporting people that are doing things in our best interest. Now, if you ain't into politics and you ain't been in the White House and you ain't been at the table, then you wouldn't know. I gotta tell the truth, right?
Yeah, you can tell the truth, but you can't say that's the reason that somebody's not racist, because there's a lot of racists that do a lot of
He
shit.
asked me, do I believe he's racist? I
Okay.
said, I don't believe he's racist.
Okay.
Who do I believe are racist? I believe the entire Democrat Party is racist, because the only thing they have funded for us is abortion. Don't tell me Black Lives Matter when you want to pay for Black life to be executed in the womb. You killing Black life before Black life even have a chance to live. Don't talk to me about who the racists are. Because if you were racist, you would want our children to live. Don't get me started. This ain't my panel. I'm going to shut up. I'm just telling the truth.
Sonny, you have something to add to that perspective?
What perspective?
What am I
No,
She got my vote. I don't know what you're running for, but I'm voting for you.
No. Here's my thing, right? We have extraordinary power. We walk like we don't. And the more of us decide that our back will not be bent, the more of us decide our words cannot be censored, the more of us that decide our liberty will come first, the more of us that decide the idea of the individual is an idea worth protecting and defending above the societal norm, the more of us that realize the idea of the republic still stands. Localized government closest to the people should have the most power over the people.
That's true.
Yeah, 100%.
As long when we decide that our rights are not given to us by government, even though they are placed on this pretty document that lists them all, and that they can't be taken from government and the Constitution stays intact, when we decide that, we're going to see the power that we have to walk. But it is going to come with us deciding we get to choose our conversations. We get to choose our dialogue. We get to choose voluntary association. And last thing, we get to choose our definition of equity. What is being sold to us is a progressive equity that gives us a specific slice from government. Fuck that. When we decide our equity is in our ownership, in our control, in our possession, and in our destiny to leave legacies to our children, when we decide that that is our power, it is going to go beyond what color our skin is, what race what sex we are, who we sleep with, or any of that other shit. We are going to realize that when the individuals choose voluntary association, we cannot be beat. And that is the point where we have to get to, or we're going to continue to fight their fights instead of the ones that we know have to be put on the forefront. So if you have to ask me if I want to talk about LGBT, or I want to talk about how we're going to stop Black men from dying on street corners, give me the fucking conversation about how we gonna stop Black men from dying on street corners. How
Give
are
me
we gonna
both.
send them
Why
back
we
to
can't discuss both? Why we can't address? But I got an issue with them wanting to castrate young
Because
Black
it
men.
never
If you're
comes
a
to
child,
fruition.
if you're a child, if you are a young Black man, and this government is pushing
Everybody
issues
give your
to
hand
make
up for
you
the
believe
panel.
that
I
you can
tricked
be a
you all.
woman,
It's over.
you won't reproduce.
Give your hand to our panelists.
You can't
That's
have
it.
Black life.
That's it.
You can't have Black life. How you gonna make Black life? What type of ancestors do y'all have? Y'all voting and marching for your children.
Give it up for our panelists. Give it up. taking your mic. Yeah. The Solutionary Summit's better than the thing you thought you was gonna go to. It is. Told you. I told you. Yeah, we invested in ourselves around here. Okay? Yeah, we dodged the hurricane for this. You know what I'm saying? Ida. All right, check this out, y'all. Look at this commercial. All the rights, all the time. Dozens of lawsuits, hundreds of briefs.
Fuck David Chipman.
Fuck David Chipman. Shouts to our sponsor, Firearms Policy Coalition. Everybody, for real, follow them. Good folks. Good folks. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. PhoenixAmmo.com, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, our sponsors are way better than everybody else's sponsors. We're gonna play something real quick before we get into the next and final panel. We have a few guys. See this handsome gentleman right here? This is a brother that I've known. So when I used to hustle in Philly, I used to hustle on a train. And years ago, and at the time, I think this brother was a model or something of that nature. And for over years, I would see him around, and I was like, man, that brother's, I'm just be honest, the brother's handsome, right? So I watched him over the years. Then he got married. He got married to Dana Chanel. They run these businesses and these companies. They were gonna be here, but they got, they're going into quarter four. They got a lot of, tax. He runs a tax company called Jumping Jack Tax. So he had a quick little message that he wanted to play for everybody. Roll that tape real quick.
What's up, y'all? It's Prince Donnell, founder of the Jumping Jack Tax franchise, one of the biggest Black-owned franchises in the country. And shout out to Maj, man, for the Solutionary Summit. Sorry I couldn't be there, brother. I'm here with family, but shout out to everybody that came, that's showing a level of support, being solutionaries, thinking freely, being owners, being creators. And Maj, continue to put on some amazing events, man. Continue educating the people. If everybody that's on the panels, man, y'all educate. Let's continue to move our community forward. Peace.
So, how y'all feeling? Everybody good? Energy's up? Good. This next panel is our next to final panel. The sister Angela, obviously, y'all know she's a powerhouse. Okay? All of the panelists that were up here, Sonny Johnson has been on this fight, rumbling for conservative values in our communities, being able to talk about real issues without having to water them down. She's been on the front line of that for a while, consistently. Tone Trump, since the very time that he reached out to me, he didn't flake. A lot of entertainers, some may have been supposed to be here today. Some of them flake. They flake because the narrative. We had this conversation. A lot of people are afraid to have a conversation amongst a room of people that don't fit a narrative that their, overlords may agree with, right? And so Angela put together this tour, man, and I was honored to be a part of it over in Vegas, and it's called the Real Talk Tour. These types of conversations that we just had there, we agreed, we disagreed, and we all left and hugged and got off the stage, and everybody gonna get lit and have a good time still. We did not create a space where it's soft conversation. With the Real Talk Tour, she did not create a lane for weak speech. She created a lane for legitimately what that tour is titled, Real Talk. And I want to make sure that we are all really, really paying attention to and acknowledging, that sister for doing those things. The type of fighting for our children, and again, I believe in liberty. I believe that people have a right to do whatever they want, but that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a moral positioning on it, okay? Having a legal conversation, I don't want the government involved. A legal conversation and a moral conversation are two different conversations. So a lot of times we'll mix a moral conversation and give it legal credence, okay? And having those types of conversations and then bringing together people that are willing to put their political capital, their social standing, their sometimes even their wealth at risk for a bigger conversation or a better moral positioning. Her putting together these types of people on this next panel that we're going to bring up, we have to commend that. And to be able to have that real talk, those real conversations. Okay. To have those real conversations is important. So I want to bring out our sister again. There she go. There she go. She don't even know. She don't even know she's giving y'all silhouette like the black bat woman out here. Look, look. So I want to, again, y'all give it up for our sister, Angela Stanton King. Get up. Get up. One more time.
Maj know what to do. Maj know if he didn't give me this mic back and let me finish getting my points across. He knew he was gonna have some smoke after this was done and over with. No, so listen, Maj and I have been working together for probably the past 2 years, just working on community engagement, which we think is important, especially in a day and age where you see so many people being taken down off of social media and so much censorship being played right before our eyes, right? So if you're not going along with the message that they're delivering, then they're going to silence you. And one of the reasons why I conjoined the Real Talk Tour panel with the Solutionary Summit is because how can you make an informed decision when you don't have all of the information? So I'm going to bring up some people on this panel. Well, the good thing about it is finally y'all gonna see Maj in the seat. See, Maj like to run around, run stuff. He want to ask all the questions, but I'm taking over and Maj is gonna be on my panel. So on my panel, what we're gonna be discussing is how we rebuild the Black community. We're gonna be talking about some of our solutions, and we got some awesome people. Now, we do have a couple of people that weren't able to make it. I think Judge Joe Brown is dealing with something. He wasn't able to make it. From my understanding, we have a video from him. And then Kwame Kilpatrick, who is the former mayor of Detroit. You all know that I was able, through the grace of God, and to put his case on the heart of President Trump, and we got him a pardon and got Kwame Kilpatrick back at home with his family. But his mother was just admitted into hospice. And so he's right there by her side, and he sent us a video as well that we're going to play so you all can hear from that. What really moved me with that situation was because when I was in prison, my mother and my grandmother passed. So, and it was suddenly, and I couldn't go to either one of their funerals because I don't know if you all remember when Brian Nichols went on a rampage and shot up the courthouse, they wouldn't transport any prisoners. So I literally came home to 2 tombstones. And I'm talking about I had to deal with depression for years. So I knew that Kwame's mother was sick and she was older. And that was one of the reasons why I fought so hard for him, so he could have a chance to come home and be with his mother and say goodbye. So we want to just send our love to Kwame, man. I told him, don't you move. You sit right there. I wish that could have been me. You just sit right there and don't you move. But with me, my boy Risa Islam. How many of y'all know about our brother Risa Islam? That brother is the truth. Look, the Republicans looking at me like, okay, you don't win sided with the nation. Damn sure did. Listen, this is about Black community engagement. First of all, let's show some respect for the Nation of Islam because they the only ones been bold enough to stand up to the real white supremacy that's happening in this nation. While everybody else folded, the Nation of Islam was still standing. Now, do we agree on everything? No, we don't. But what do we agree on? We agree on Black life and we agree on the progression of Black people. And we also are against medical apartheid. We're against all of the things that destroy our community. So when we can find that line in the middle of where we agree and what we agree on, the only way that we can win this fight is by being united. Just like Tone Trump and the rest of them was talking about a minute ago. Why is that community so united and we're so divided? Well, guess what? You know what divide us? Religion, politics, race, right? Money. We got all of these things that we let divide us while they found one thing in the ground, one thing on common ground that brought them together, and it was sex. If they can come together on sex, I know we can find something that we can come together on this side, and we can be just as strong and just as powerful in this fight. So if we have the video, I'm not sure because we're waiting on Kwame. Kwame's on his way and he said he need about 7 minutes. Do we have the videos from Judge Joe Brown and Kwame Kilpatrick? Are they able to play?
First of all, my friend and my sister, Angela Stanton King, one of the boldest, most courageous and confident women I've ever met in my life. I'm wishing you much success in the conversation today. And I think it's a necessary conversation that should be held by people who are not elected officials, who have been through something in their lives and bring something to the table, not just because of their intellect and cognition, but out of their experiences as well. When we look at the Bible, we see the word know a lot, knowing. But the Bible deals with epignosis, intimate knowledge, really understanding it because of the experience. And so I see the panel that you have, and it's an incredible panel. And I wish I could be there. I should be there. But because of some unfortunate things that have happened in my own family, engaging sickness and disease, I have to be here. And so, Angela, do your thing. Make sure that you continue to speak truth to power. Bring forward the issues that pervade our community that are not along Democrat or Republican lines, but are just about a concern for the heart of our people. And I just truly appreciate somebody in America doing that for us and out of our community. Lastly, I want to say much love to the panelists. I know that one of them is my namesake, Kwame, and I've been watching you, brother. Continue to be real and authentic and unashamedly you. You got brothers out here that feel you deeply, bro. So y'all take it easy. Enjoy Miami, and I'm gonna hold it down here in the family, making sure first that our ministry that God gave us first was to our families. And so I'm gonna make sure that this ministry is taken care of. May God bless all of you and keep you. One love.
Now, listen, guys, that was the voice of Kwame Kilpatrick. So thank God for Kwame Kilpatrick getting out, changing his life around. He said, Angela, I'm never going into politics. He said, but I will preach. I said, brother, go ahead and preach it. He sounds just like a preacher, doesn't he? So welcome home, Kwame. We send you our love. We have another message as well from our beloved Judge Joe Brown. Or do we? We don't? No. Okay, so unfortunately, we don't have that from Judge Joe Brown. Shayla, has Kwame arrived? All right, awesome. We're going to get ready to get started with our panel. Now, let's do this for a minute before we bring these brothers out, give them a couple of more minutes to come by. Now, you guys know you've been looking for me all over Instagram, right? Y'all like, where is our sister, Angela Stanton King? Why every time we turn around, they're taking her down? This is what I need you to do. All of you get your phones out right now. Take out your phones. Go to Instagram so you can follow my new talk show page. So what I've done is create my own network, theaskshow.com. And this is where everybody's going to go, be able to subscribe. You'll be able to get the latest news you can use from one of the realest in the game. If you guys have your phone out, I want you to follow Ask Show TV. That's ASK and then show, SHOW TV. So for those of you that have been looking for me, this is what I've been doing. Go ahead and roll this clip of the Ask Show and let them know what they're in for. Somebody head in the screen back there. What's up, everybody? This is your host, Angela Stanton King, and you are now tuned into the Ask Show. This is where we ask questions first and draw conclusions later. You know what it is, everybody. We're just asking. So listen, you guys know that I've had several of my social media pages deleted. I mean, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. I've just gotten to the point where I said, you know what? I don't even want to post on social media anymore. I'm going to go ahead and create not only my own show, but I'm going to create my own live stream. So I don't have to worry about censorship, because this next topic is one of the ones that keeps getting my pages deleted. For some reason, there's a teacher out of San Francisco, California, and she's a preschool teacher. And she believes that it is in her right to teach our children not only about gender identity, but also about kink. Now, we've been advertising this for the last couple of weeks. We're asking, what is kink? And should it be taught to children? Well, we've done a little bit of research, and according to you all's favorite go-to website, Google, this is the definition of kink. Now, let's look at this video from the teacher and hear what she had to say.
Story time. This has been my first year in preschool with a class of my own, teaching alongside another queer neurodivergent educator, and we have been rocking our twos class. We've been talking about gender and skin color and consent and empathy and our bodies and autonomy. It's been fabulous. But our teaching team is shifting and a new person is being onboarded, someone with many years of experience. So today at the lunch table, when the topic of gender and genitals came up, one of our students plainly looked up and said, "Well, I'm a girl today, but I know that teacher Co isn't. No, they're NB." And the look on the incoming teacher's face was priceless. She was shocked in a good way. And she just looked around at the two of us and said, "This class is incredible, and I am so impressed."
So, I mean, it's amazing to me that Joe Biden and this current administration, not only the administration,
there it is. You guys want to make sure that you check out the Ash Show. Make sure you're following the IG. And without further ado, we are going to bring out our panel. It's time for real talk and real solutions. So a lot of you have traveled from far and near. I just feel honored to be the only woman on this panel, for one, and being able to interview so many intelligent, handsome men. So without further ado, let's bring out our brother, Risa Islam from the nation. Let's bring them out. Y'all already know how my brother roll. Don't be looking surprised. Go in the back. Go in the back. Tell them to go in the back. Y'all got to go in the back. Tell them. Okay. Well, whatever they got going. NBA, former NBA player. He been cutting up all over YouTube, all over social media. Get along to go along. Let's bring out our boy, Kwame Brown. One more. I know y'all love this one. I don't know what we're going to do with him. The founder of Black Guns Matter and the Solutionary Summit, my brother, Maj Toure. Come on out here, Maj. First of all, ladies, let's give it up because we got three handsome, successful, intelligent Black men sitting on this panel. This is what we want to see. This is how we represent. Stand up and give these men a round of applause. Okay, so listen, we're going to get right into it because we had to wait on our brother Kwame to get here, so we're going to jump right. But he's here, and that's all that matters, right? Drove all the way, several hours to come show up and be here for you guys. Well, he said he came for me, but he came for me because he's here for all of you all. Listen, y'all, we got work to do. The Black community. We're in dire straits right now, right? And like I was telling them, the reason why I created my talk show, the AskShow.com, is because we need to have a network so we're able to get communication to them.
Absolutely.
Now, we're seeing a lot of stuff roll down from the government. You and I have an event coming up this Saturday in Atlanta. Stop Medical Apartheid, right?
Correct.
We've been seeing you working all over the internet. You're educating our people in regards to the vaccine and what's going on. I want you to tell us, brother, why it's important for you to do this work, to work with me to come to Atlanta. What is it about medical apartheid that our people need to know?
Well, the first thing is we've been affected by this for a very long time. I'm gonna let y'all know this real quick. I talk like this in real life. That's number one. I do talk real fast, but I'm gonna slow down. But to be very frank, we don't have any time to play around. We will not leave this legacy of the same circumstance, same situation, same negative conditions that we have had generation after generation. We're not leaving it to another generation. It has to stop here. So I'm only 31. I have no interest in slowing down. I have no interest in being a part of this system. So therefore, we must do any and everything that it will take to make sure that the future of our people and everyone else is truly free, has justice, freedom, and equality. Plain, simple, period.
Okay, so Risa, for a lot of people that may not know, because we know they've been blocking us, they don't want the information to get out, right? You and I collectively every week, we like, bro, what's your new page? Sis, what's your new page? Every week they taking us down. Tell our people what is medical apartheid? Because a lot of people may not know. Apartheid, I'm sorry.
Apartheid, right?
Right.
Well, basically, it is discriminating on someone based upon their own medical decisions. So the same way that you will tell a person you can't come here because of your religious belief, you can't come here because of your political affiliation, et cetera, et cetera. Well, now you can't come here because you didn't take something that's experimental, that is going to harm you, that you can't sue them for if it kills you. That is definitely, again, experimental, that has failed in all of the animal testing experiments and killed all of the animals, but we're going to force you to take it anyway, even though we have no justifiable reason. So I am not going to play around with a topic like this. So make this very clear again. Medical apartheid is the same situation in a different jacket, a different clothing, a different form, same exact situation. So now the difference is it affects everybody: black, brown, red, yellow, and poor white, and all others in between. So everyone has to get up in arms against this. Everyone has to get involved. If you don't get involved now, you will be living in a modern day Nazi Germany. Make that very clear.
So what I found to be interesting is, I do a lot of research, right? And I'm looking back in the day when they had us segregated, and they looked at us like people think they had us segregated just because we were black.
Right.
But the truth is they had us segregated because they looked at us like we were dirty.
Correct.
Right. So back then you had the clean and the unclean, and now we have the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And this is the thing. They are well aware of the fact that there is over 70% of Black Americans that have refused or have not taken this vaccine.
Correct.
And with having that knowledge, and this is statistically true, then that gives them the reason to say, hey, you can't come in my business. You can't come in my doctor's office. You can't come to my restaurant. We don't have to serve you because you didn't go get a jab that don't even help you no way. Right? We know that people that have received the vaccine, and we just telling the truth. Anybody that wants to debate it, you can. People that have received the vaccine are still catching COVID. Not only are they still catching COVID, they're still able to transmit it. So why is it being forced down now? And they're always saying the black community, like this is how me and my brother connected. Like, I'm sick and tired of every time something go on, this black community. AIDS, black community. Tuskegee syphilis experiment, black community. Mass incarceration, black community. COVID, black community. Abortion, black community. Why is everything black community? And how can we survive if we don't begin to wake up to these issues that are killing us?
Nothing moves without the black man and black woman. You have to admit this by now. We are the mothers and fathers of civilization. We are the original of everything. Everyone came from us. So nothing moves without us. Everyone wants to be us, but nobody wants to really be us. Like Brother Paul Mooney said, everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. Okay, so you want to gain all the benefits, but you don't want to actually go through the trauma, the conditions that we've been through. You don't want to go through the actual real life circumstances and situations. To be very honest with you, they have been trying their best to remove the rights from us ever since they gave them to us in the first place. So they wanted to find a way to remove it again because they didn't want us to have it in the first place, because they don't look at us as human beings anyway. When you mention segregation, yes, not only do they see us as, yes, black, but they reduce it to the field of pathology. They reduce it to a viral circumstance. There's a man by the name of Benjamin Rush, who was the father of American psychiatry. He specified that black people's skin was dark because we had a disease called nigritude.
Teach.
Which causes our skin to become dark, and it is like a form of leprosy. And because of this, we have to make sure we separate the black from the white. We can't do anything with them that passes along bodily fluids, any type of anything that, the air that they breathe, what they drink. So separate water fountains, separate restaurants. Oh, we can't go to the bathroom with them. That's a heavy area of viral contamination. We can't do things with them. Oh, no, they can't mate with us. Don't even let him whistle at a white woman.
Come on now.
It was reduced to the area of pathology, a virus, a bacteria. And what are they doing? The same thing today.
The same.
So just make it very clear. Those of us who understand, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that history is most attractive and best rewarding in all research. The most intelligent people study their history. So that way you are not going to be doomed to repeat it, but you are going to be able to circumvent and get around it because you have prepared beforehand.
Perfect. Now listen, that's our brother Risa. Y'all give it up for him. Now, Kwame Brown. Kwame, you just took the internet by firestorm. I don't know what happened. I woke up one morning, I had about 1,000 mentions in. Kwame Brown, get along the goal. I'm like, who is this Kwame Brown? What are they talking about? Then I went to his page. Then I went to his YouTube. I was like, oh, we must got the same mama somewhere down the line. Where did they find him at? Kwame, you just came out swinging. I mean, nobody thought that you would be as open and as honest as you are about things that we need to change in the Black community. Your platform is so important. You've opened up your platform to bring people on like me so we can try to show people that there is a different narrative. What do you think we need to do to rebuild Black America?
We have to listen to our ancestors. Some of the things that I fell short in, I almost thought some of the older guys were kind of like racist because they went through this type of stuff that Brother Islam was talking about and the separate water fountains and things like that. So the guys that raised me, 70, 65, 70-year-old men, so they were always concerned about, go buy land, go do this, go do that, and they don't make no more land. And then I found myself in all kind of things that I don't know about. And so a lot of the athletes, they don't have their money. A lot of these guys, you can't build a Black community when Black men, we don't never seem like we ever do anything right. I'm the #1 draft pick, first Black #1 draft pick out of high school as a teenager, and I'm known as a bust. And it's like every Black male has this stigma over his head that he's something bad, and we push that in the media. There's less than 5,000 NBA players, and we talk about these players as if anybody can do it. These things are amazing to do, to come out of the hood and the situations that I grew up in and so many others grow up in, only to have that joy stolen away from us because they put how much we make in the paper. So it causes animosity. It causes you to watch a celebrity, but you're not watching who's paying the celebrity. So all the attention is on these celebrities. Everybody's keeping up with the Kardashians. Everybody's leaving their husband trying to look like she's having this life that she's seeing on TV. But those women that's doing that, they're not having that life. And so it's all a game. To me, it seems like we're in a simulation. I saw the Breakfast Club say, respect all women. And then when you went up there and you were pushing something or you were saying something that they didn't like, you were somehow open to treatment that they just said do not do to a woman. And so if you guys can't open up and see what's going on, everybody has a group. Everybody's grouped up, and we the people, we're fighting each other in different groups. And that makes us weaker, in my opinion.
So you are known, and it's all over the place. Get along to go along, to
Yeah,
go along to
get along gang.
Tell us about that. Tell us what that means. Tell us how you came up with that and what you meant when you said that. I know, but for the people that may not know.
If you don't go along with the popular narrative, somehow you're demonized. Somehow they'll make a criminal out of you. They'll make a liar out of you. They'll make other people not like you. And they're using the victimhood. They're attaching it to some bigger purpose. And so that everything you say now is under a microscope. I have a t-shirt that say, it's my opinion. And that word opinion now has been lost. The higher you go up the ladder, the less you have an opinion. We don't want to hear your opinion. Just do what we say, whatever CNN, whatever the thing is, that's what we have to do, or you're demonized.
Right, so true. Maj Teray. Now you are the founder of, y'all go ahead and give it up for our boy. I know y'all glad to see him sitting down taking questions. He don't never know how to sit down nowhere. Maj, you been doing a lot of work in the community and you deserve a lot of recognition. Black guns do matter, right? And why don't you tell us why Black guns matter in this current day and age that we're living in, and also tell us why you started the Solutionary Summit?
One, thank you, sister, for having this. And I want everybody to acknowledge the two things happening here. One is sisters highlighting black men. Okay. And the other
Not
thing,
black men in wigs.
yeah. and again, I don't say that to disparage anybody else, but also the energy, love, and respect that these black men also have for our sisters. So I want to acknowledge that.
And not to cut you off, let me say something, because y'all know I harp on that a lot, because for one, it's personal, and not to disrespect anyone that lives that life, but I think it's important for us to show respect for strong masculine black men and fight for them. Like, why are black men lost in this fight? Like, it's like our men don't get any attention unless they acting like Wanda or Shanae or Medea. Right? So let's not forget that we love and respect masculine black men that are educated and stand for what's right. Go ahead, Maj.
To your first question, we started Black Guns Matter because all gun control is racist. Okay. And it's very primal form. It was designed, created to literally stop black people from having the means to defend themselves from actual racism. So on one hand, you say, we the people, this is a human right. It's codified natural rights. When you start reading those French Revolution dudes and, the Thomas Paines and Bastiats and those dudes that talk about these are human rights that you're born with that are inalienable. At least that's what they say in the, in the documents. So on one hand, you say that, and this is natural right codified, but then you write in turn after that say, well, the second one is the right to keep and bear arms to eliminate threats, but you specific group of people can't do it, right? So we see the contradiction. And I think for a very long time, the narrative was they were very successful and skillful in pushing the narrative that firearms in and of themselves were the boogeyman, completely ignoring the fact that all of the other conditions that were created in the community to make someone damn near a Manchurian candidate. So you make this person a Manchurian candidate, or these groups of people, you remove strong fathers, strong brothers, right? Then you drop the drugs off, then you drop, make the turf wars, then you drop the guns off, then you say we gotta get a reversal, or we bring it back to this concept of gun control. So I think more modern times, we have to recognize that the origin of what this thing was created for, and we trace down the line. Brother Rizza does great at, I'm gonna take you step by step. I'm gonna show you exactly how this went. It was already off track, so gun control and gun ownership follow that same formula. So that's why we started Black Guns Matter, with the intent to make black people, we said it in 2015 when we started. The media said, oh, Trump's going to be in, it's going to be back to slavery. I think Biden even said it. He's going to put y'all back in chains. You know what I'm saying?
On the ship and
Right.
ship you back to Africa. I'm like, damn,
saying?
I ain't never been to Africa in my life. How you gonna ship me back somewhere I ain't never been?
So the twist to us was just like, yo, you guys, you the same dude that was locking us up wholesale.
Come on now.
And so, and seeing during that time when everybody was like, yo, man, we need a voters registration drive. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And I feel you, but we need a license to carry and gun ownership drive. So we created Black Guns Matter. We do free firearms training all across the country for anybody that wants it. The classes are crowdfunded. So we want to remove any financial barrier to entry to learn about safe and responsible firearms ownership. And so that, in extension, you start having these conversations. When you're having a conversation about guns, firearms, safe and responsible ownership, you start talking about politics. It's inevitable, because you go, okay, well, why did one section of the so-called left and right, why is that one the only one seemingly to be pushing so hard for this de-arming of black people? So you talk about politics. Then you talk about different levels of politics. And then it's like, okay, we can talk about these problems, but what are the actual solutions? So fast forward a bit, last year, we started the Solutionary Summit. Last year was the first year in Atlanta, your hometown.
Right.
And,
We turned up.
Yeah, we did. And this is the second year of doing the Solutionary Summit. And that's the reason why we want to create platforms for brothers like these. This right here, you see these strong brothers here, the nation, this brother came with brothers to protect life.
Yep.
Not just his, yours, anybody in need.
Right.
That's not highlighted. So we have to create platforms where we can unapologetically deal with defense, deal with all of the issues that we're facing in our community. And that's what the Solutionary Summit is
That's
about.
awesome. So what I want you guys to look at on this panel is the diversity. This is not about politics. This is about us coming together, regardless of religion, regardless of our politics, regardless of our financial status, to figure out what solutions we can find to rebuild, right, our Black community. Now, I'm going to ask everyone on this panel what they are doing that they feel is helping to contribute, right, the rebirth of Black America. So I know that I have to come up under that question as well. So I'm going to let the gentleman go first. Risa, I want to start with you. I'm sure we know because we follow you, but we just want to hear from you. Like, what are you doing in the community to help this rebirth of Black America, and why do you think that that's important?
When I don't feel comfortable going in front of you.
Well, I know that, but it's different this time.
I got you. First thing is, I've been involved in this fight for 21 years, okay, since I was 9 years old. So everywhere from literacy was the main thing, reteaching Black men and women, brown men and women, anyone who is illiterate, how to read and write again, most of them, or how to read and write for the first time. That's my foundation. Then the drug rehabilitation and drug education, getting people off drugs, teaching about what drugs do, how to reestablish a healthy, balanced level of nutrition. This is from when I was 9, between the age of 9 and about 20. That's the meat of that. Then it evolved into the area of interreligious unity, bridging the gap between the religious areas. Black folk should not be arguing over religion. Black folks should not be arguing over religion.
Come on now. Yep. Come on now.
Nobody should. But in particularly, we really don't have no business doing that. Oh, you're a Muslim, you're a Hebrew Israelite, you're a Moor, you are a Nawabi, you're a Pan-African, and you're a Nation of Islam, you're a 5%. Okay, look, okay. You a nigga to this system.
Right.
Okay, make that real clear. They see you as that. They are united, and they see us as one people. We need to see ourselves as one people.
True that.
Plain and simple. That's that point. But all of those areas, along with the education, dealing with the laws that are affecting us as a people locally and nationally. For example, recently there was a bill, Assembly Bill 455 in California, which was going to force every single person in California to take a shot in order for them to have access to all basic essential necessities, to go to work, to go to school, all the different areas. You want to go to the movie theater, you want to go any of these areas, you will have to take a shot. This is what the law was proposing. They snuck it into a transportation bill. That's how evil these devils are. And this is why we also need to be politically aware and educated. You don't have to be a politician, but you need to know how it works. We don't get it until it hits us in the hood. Then we start getting pissed off. Man, what the hell did this, man? Y'all crazy. And we arguing with the person in front. They're like, I didn't do the damn thing. It was him. Happened like 2 months ago. You should have been at the damn rally. Right. So educating our people about laws and how they affect us, so that we can get behind, one, create a candidate. Okay, let me help you understand how this system works. They buy politicians.
Come on
they
now.
make politicians.
They do.
You find a person you want to represent you, and then you support them. We must come together financially, put the money up, say, check this out. You are going to run to fulfill these needs on this agenda that we have as a people. If you do not fulfill these needs on this agenda, then we are going to put somebody else in your place. Plain and simple. Everyone else does it. The Mexicans do it. Jewish people do it. LGBT does it. Everybody else does it. Except for us, which is why we keep wondering why the hell everybody else has been able to get rights, tons of rights within the last 40 years. We ain't got enough in the last 400.
Nothing. Stop hate Asian, the Stop Asian Hate Crime Bill.
They don't even
vote.
They used money and they used strategy. So that's another way, educating people about the laws. And by the way, we were able to knock that law down, that bill down.
Give this brother a round of applause for being out there on Front Street, representing, standing up, fighting for our rights when most of y'all home sleep, not even paying attention.
Like she add a little pepper on that. See, let me just toss it in there real quick. But that's protecting the lives of roughly 39 million people in California. Yep. And for those who understand politics, if it gets passed in California, it gets passed throughout the rest of the country.
That's right.
So that's another area. Another area after that is working with children within the inner cities, as well as gang intervention and gang relations. Okay, that's another thing we do in the Nation of Islam. And what I personally have been doing is working with different hoods, different gangs, different levels to bridge the gap in the bloodshed and bring about a truce between multiple gangs. We have been doing this for a very long time. There are so many levels and so many things that are done that are not on social media. This is what I need y'all to understand. The majority of what is done by the true activists, so when I say true activists, I'm saying people who have been doing it before social media ever existed. Those who have been doing this, the majority of it, you're not going to see it. Real people, the majority of what I do, it's not on social media. Okay, so these are different layers of things, and of course, educating people about vaccines, providing solutions to that, the different exemption forms, etc. Educating mothers on how to protect their child and have the right so that they can make their own decision with their children. Educating fathers about that same circumstance, etc. Education is my main thing because we need to have the knowledge with which to rectify our condition. We have too many negative circumstances that we live with, and not enough understanding or awareness or answers that do exist. We simply don't know about them. We don't know where to go to get them. People hide them from us. They don't tell us where it is because they're benefiting financially by us being ignorant. They're benefiting by us not knowing. They're benefiting by having someone else be put in place to make it seem as though they are benefiting us and helping us when they're actually just stringing us along to get a paycheck from this damn system.
Come on now.
There are layers to this. So there are a number of things that we are doing, and there's a lot more that I'm doing as well, but I'll just leave it at there.
So this is what I have a problem with. You have this brother sitting on this stage right now telling you about all of this work and all of this activism that they're doing in the community, how they're trying to educate us, but we constantly every week got to deal with having our pages taken down. We not, like I told somebody the other day, I'm not selling ass, I'm selling ask, ASK. They want to keep, if I was selling ass, they would never take my page down. But because I'm selling ask, ASK, I don't deserve to have any social media. So this is the first thing we have to remember. Our brother Malcolm X told us that he who controls the media controls the masses. So they are controlling what information you have access to, which brings us to our brother Kwame. Now, I want to protect Kwame's platform, right? So when I go on his show, I try to be careful what I say because there are not too many platforms we can go on that's going to allow us to speak and allow people to get the word. So if they shut this brother down because of me, we have lost another platform. So what he does, even if it's just having a platform for people to get the information that they need, is very important when we're living in a society that's so biased when it comes to media. Kwame, not only do you have that platform, but I see you doing a lot in farming. Talk to us.
Yeah, I have 21 acres that I'm dedicating to the kids, and yeah. So I have 21 acres in Brunswick, Georgia, but I agree with Brother Islam that it's about the education, and that's what we lost.
We own land too.
Yeah, if the pandemic didn't teach you anything, is that a lot of people can't feed themselves.
Right.
And so it's a scary thing when you go to the grocery store and there's nothing on the shelf because everybody just bought it. And we're so used to that and we accept it, but that's not the way the ancestors taught us how to live. So, my thing is teaching the kids skills, letting them go back to the old school. Like I knew how to build a house from the ground up when I was growing up. I lost those skills because I was told to shut up and dribble. So I have to go back to that. And I want these kids to learn those things because the confidence that you have, nobody can starve you when you can build your own shelter, when you can feed yourself. You don't have to bite the apple, as I like to say, when you know how to feed yourself. So that's why they have us like this.
And that brings me back to that saying where it's like, if you give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. But if you teach him to fish, you will feed him for a lifetime. So y'all heard our brother when the drought hit, we know where to farm at. Meet me in Brunswick, Georgia. I'm going to get me some corn and some potatoes. Baby, where you at back there? Look, wave your hand. Baby, we found us a farm. I was telling you about it the other day. We got to get connected. Mod, we know what you're doing. Black Lives Matter, the Solutionary Summit. Specifically with what we see happening with our younger generation, because we know that they are the next in line, right? I was talking to somebody the other day when we were talking about our ancestors, and Kwame just brought that up. We got to get back to listening to our ancestors. So us today, we are the ancestors for the future, right? What we fighting for? You mean to tell me that I'm your ancestor and I'm fighting for you to be aborted and you ain't even got here yet? You mean to tell me that I'm your ancestor, but I'm fighting for that male child who can create another life to be transitioned? Like, what are we doing when we're talking about being ancestors? You're not even fighting for the next generation to live. So any of this other stuff, and it all matters, right? But If you don't live, you can't even be impacted by it, right? So when we're talking about the Black community being stagnant, right, at 13%, which we're still at, we all saw that Zoom video that Joe Biden had with the Black leaders, and he's like, look, Black America, he said, America is doomed. He said, not just because of Black Americans, but because white people will be the minority, and you all better learn how to get along with Latinos. And I'm sitting there screaming at my phone, because y'all know they wouldn't put me on the meeting with Joe, because I got questions, Joe, right? But why are we at 13%? Why are we still stagnant? Is it because the majority of your abortion clinics are in the Black community?
Is that, as well as you talk about ancestors. We've forgotten to our level of extreme violence to protect life. I'm good with violence. The threat of violence sometimes is enough, but we aren't even threatening violence. We started Black Guns Matter with a specific goal: get Black people to be the largest gun buying demographic in America. We accomplished that with less than $500,000 and some free classes across the country. Your enemy doesn't respect you because they think you a punk. I am good with violence.
Say it one more time.
I am great
for the people in the audience that didn't get it.
So, and I say that as a gun owner that deals with, we deal with conflict resolution and de-escalation. I don't want to eliminate a threat. I don't want to even be in a threatening situation. I want to avoid it every time, right? But that only works when, Jason will chase you. Jason won't be like, oh, he ran away. I can't chase him now. If the opposition won't leave you alone, you are within your rights to defend your life. America made me this way.
That's right now.
You know what I'm saying? So, and my aunt, going back to ancestors, Malcolm, God bless the dead, he knew how to break down some of them ununifying tactics that the opposition used. I remember, when later on, when Brother Malcolm said, Dr. King and those guys are nonviolent, and I'm paraphrasing. We are not. And
to this day.
To this day. That's on God, B.
You know what I'm saying? And
that's why I'm with him.
Right.
I'm gonna pick up the phone and call Risa as soon as y'all get stupid, and Maj, and Kwame Brown, because he with it too. And my husband back there, baby, telling you a pop something too. A war veteran. Okay, go ahead.
The reality is, create violence can create and create a, it's hard to find somebody that got a gun. So the issues that, if you're safe and responsible as a gun owner, which we advocate for, I'm not a person that doesn't believe in, I'm the only person in the room without a firearm. I think that we study history. There's never been a time in world history where, an unarmed population turned into like Shangri-La. It wasn't just a peaceful utopia. I believe spiritually that the human condition can get to that point. I believe so, but we ain't there. And I think that some of the strife that we've had has been based on the fact that over time, that narrative has been successful, that if you have a firearm, you're irresponsible, you're absolutely a complete vile criminal, or you must work as an agent of the state. And I disagree with all of those. So I think that some of the hardships that we've endured, because if they can convince you to kill, they're working on you on both angles. We're going to convince you to kill yourself before you even born.
Castrate yourself
while you're here, and murder
baby.
each other, because of that lack of understanding of what that tool represents. And so for me, you can't have, when you're doing these things, when you're growing a farm, that's when you have the land, equity, right? Then you're growing food, fruits and vegetables, health and wellness. Then when you know how to protect that, when you're eating to live, right? When you're doing that, you've got so much equity in your life, but now how do you defend that equity? If the zombie apocalypse happened, I personally was hoping when this COVID thing started, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of y'all, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I thought you was a zombie, brother. You know what I'm saying?
For real.
But the question becomes, okay, if this zombie apocalypse pops off, and if you got a bunch of supplies, you just gathering them for me and my friends, you know? And so, I mean, we have to think about that. And if we're living in a space historically, that's not me being mean. Historically, our community has been violated. So
now
we
let
gotta have
me
means
let me
against
say
it.
something. A lot of y'all laughing, but if you go to the CDC.gov website right now, they
It's up
got a
there.
whole page up
It
there
is up
about
there.
what to do in a zombie apocalypse. Now, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. You know, I'm tired of them calling me a conspiracy theorist, so I'm just asking.
No, we got the facts.
Why is that up on the website? Why?
Because they have to tell you. Spiritually, I believe, and that's a belief. Well, just because you didn't understand it when we told you, movies, just because it's an entertainment, karmically, I told you we was gonna. Every movie's been about zombies for the last however long. So, so why would the CDC just randomly, this governmental organization, just randomly put a whole page up of just in case zombies just happen to happen right around the time when they're giving you a mRNA experimental situation? RZA could go to it, but listen. I'm just gonna stick to if it pop off, then it's, you know what I mean. It's what time it is. But
RZA gonna educate you. Maj gonna shoot you. Hell, I'm gonna scream from the mountaintop. Kwame gonna have the farm ready. We gonna have this thing in order.
We good. We gonna make it. We gonna make it.
We gonna be all right. So if you rocking with us, you good. So listen, me, what am I doing? And then we're gonna get ready to open up the microphone to the audience because we want you all to be able to ask these fine gentlemen a question. And I don't mean to put nobody on the spot, but ladies, I don't see not one wedding ring up here except mine. I'm just saying. I just want to put that out there. Well, okay, so what I'm doing for one is promoting awareness. Like the biggest thing for me is in my walk with my godmother, Alveda King. For those of you all that know her, please just give her a round of applause. She's been in the game for a very, very, very long time. They're trying to paint her as a white supremacist for rolling with Trump, but Trump was our first pro-life president, and my godmother has been in this pro-life movement since Roe v. Wade was passed. So congratulations to her and all of her work that she's done to expose the racism behind abortion. But I started thinking, I'm like, okay, well, what did our ancestors fight for, right? What are we doing? I don't remember ever seeing anybody holding up a sign saying, give me an abortion. Like, I don't remember. If anybody out there that may be educated on that subject, when did Black women ask for abortion? When did we march and fight for the right to execute our children? So yes, we've been lied to. Yes, we've been misled. Am I better than anybody else? No, I've been there. I've done it. I was young. I didn't make all the best decisions because I was not well informed. You can't make an informed decision if you don't have the information. So what I'm doing is trying to wake our community up to the atrocity of abortion. Not only that, but let you know that it is in fact Black genocide. We can't keep talking about we're the minority, we're an oppressed minority, and we're standing in line waiting to abort our own army. Okay? Black life begins in the womb. Not only that, the fight for Black men. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Are we not concerned? How many of you out there got sons? We got brothers, we got fathers. Where is our fight for Black men that are not a part of the LGBTQ community, right? Why are we helping this system destroy our own men? I don't understand that, right? Even when it comes to putting the government in our business, when we break up with our baby daddy and now all of a sudden you mad because he with another woman and you want child support and you want to drag them and they're telling us what to do, what we can and cannot do in our own families. If you were watching my show the other day, a mother just lost custody of her child because she refused to get the vaccine. A judge in Chicago terminated a mother's rights because she refused to get the vaccine. So my thing is putting the father back in the home. And that's where this fight started at when I started working with Trump. No, I need Black men out of prison because I was a mother that raised sons with 2 Black men in prison. They were in prison. You can't raise your children if you're in prison. The government raised your children because now mama got to work. I can't be there to watch you every 5 minutes. Now I know how the government got in my home and gave a different ideology to my children. Just like Tone Trump said, when I wasn't there to monitor what they was watching on the iPad because I had to make a way of life. So we need to get back to our origin. Right? Because the first battle that we have is in the word, whatever words you read or believe, man and woman has to become one. Everybody in here is a result of man and woman becoming one. So that's the first attack on life. Because you can't create a life unless you have a biological man and a biological woman to come together and create that life. I did say biological because there's a lot of new terms out here, cis and beta, and I don't know all the terminology. Okay, then after the life is created, then we got to hope and pray that life can make it for 9 months so it can be born into this world. So that's the second attack on life. So getting us back to our origin, making us realize that there is no Black life without reproduction. And if we have all of these agendas that are halting our reproduction, and it comes in many forms, right? Because, brother, I don't know if you want to get on it, but they say it's something in the jab, right, that can impact, right, your ability to get pregnant. Right? Your ability to get someone pregnant, okay? If they're teaching our children at 3 and 4 years old that they can change their genders, well, I can tell you from experience what happened if a child believes that they can change their gender. That's going to lead to dismemberment. If you cut it off, how you going to make a baby? This is all an attack on life. So this isn't saying, no, we hate y'all or we don't love y'all, because can't nobody tell me that I don't love my own child. But when do we begin to stand up and speak what we know to be factually true and fight for life? We're going to open up the questions from our audience. Somebody in here has an ASO microphone. Who has it? Janae? If you guys have a question, Shayla has it. If you guys have a question for anybody up here on the stage, I need you to raise your hand and they're going to come around so that you can ask your question. Now, Shayla, before you give somebody that microphone, did you put that ask thing on a real mic so people can hear the question when they actually ask it, or is that the prop mic? Okay, let's get here.
We
Come
have
get
a
this
real
one.
mic right here.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Okay.
Assistant number 2, let's get it.
Okay, so
Questions?
I actually have a question. What do you guys actually think about what's happening with with the kidnapping of our children with Child Protective Services? I want to give this question, but I also want to say that I have a sister-in-law that worked in Child Protective Services, and she mentioned that when we are birthing our children, we should also be going to the courts to claim custodianship of our actual children, so the courts cannot get into our families.
Who want to take on that question?
Now, that might be a legal issue. Don't quote me on that. It's just something that I think we should all be
Well, for
aware
once,
of.
for one thing, we want to thank you for bringing it up, because I think that we all saw some videos going around of mothers having their children taken for refusing to take them to the hospital or give birth to their children in the hospital, even having situations with refusing to get their children certain vaccines. I know many of you remember, and I do myself, when I was enrolling my children in school, they couldn't go without that 3221 form. You couldn't even get your children in school unless you took a piece of paper that showed they received this vaccine on this date, that vaccine on that date, that. So this is stuff that's been happening for quite some time. So how do we fight back? Well, first of all, I'm going to give it to them. The first problem is we need the protector. We need the man back in the home. It's easy to come in and snatch a baby from a mama. First thing they're going to say, you can't take care of the baby, you unfit, where is the father, you got a broken home. They can give us every reason in the world as to why we cannot care for our children. So I think the first thing is reuniting our families, getting the men back in the home. But do any of you have a comment in regards to that, the question about CPS?
Yeah, so I have custody of my daughter. I have full legal and physical custody. Now, I have a good relationship with her mother, right? Didn't work, I was dumb. Didn't work out, so we moved forward. I just think that what the sister said is accurate in regards to, technically, when that child is born, your child's a ward of the state.
Correct.
So until you go, like, literally get ownership of your property, your child, that child is a ward of the state. So what she's saying is accurate in that regard. So I think that will be the first step,
Birth certificate.
Yep.
Well, Risa, go ahead. I say, let me shut up.
I wrote about this briefly in my book, and this goes into the straw man argument. It goes into the birth certificate. It goes into birthing. It goes into the law of the land versus the law of the water, or maritime admiralty, maritime law. Very deep subject. A lot of people are starting to catch wind of it. But yes, when your child is born, they are considered property. They are considered a corporation under the United States government, Inc. Okay. So you have to go and, as he said, get your property back because you are property too. Okay. So, so all of those processes, as you mentioned, getting custodianship, you should definitely do that up front, right when you have your child, etc. The other thing is they're going to try to give you the shots. That's another part of the property. It's a full indoctrination system, step by step by step. They're going to determine how much money they're going to make by the time they're 30. They're going to put their birth certificate number on the stock market and make money. Okay.
Okay.
It's very boy. This enemy is it's a damnable, wicked enemy that we're dealing with. Seriously. And there's a whole lot up here. That's why it's like I got to pause because I can just like say a whole lot. But yes, do what you said. Get custodianship early. Understand the birth certificate. Understand what that means, and then learn how to truly become a parent. Truly become someone who owns your child and then can protect your child. Bring the father back in the home, etc. But learn about that because that is a very deep topic that everyone in this country is affected by.
Now, I'm going to piggyback on Risa for 1 minute because this is one of the reasons why I ran for office, stuff that's just common sense. So you're telling me that each one of us as Americans, we have to have an ID, right? You have to have an identification, right? If I go into the hospital right now and I'm pregnant and I give birth to my child, they're going to say that I can't leave that hospital with my baby unless I have filled out either a birth certificate or the paperwork for a social security card, right? Which makes us their property. But yet and still you have an administration that's allowing millions of people to come into our border without any type or form of identification. If these 3 black men are walking down the street right now and don't have ID, the police can lock them up, take them to the station, ID them just to figure out who they are, run their prints before they decide to let them go. As American citizens, we have to be identified. We have to have social security numbers. They're tracking us. We're American citizens. We built this country. We pay taxes for this country. But you're saying that we can open the borders and allow millions and millions of illegal immigrants to come into our country unidentified? How is it good for them, but it's not good for us? Another thing about the children in the hospital, listen, we see Kamala Harris and all of them pushing this thing about black mothers dying during childbirth. I'm not saying it's not happening. But what I am saying is, first of all, we were having babies before they ever had a hospital. My mother was born in a shed in the backyard. We were having babies before they even had doctors. So for us to sit back and believe that we need to abort our children, because there is a tweet from Planned Parenthood that was released on October 31st, 2017, that said that it is safer for a black woman in America to abort her child than to give birth. They are trying to scare us into murdering our own children. You telling me that my chances of dying are greater by giving birth to my child?
Can I say this really quick?
Go ahead, brother.
This is why 2 major key points. Yes, bring the man back in the home. 2, birth your children at home.
Come on.
Birth your children at home. I don't like getting people's things shut down, Maj.
He knew what it was. He knew what it was.
They got me last week. Go ahead.
Bruh, this is why I'm refraining from saying so much, but I mean, God damn, what we dealing with is so evil. Let me say this to you. Understand that the entire process that they go through, they have a connective system that they scratch each other's back when it comes to doing evil. Okay, number one, you have to have your child at home because they mix 2 things. If you abort them, they have companies that take their body parts and they use them for creams, they use them for vaccines, they use them for a number of other things to make people younger who are dying off. Caucasian population is going to be the minority by 2042, according to the United States Census.
And
that's
Joe
a part
Biden.
of it. Yes, these are all parts of what is going on here. Another circumstance is the underground, overground, sex trafficking, organ trafficking market that contributes to America's economic base.
Lil
An
Nas
over
X
$30
pregnant.
billion industry.
Where he get his womb from?
I'm telling you. The hysterectomies that are being encouraged to be given to black women and brown women are being petitioned by trans men to be taken and put in their body so that they can have a child the way a natural woman would. Okay, yes, this is damn it, this brother.
Tell him.
So
tell him. And y'all favorite president, Barack Obama,
Just put on his Instagram page congratulating Lil Nas X on having a baby. Don't went and bought all the little baby clothes. You want to see it?
It's true.
Y'all can tell I'm holding back a whole lot, right? I'm
Speak on it.
We shoot with this. And they're very afraid of both. But the situation that she just brought up is one that is helping America to survive economically.
Come on now.
Through the abortion, through the birthing in these, what we call killing fields, which is not only the schools, but these hospitals, the hysterectomies, them encouraging the cesarean sections, all of this. It is a business. It has nothing to do with health. Western medicine is a joke to the majority of the world. And they know that. You're going to tell me you want to give my child 69 doses of 16 vaccines before the age of 2 because the blood-brain barrier has not developed yet, so therefore the chemicals are going to go bypass his immune system and go straight up through the blood system into his brain, causing and creating neurological diseases, neurological disorders, Asperger's, SIDS, tics, all these different things, so that by the time they get to a certain age, they're going to be tossed onto America's system to where they're going to have to be taken care of by this country. It is a revolving door, and they don't give a damn about your child, black, white, or otherwise.
Now, I'm going to piggyback on what Risa said. Now, I'm going to be the bad guy. He telling the truth, but we ain't going to act like they're not specifically targeting the black community.
Oh, no.
Listen, when it comes to these experiments, when it comes to these vaccines, when it comes to these abortions and all of this stuff, y'all know anything that's involving a depopulation agenda, we the first to go.
Absolutely.
That's why we still at 13%, right? AIDS came out of nowhere and somehow only black men were dying of AIDS.
It started with gay men. It was called GRID, gay-related immunodeficiency.
And listen,
I know.
Listen, but that's listen, y'all. I know this get deep, but did y'all know that Joe Biden and them with the Equality Act decriminalized knowingly passing HIV?
Yep.
Are you all aware of that?
California.
You telling me they say Black Lives Matter, and how many of us done lost black friends to AIDS? I'm gonna go ahead and raise my hand because I got about 3 or 4 funerals I done been to myself. They know they encourage the things that they know take us out. Anyway, you know we'll get my shit suspended. So who got the next question?
I first wanted to speak on 2 things for one. For one, with the brother that was talking about the black group that you put together with the guns. What if I told you that that's what they wanted you to do? Because that European weapon don't mean nothing if you're talking about a real apocalypse. Because they give you that weapon, they want you to fight for it, because it doesn't matter. You can kill each other with it. If it was a real apocalypse, nothing you had would come in between that. It doesn't matter.
That's a fair question. So if it's a real apocalypse, that means we all going anyway.
No, that just means
no. If it's a real if you're talking about nuclear, right? We going anyway.
We could speak on nuclear. We could speak on biochemical.
So here's the difference.
But when does your European weapon? Me personally, I definitely carry around a strap. So, but my thing is.
So you get it.
No.
So you get it. No. You understand why black guns matter.
Pew pew. No, I understand why they matter, because I need protection against niggas in the hood. Because my 19-year-old son just had to kill a boy who tried to rob him. And so I don't play with shit like that.
Me neither.
My language. But when I tell you that it's not something to push it and compare it to something like an apocalypse, because that's very real. If that happened, like a real apocalypse.
Mm-hmm. So let's go back to the definition of that word apocalypse. And when we're talking about, so even before that definition, if you're talking
about dinosaurs blowing up, or we talking about the Walking Dead?
If you're talking about an extinction level event, like let's say a meteor hits the planet, there's nothing I could do there. Hopefully I got some food, shelter, and I can, do what I need to do.
We're going to Kwame.
Right, boom. We're going to Kwame. We all going to Kwame Acres. But the reality is, we can do a lot of hypotheticals. We can do hypotheticals. At our classes, we deal with conflict resolution and de-escalation as the primary
bullets
component.
run out, and you know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, we at a point right now with this thing where we could either just keep preaching to the choir, because all we need is a rope. Can they see some crackers hanging from trees? Can we take it down, or because this is the point?
So
we
hold
at
on
with
for
right
1 second.
now.
Let me
all
ask.
we
Let me
need is
let
a
me
rope.
ask you.
We don't need no guns.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait a minute.
Because
Wait, hold on.
How
Let
you
me.
gonna pick and choose which crackers got to be hung though? That's my question. Do you just go off of them being white, or is it because they
you
really
use your
did something and
discernment.
deserve?
You use your discernment.
So let me.
My father is white. My
Okay.
mother is black.
So wait. So question. So let me address the sister. Let me address. No, she has a valid point. But wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
No, because you're not on the panel. But go ahead.
So wait, real quick. I want to address your question. Joe Biden said something similar, and I'm not saying that that's what you're advocating for, right? But he came up.
Can we stop joking about this? Because it is
I am not joking about shooting the shit out of my enemy. Wait, sis, stop for a second. My job, the organization that I create, I'm not joking. That the CDC. Let me finish, sister. We not joking. Let me be very clear. I joke a lot. I'm funny. Ain't nothing gonna steal my joy. But let me be very clear to you. The CDC ain't making a joke about putting some zombie shit on their website. So that's number one. Number two, for me, let me finish, sister, please. Well, you asked me a question, sister. Sister, you gotta let me answer the question. Because the reality is you brought up apocalypse. You went in several different directions. So let me reiterate my position. You can't put them together.
I'm saying we at a point in our time, in our lifetime right now, where we can hang up all the black shit, because it was a point in time.
That's what you believe.
African American people had a problem with being called black.
Listen. If you're talking about you going into you're doing several things. You're doing several things. You going into semantics. You going into the definition. Who don't need a gun?
You see, you taking it the wrong way.
No, sister, I'm not taking it the wrong way. I can only take it how you share it.
Okay, listen, y'all. We got 4 minutes. I think we need to have a conversation with this sister maybe
Absolutely.
after the show. Sister, can we get
stay,
with you?
Stay, because I love
we need to
passion.
have it's the passion,
I love
right?
it.
And
Yeah.
we feel it. And
Yeah.
she may not. We're gonna have a private conversation
Absolutely.
with you when
Don't
we done.
leave.
Please don't. We got 4 minutes. If anybody else got a question, because we're gonna deal with sis for a minute. Matter of fact, I'm taking you for a drink when we get done. We need a drink. Anybody else got a question? We ain't hanging no crackers from no trees. We gotta be free. Hold on. Somebody else with another question. Hold on.
This one's for Kwame.
Yep, sister, we got you in 1 second. After the show. Go ahead, brother.
Real quick for Kwame.
Can I call him a brother? He white. We ain't gonna hang him this week. Okay, go ahead.
It's all good. I'm from Baton Rouge. Watched when I was in high school. Watched Chris Jackson. Later, Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. Shout out to him. He went through something that I think a lot of people just kind of dismissed at the time. And we've seen a lot of similar things now that have been, celebritized a lot more, like Colin Kaepernick and that sort of thing. What do you think, with you as outspoken as you are, was there anything like that you think maybe contributed to how you were treated as you were coming in? Were you outspoken? Was that, I'm just trying to think of in the context of how certain people, Craig Hodges, Mahmoud Abdul Rauf and folks like that have been blackballed essentially by the league. Did you experience anything like that?
Yeah, I wasn't a victim. With all the things that I went through, I still sound like this. I was in the free lunch line. My father went to prison. Several of my brothers went to prison. And they wanted me to go on television shows and say my mom was the best thing since sliced bread. And my mom didn't ask me to do that. Because she like you said, she was at work most of the time. We were left to our own vices. That's the reason why 5 of my brothers went to prison. So she wouldn't allow me to do what so many other athletes have to do. They praised this single mother thing, and my mother said, "Don't do that." She understood that there was something wrong with that.
And as a single mother, I'm gonna tell you something. I did it. It was hard. I wish it would have been, a father there. We need our man. But y'all, we are concluding our panel. It got a little rough down here on the end, sister. We got you. Give it up for the panel and Maj's socks. Let's do that. to give away. I put a message on the thing when I was on with Kwame. If somebody brought me some Tootsie Rolls, they was gonna get a free book. Didn't nobody bring me no candy? I got some free books. Y'all meet me in the hallway. All right, let's go. Thank you all for coming out.
Hey, so how'd y'all think? That was the last fire panel by our sister. Again, give it up for the panelists. Give it up. Listen, when y'all leave out, again, man, we talked about a lot of things. We talk about a lot of economics. I want everybody to migrate over to that next room. Support those businesses. If you got questions, meet some of the folks floating around, but go over there in that booth area. Support those businesses. And if you have the VIP package or the wristband or whatever, come have a drink. And that sister that, well, I don't know, but go next door and I'll find out. And again, come down if you got a ticket, come drink, have a good time. But still, go mingle next door, support those businesses. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming out to the Solutionary Summit. See y'all next year. Y'all online, thank y'all too. Peace.
David Tiffin.